Chapter 17 Rescue. Hai no Kuni, Region 2, Eastern Half. Until this moment, Ino had never before appreciated the skill of reading a map while traveling at high speed behind enemy lines. They had for the most part found and followed the river that connected Edoto to Otafukugai, with Naruto using the provided map for reference. He never asked to stop, just pulled it out, scanned it and then put it up while adjusting their route. Ino bit her lower lip slightly, turning her attention away from Naruto and studying Hanabi. The younger girl had been mildly defensive earlier when Ino had brought up the Shirohei Dojiki after they had all taken an Oto uniform as a disguise. Naruto had eventually stepped in and assured Ino that there was no problem with the move. They had argued briefly over it, mainly because Ino felt a bit uncomfortable with the girl's casual attitude about taking a life. Naruto would hear none of it and ultimately had pointed out, rather forcefully, that Hanabi was his student and that it was none of her business. Ino was more than a little angry about his dismissal of her opinion, but she had let it drop for the moment. Shaking her head, she pulled ahead, breaking formation, to get a preview of what they would be facing. Reaching the edge of the tree line, Ino came to a stop, staring across the open meadow and at the vast city and castle of Edoto just a few hundred yards away. The others joined her soon enough, Naruto assuming a seated position on the branch while the others landed on the branch beneath them, and Ino sighed. Edoto. The area immediately around the castle is made up of mansions for high-ranking samurai and court nobles, Nisei added, sounding mildly amused. Just beyond those are several temples, and beyond that a massive market area. It appears much larger than I pictured it, Hanabi admitted after a moment. Of course, it used to be the seat of power for Hai no Kuni, Ino said, realizing with a snort of amusement shared by the older teammates that they were repeating word for word what her great-aunt Tsunade had told them 3 years ago. The river is a nice place, it's got a few nice restaurants, and even a nice place to walk alongside and think. It's also the home of the Oka no Namaida and ghost stories galore, Naruto added, laughing, and was soon joined by Ino. After a few more minutes of openly showing their amusement at the spat of déjà vu, they got themselves under control. Okay, so how are we going to do this? Ino asked, crouching on the branch and studying the impressive city. In response, Naruto produced the map they had been given of the city and scanned it briefly. Well, the prisoners are being kept in the south side of the Ninamaru. We should first plan an escape route, Nisei suggested, and Naruto agreed with a slight nod. Well, the castle is in the center of the city, but there's a major river running through the districts and alongside it. Naruto said, finger running along the map. Actually, the river seems to split. Just to the west, there's a major split, and just to the east a smaller side river, that's the one we took the ferry on. Ino said, glancing at the map, frowning behind her mask. Studying it for a few more minutes, mind racing, she sighed and glanced at Naruto. This really will be déjà vu, won't it? What are you? Oh, Naruto said, blinking as he realized what she meant. Yeah, it will be. That settles it, we got how we're getting out of here figured out, now we just gotta figure out who goes where, Ino said, tugging at the mask over her nose, uncomfortable with the getup. How did the Hokage ever get used to this stupid thing? I think I should go with Naruto-kun to the castle, while you two go get the ferry ready for us. Perhaps I should go with Sensei instead, Hanabi said, her tone smug, to avoid undue distraction. Ino nearly fell over at that, her cheeks heating up at the implication. Naruto shifted slightly, glancing at her, which only made Ino blush even more. Kami, why did the girl have to say that? She was too embarrassed to get angry. As if they would really get distracted in this situation, especially since they weren't even together. Hanabi-san, it is your youth that makes you say such things, Nisei intoned seriously. Ino made a very sound suggestion and, furthermore, as they are not in a relationship together, they would not be tempted into such frivolity. Of course, Hanabi said, sounding slightly confused. I'm sorry. Well, Naruto said loudly, getting up quickly to change the subject, let's get the show on the road. Me and Ino-chan will go get the hostages, and you guys get the ferry. Right. Hanabi agreed, moving alongside Nisei, through the branches, and to the ground. Oh, and, Nisei, be careful, Hanabi's on the prowl for some lovin', Naruto added sweetly. Hanabi nearly slipped and cracked her head open. The girl recovered deftly enough, glared at him and then kept going. Naruto, Ino said with a note of amusement, shaking her head when he looked at her. Realizing this was the best chance, she decided to tell Naruto about Nisei, but had barely opened her mouth when he interrupted her. He's Shino, ain't he? Naruto blurted. Yeah, Ino agreed, surprised at his lack of surprise or emotion. When'd you figure it out? When I felt a bug bite me a couple dozen times, Naruto said, motioning for her to follow him to the ground. Come on, we can talk about having a reunion with the bugger after we're done. Miyako, capital of the Kusa Empire, private battlement of Daimyo Hittorai within Kirin Castle Utagabukai Hittorai, Daimyo of Kusa, was in a foul mood. A Tsuchi ambassador had arrived early that morning, demanding the Okugi Fuin Kyuchugi Oyobi Jujin be handed over as agreed. Hittorai had managed to delay that, if only temporarily, as he could not go back on an agreement with a Kage power such as Tsuchi no Kuni. Of course that was not his only problem. He had attended a war meeting with his generals and discovered that another difficulty came from the east. More accurately, Orochimaru's little village was picking a fight with Hai no Kuni. That would pull the massive country into the war sooner than he had anticipated. Messengers dispatched to tell Orochimaru to withdraw had not returned. The only course of action left to him was to accelerate his timetable. A soft breeze rose up and across the battlement of the dojin and ruffled his hair, prompting the daimyo to let out a breath and savor the feeling. How different Miyako was to the old capital. There was a freshness that rode on the wind, a feeling of life that filled the air he breathed. His concerns fell away, and absently his fingers touched the hilt of his sword Baku, savoring the secret history of his trusted companion. Baku, named after the creature that was said to devour ominous nightmares, had been in his family for generations. It had been at his ancestors' side when they first came to power. For every famous or important family member, it had been at their side. Baku was not just a sword, not just a good luck talisman, it gifted the bearer with clairvoyant dreams. Beautiful dreams. Triumphant dreams. Such was the carefully guarded secret behind the blade, one that Hittorai had learned at the knee of his grandfather. His father had never known, which was why the man had merely put it on display like any ordinary heirloom bauble. Not that Baku was always clear with what it told him, nor did it always tell him important things, but it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Pulling himself out of his memories and the joy of owning such a sword, he smiled genuinely at his Suzuko, who sat nearby on one of the carefully placed cushions, lost in her private world. The former Kumoambu was stunning, a jewel among bedrock. Generally, those kunoichi that lived long were plain or battle-scarred, yet Suzuko was flawless save for her tattoo. Studying her idly, warmed by the thought of her, he recalled winning her away from her fiancé and convincing her to abandon her village for him. A testimony to his skill and persuasion, no doubt, as Suzuko had been the most loyal of Kumoambu at the time. Would you care for tea? Suzuko said softly, pulling him from his thoughts once more. Hittorai paused, then nodded, accepting the cup with a small smile, which was returned, and then both turned to the sky to watch the sunrise. In the distance, birds began to stir and sing, ushering in a new day. So majestic that he completely forgot about all of his concerns. It is so beautiful, Suzuko said after a moment, her voice tender. It is always a joy to see it with you. Yes, Hittorai said. Both sat in silent contentment, sipping their tea, until the sun had risen just above the horizon. A polite summons came from the heavy iron-bound door leading up to the battlements. Looking up, he sighed, setting his tea aside, then prepared himself for the task ahead. Yes? The door opened carefully and one of his many samurai appeared, bowing respectfully. Please excuse me, sire, your brother Noga-sama has arrived below and is courteously requesting permission to see you. Ah, good. Bring him and then return to your post, Hittorai said. Once the messenger had departed, he glanced at Suzuko. She nodded, bowed low, forehead to hands, and then climbed to her feet and swept off the battlement, leaving him alone. A moment later the door swung inward, allowing Utagabukai Noga, dressed as always in the typical dark ninja outfit and a dark green hip-length haori, to stride arrogantly onto the battlement. The younger man paused, eyes cold as ever, then settled himself onto a cushion furthest away from him. Both brothers were silent for several long minutes, Hitori sipping his tea and Noga watching him like a viper. Finally, Hitori set his cup aside. "It's nice to see you again, Noga. I trust you slept well." "I slept fine," Noga said curtly. "What is it you wanted to talk about?" "Very well," Hitori said, dropping the pleasantry and coming to the point. "I want to know how you could let Tsuchi no Kuni find out about the seal. I want to know how you could be so stupidly foolish as to allow such a leak to exist. I want to know if you found the source of the leak and, most importantly, I want to know if you could produce an altered seal this afternoon." "I would be careful how you talk to me," Noga said coolly. "Until my mother's out of your grasp, you're safe. Only until then." A long pause. "As for how they found out, it was a spy. I had the leak silenced and contacted Akatsuki through the usual means. They have provided a low-ranking member to help ensure security." "Silenced the leak? You had them killed?" Hitori asked, disappointed. "What else would you have me do, brother?" Noga growled snidely. "He leaked information. I stopped it. End of story." "You wasted a perfect chance, you fool," Hitori exclaimed with open contempt. "If we know who the spy is, then we can feed the mole false information and thus lure our enemies into a trap." There was a moment of silence before Noga snorted and muttered a brief dismissive sound. Reeling in his temper, Hitori studied his brother intently for a moment, sipping at his tea to wash the foul taste of the failure away. "Can you produce an altered seal this afternoon?" "Depending upon what the alteration is that you want," Noga said sourly. "It is a very complicated seal." "Very well, this is for the seal we'll be giving to Tsuchi no Kuni," Hitori said, fist on his thigh. "I would like for you to add a secondary command that will override the first. One that will be hidden but allow me to assert control at any time I desire." "That will be difficult," Noga admitted with a scowl, "but I believe I can do it this afternoon before I leave." "I assume you'll want me to apply one to the ambassador that's lurking around here before I leave." "Yes. I find this all very disgusting," Noga said with ill humor. "Politics and backdoor deals. We should use our strength to crush them. That is the only way to attain power and our right to rule. It is the only method that karma and the gods approve of. You have learned nothing from the previous wars, nothing at all. Strength alone is not enough. Yes, with each passing day our power grows. However, it would be nothing in the face of an open war with any one of the Great Five," Hitori said, shaking his head in disgust. "You are a brutal and short-sighted man, Noga. Blind to the facts and reality. Countless others have attempted to bend this world to their will with only iron and strength, but they have failed. Because they did not know how to use it." Noga asserted firmly. "We could do it, I could do it." "Fool, let us say that we did magically conquer Tsuchi, Kaminari, Oto, Taki, and Mizu. That leaves Hai no Kuni, and they will not fall to strength alone. They have fought all the others and held. They defeated the fanatical Tsuchi no Kuni alone, without aid. Strength alone is not enough, not against them. They are not to be taken lightly, especially since Unity refuses to use the seal Okugi Fuin Kyuchugi Oyobi Jujin on a regular basis. Bah, no matter how strong or paranoid, we can crush them. Not yet, in this war we cannot rush. We must be patient. We must use every tool at our disposal if we are to succeed." Naruto grimaced behind his mask as he and Ino passed the two gate guards, with a nod, crossing the bridge over a moat that was easily 10 feet beneath them and 20 across. Just being this close to Oto Ninja made him edgy, and it didn't help that he hated this sort of mission. He would much rather be fighting and sowing as much chaos as humanly possible. He grinned, but then soon sobered. As a future Hokage, he couldn't ignore a mission of this magnitude. Even if he didn't like it, he would execute it to the best of his abilities. Following the road that wound its way southwest through the Sanamaru, they traveled in silence, mostly because they were noting as much as they could about their enemy, but also because Ino was upset with him. Over what, he had no clue, but he knew she was upset. He was dim, but not stupid, after all. Gotta hand it to you, Ino muttered after a moment. Using these uniforms to sneak in is working out pretty good. Yeah, Naruto agreed, glancing at her. Let's just hope it stays that way, though I'd love to start fighting. Brute, Ino teased playfully. Listen, about earlier with Hana, it's nothing you need to worry about. Naruto said firmly. Ino turned her attention back ahead with a small snort of annoyance. Great, just great, what had he said to piss her off now? Shaking his head, he put such thoughts aside and instead focused on the upcoming task of entering the Ninamaru, which would no doubt prove much more difficult to slip through. The path curved around, and eventually delivered them to another gate set in another wall, where an Oto ninja and samurai lounged almost casually on either side. Approaching casually, eyeing both and his relative position to them, Naruto stopped a few steps away as the Oto ninja focused his eyes on them and the samurai rested one hand on the hilt of his sword. Ino shifted her weight as she stopped next to him, crossing her arms as she glanced between the two. Papers? The ninja asked, focusing on Naruto. Such a warm welcome, Ino said, her voice hard, glancing at the man and then the samurai before addressing Naruto still. At least this one is doing his job. Not like those two idiots at that first gate, they just let us in. Yeah, Naruto agreed, wondering what Ino was playing at. They had no papers, that much was obvious, so she was trying to bluff them, but he doubted they could pull it off. He decided to try her tact regardless. So, you gonna move or what? The Oto ninja managed, taken back. I can't, I need to see your pap, but Ino plowed over him, her voice hard as ever and ringing with no small amount of authority. Listen, I'm Takuran and this is Gashuri. We're here, under direct orders of Orochimaru-sama, to move the prisoners to a more secure location. There is a team of very dangerous Konoha ninja on their way here and we have to be quick. My orders, you want to be the one to tell Orochimaru-sama that the reason we lost control over the city was because you kept us standing here, twiddling our damn thumbs instead of doing our jobs? Naruto snapped, voice dark and a far from subtle killer intent radiating. And no, the ninja managed, gulping as he looked uncertainly between them and then at the equally nervous samurai. Then let us through, Ino added firmly, her own murderous intent joining his. Now. It's just that, the man managed, eyes widening in panic. There was already a team here. To move the prisoners. Under orders of Kabuto-sama. Wha? Ino stuttered, glancing at Naruto. Naruto scowled vehemently, fixing the man with an intense gaze. His mind was racing ahead, knowing that their careful plans were shredded. So much for a simple rescue attempt. This was salvageable, or at least he thought it was, and he devised a new plot, without hesitation, hoping he didn't fuck things up too badly. Takuran, make sure that the governor doesn't get any bright ideas now that these idiots let the prisoners escape, Naruto said levelly. Then meet me at the first gate. We'll go find the imposters afterward. Of course. Ino said after a moment's hesitation and then pushed past the two startled and worried gate guards. Naruto was left alone with the two terrified men as his murderous killing intent flared to new heights. Reclining in her seat, Enko kicked her feet on the table and sighed, walking a throwing dart along her fingers. Across from her sat Koinu and Hizashi, who were absorbed in a silent conversation, while Tenzu sat to the far left, seeming as bland as ever. Most interesting was Tenten, who kept fidgeting on the other side of Enko, obviously taken aback by attending her first meeting. Nervous? Enko asked after a few more minutes, glancing at the girl with an arched eyebrow. We don't bite. Well, I do, but that's beside the point. Eh? Tenten managed, looking at her like a startled deer. Aye, this is just, well, overwhelming. You get used to it, Anko said, walking the dart from finger to finger without looking. How's the military police handling the transition? It was a bit rough, right after Tenten paused for a brief moment before continuing. Things are settling now. I'm the only one that's overwhelmed. I never realized just how much work there was in running that place. You think you have it bad? Anko said, jerking her head slightly at Tenzu. He's Umbu commander, he's doing the equivalent of your job and Koinu's job all at once. Wow, Tenten breathed, then paused staring at her. Not to seem rude, Anko-sama, but what exactly is your job? I torture high-level ninja, Anko offered with a sadistic grin. Well, actually, this will be my last week doing that. After this, I'll be a field commander or something. Thank the kami for the war, 'cause I was getting bored as hell. So, who wants to go first? Kakashi's voice interrupted any further conversation as he entered the room. Preliminary field reports indicate that Oto isn't making any further moves, Koinu said, taking the challenge. We've got about 2 regiments worth of ninja patrolling Region 2's borders now, total lockdown. Logically, they're not going to rush ahead just yet. Our men will have to tighten their control over the area. Do we have any word from Asuma or Guy? They were the first teams in the area, Kakashi asked, leaning forward slightly, eye narrowing. Guy-san's team came out whole, Hizashi offered, scowling slightly, but Asuma-san's team was wiped out. He managed to make it back, but that doesn't help much. Right now, he's coordinating our forces in the field while the daimyo moves more troops forward to make a concentrated push for reclaiming the region. I see, how many and how long will that take? Easily a division, Koinu said with a heavy sigh, and it should take about 3 weeks to get them all organized. Before that, we still have the matter of those mysterious weapons that Oto employed, Hizashi said, glancing at Tenzu, who stared back for a moment before getting the hint. Reports from our teams in the area indicate that those mysterious tubes are called cannons. Other than that, we're not sure. Oto is keeping them under an extremely tight watch. The arrows are just that, arrows with specially designed seals on the arrowheads. I take it we're trying to make our own, Tenten said, blinking in surprise at everyone's attention and blushing slightly. Sorry, for what? You asked a very valid question, Kakashi said, eye curving up happily, before he focused on Tenzu once more. Well? Yes, we are. We're also rushing a few of our own weapons to the lines, Tenzu said. Also, intel indicates that Oto has an ally, but it's not yet clear who. I see. Keep looking. Anyone else have anything? Tenten, Anko? No, Hokage-sama, Tenten said meekly, very self-conscious. Nope? Anko chimed in, before shooting him a dark look, making it clear that there was no news from Naruto and that she was not happy. There's nothing else. Aha, well, no news is good news, right? Kakashi asked, a nervous tick in his eye and his tone higher pitched than was seemly for a village leader. Hanabi felt oddly out of place, not that anyone gave her more than a cursory glance. There was no denying that she was the smallest Oto-nin that she had spotted, and she was looking very hard. Her current partner Nisei didn't appear interested, but she knew by now that appearances could be deceiving. Still, she wondered why nobody paid her attention. Not only was she short, but the uniform she wore did not fit. Attention drifting, she bumped into someone a moment later, and found herself staring at a disgruntled Oto ninja. Watch where you're going, the man said, then paused and stared at her intently. Who are you? My subordinate, Nisei said, his tone cold and threatening. Well, tell the little bitch to pay attention to where she's walking. The nin said sourly, and then with a withering glare moved on, leaving Hanabi utterly confused. Looking at Nisei, she started to ask what had just happened, but he provided the answer without prompting. Oto ninja are aggressive, but they are not stupid. If they are presented with someone they perceive to have authority, they give way. This uniform has a slightly different coloration in the collar, which denotes a captain's status within Oto. Ah, Hanabi said in understanding, so because I'm with you, nobody will question my stature or the state of my uniform. Exactly, Nisei said with a nod as they continued on toward the docks. This is a fatal flaw with Orochimaru's uniform. His idea no doubt was to create a single look so as to make it more difficult to hide among his troops and to create a sense of community among his forces. However, with these full-face masks, he makes it that much easier for enemies to sneak into his forces unnoticed. You're no ordinary ninja, Hanabi said after a moment, mind seeking the answer to the problem. He knew a lot, he spoke differently than anyone she had yet to encounter, with a casual yet precise manner. She associated the way he carried himself with mannerisms similar to Ino and Naruto, whom she knew to be the highest caliber fighters. He was more aware and attentive than he first appeared. No, I'm not. Hanabi didn't answer, and set the mystery of Nisei aside for a moment. She would ask Naruto later about the man, as he would undoubtedly know more than she did. Turning back to her personal world, she mused silently about the insight she had gained concerning perception and its flaws. The trick, Hanabi realized, was not accepting the surface appearance of things. Instead, one needed to look underneath and find the hidden truth. Like her own actions, and the fact that she had hesitated for a split second in the clearing yesterday. The surface interpretation was that her hesitation came from her softness, from her youth. The truth beneath that was far more complicated. She had hesitated because she had been raised with the belief hammered into her head not to use the death points. Hanabi had hesitated for no other reason than she had been afraid of taking a life through such means, and what the ultimate price would be for such murder. She was just that, a murderer. No different than the ones that ended up in prison, other than she killed approved targets for her country and for self-defense, rather than killing in passion or random pleasure. Looking even deeper, her country killed for power and money as often as self-defense, as many a common murderer did. It was only on the surface that she appeared any different, it was only the comforting lie that her actions were guided toward good ends. With a heavy sigh, Hanabi decided that she would rather trust Naruto and believe that there was more to this, more to them, more to their village than murder. Believe that they were better. There was no other way to live for her, for any ninja, other than to kill when the one you trusted said it needed to be done. For peace. For security. For what you held dear. All for the hope that one day, the killing could stop. They moved swiftly through the dark alleys, stopping only rarely to knock a code given to Ino by Uo against a door or to ensure that there were no enemies ahead. Eventually, they made it through the maze of streets and alleys to the small house in District 3 of Edoto, where the governor's family was being held. Crouching in the shadows from a nearby house, they both watched and waited. Yamanaka Ino felt her teammate shift slightly to get comfortable before speaking in a soft whisper, "That's it. All the hidden samurai know. We can move as soon as we feel like it." "Good," Ino said, frowning behind her mask. It appeared no different than any other house. There were no guards. It seemed almost too normal. Ino knew better, those two ninja were around. She was sure of it. Plus, the original unusual ninja that had acted as the first guard, though it appeared to be just a shirnin from the governor's description earlier. "You know, I'm not too sure about this idea," Naruto said, glancing at her with a raised eyebrow. "Even if we get his family out of here and even if the samurai retake the castle, we can't stick around to help fight off those two ninja." "I know," Ino agreed with a tiny nod. "I tried explaining that to him, but the governor was insistent. I doubt he realizes what he's getting into. These guys won't just be random Oto ninja. Best we can do is wound them bad enough to make it more hassle than it's worth at the moment to fight," Naruto said, before heaving a sigh. "So, we hit the house hard and fast. Get them out and to the boat, and then we leave Edoto to fate." "Yeah, a beat, but at least you finally get to fight." "Yeah," Naruto agreed, and Ino heard the grin in his voice. "You want to take the back way and meet in the middle or just go in together from the front?" "No point in trying to get fancy, we'll just go in head on," Ino decided, feeling a shiver of fear run along her spine. It wasn't so much that she would soon be in a fight for her life, or that she faced death, but more that she would survive and someone would die. She'd lose someone because she hadn't been fast enough, or good enough. You know, times like this I really wish I wasn't a ninja, Ino muttered, resisting the urge to touch the Genjutsu hidden sword on her back. Feeling his curious look, she continued. The stress. What if I lose? What if I win, but a comrade or a friend dies? What if I hesitate? You really feel all that in a fight? Naruto asked, startled, staring at her. You don't? Nah, for me, when I'm fighting everything falls away. Nothing else exists, other than the fact that I'm going to win and they're going lose. Must be nice, Ino offered, wondering at such a concept. Everyone, on some level, felt some form of stress during battle or some fear. Naruto seemed to lack that, like he only existed to fight. Not really, Naruto said softly. When you win, someone important tends to lose. Naruto, Ino whispered, studying his posture as best she could. His guilt went unspoken, but his body screamed it, his soul was steeped in it. Ino felt a stab of sympathy. Then she hid it behind her professionalism, as did he, and both focused on the house and the task at hand. The rescue would start at sunset. By the end of the day, either Edo would remain under Odo control or it was in revolt. An hour passed, then another, and the sun began to set. They moved. Ino darted forward first, making it to the house under Naruto's watchful eyes, and then pressed against the side of the door, motioned for him. He was there in an instant, employing the shunshin as casually as any elementary jutsu. When she glanced at him, he shrugged, nodding curtly at the door. Ino drew her sword and opened the door. Naruto entered first, crouching with a kunai in hand. Clear, he said just loud enough for her to hear, and Ino followed, hand now holding the sword she had kept hidden. Sweeping the left side of the room, while Naruto swept the right, a terrible apprehension swept over her. This was far too easy. Trap, Naruto said quietly, voicing her suspicions. Yes, there was no doubt that this whole thing was a trap, but they couldn't pull out now. They pressed on, Naruto sliding the next door open cautiously and then seeing an empty hallway. He entered, followed by Ino. Naruto led the way down the short hallway. The first two doors stood open, revealing a pair of empty rooms. Stay here, Naruto said, glancing at her. Pointing at himself, he motioned that he was going to check the next room alone. Ino wanted to protest, but knew the logic behind such a decision and instead nodded curtly. Naruto gave her a wink and then turning moved quickly toward the next room, where he paused as the knob refused to turn. Crouching, Naruto fumbled through the uniform he wore, producing a small black bundle. He selected a tool and Ino watched as he picked a lock in just a few seconds. Impressive, not many ninja actually bothered to learn that skill, depending too much on other ninjutsu. Done, he put his bundle up. With a glance at her, he picked up his kunai and eased the door open. He paused as light spilled over him and then he motioned her closer while talking to the occupant of the room. Anyone here order a rescue? Reaching him, Ino peeked inside and found two young girls and an attractive middle-aged woman. Seeing their unease, Ino tapped him on the shoulder before letting some humor enter her voice. I think you better tell M we're from Konoha and that Geor-sama wants us to get M outta here. Oh right, Naruto said, repeating her message, and then added. Oh, Mi-chan, Yuo told Ino-chan to tell me to tell you, I like the red. Wait. Oh. The older woman said, her face turning an interesting shade of red before grabbing her still scared daughters. See, come on Isu, I do, we're going with these nice ninja. Ino fell back to take point, with the three behind her, and Naruto brought up the rear. They probably only had minutes before they were ambushed, and it would be better to have it in the street than in this place. They made it to the street quickly and without preamble, breaking into a quick run trying to put as much room as they could between them and the house. The three former prisoners had a little trouble, but both ninja made sure that nobody fell behind. Still, the longer they went without encountering difficulty, the more Ino worried. Reaching a pre-designated safe point, the five took a breather. Rather, the governor's family did while Ino and Naruto kept watch, before they set out again, this time at a fast walk rather than a run. Half an hour later, Ino felt the spike of chakra and dodged back just as the air rippled and a section of the building they were passing by crumbled. Shit! Naruto shouted, a burst of wind cutting down the offending Oto ninja effortlessly. Then forming the seal, he created several Kage Bunshin, which he directed to grab one of their charges. Get them to the extraction point ASAP. Right. The Kage Bunshin chorused and then took off, but no sooner were they gone than the sound of someone clapping filled the street behind them. Turning, Ino readied herself for a fight while sizing her opponents up, namely, the woman with red hair, glasses, hot pants, and a zip-up shirt that showed her stomach. Ino hated her already, and then she spotted her partner, a pale, gray-haired man wearing purple lipstick and a necklace of large beads, and sporting an extra head that was jutting from his back. As rescue attempts go, the woman said, but was promptly cut off as Naruto embedded a kunai in the head of a nameless Oto ninja that had just arrived. This was followed by said kunai exploding, hence splattering the woman with gore, which made Ino grin more than it should have. What are you doing? The woman screeched, a sudden spike in killer intent filling the area. Evening the odds, Naruto responded, then darted forward, a shoulder slamming into the woman's chest and sending her flying. He was wide open and her partner moved to attack, but Ino cut him off with a shunshin kick combo that sent the freak flipping backward. There was a beat and then Ino darted after him, leaving Naruto to his fight. Ino closed the gap quickly, a punch aimed at his face, only to have her opponent duck and catch her arm. She tried to shift her weight and angle of her arm, but the man used his greater strength to pivot and hip throw her. Ino adjusted to the unexpected throw smoothly enough, twisting her body around in time to get her feet in position to rebound from it and land with a skid in the open street. Much as she hated Anko, she had to offer reluctant thanks for the measures she had gone through during the Umbu training. Hand drifting toward the hilt of her sword, Ino was almost caught unprepared by the sudden charge of her annoyed-looking opponent. Hand coming down sharply, she blocked his punch with a knife hand low block, then shifted to throw a back fist only to have a kick connect with her stomach and send her sailing back. Recovering, Ino blocked a downward punch that could have caved her skull in from the feel of it, and tried to follow up with her own hook punch. A second later though, a hand extended from his chest to catch her blow an inch from impact and held it. You've got a bit more skill than most trash I've faced lately, the man sneered, dark marks creeping over his flesh like a growth of bacteria. He smirked arrogantly at her open disgust and gifted her with a punishing right cross to her mouth. But still you're only trash. Ino moved further than the blow had called for, buying time to recover and figure out what had just happened. Ignoring the busted lip and the coppery taste of her own blood, she studied the oddly marked man, speed and strength, plus that odd ability to sprout limbs from parts of his body. Yeah, just the sort of freak that would work for Orochimaru and would let his body be corrupted by a cursed seal. Fingers coming up, she soon had reliable backup in the form of a Kage Bunshin, wanting to see how the man would handle this challenge. Charging forward, with the Kage Bunshin in tow, Ino unsheathed her sword and made a diagonally slash in the same motion. The man dodged that, and the follow-up horizontal slash aimed at his chest, allowing the copy of Ino to get the drop on him from behind. At least that was the plan, until two new arms sprouted from the man's shoulder blades, catching the Kage Bunshin's sword in an X-block, followed by a sharp kick from a foot that sprouted from his spine, dispelling it. Ino faltered for a moment, disturbed by the way that man seemed able to sprout limbs from every part of his body. Even for a cursed seal freak, that seemed a bit extreme, especially as he seemed to manage it without any need to focus. It seemed like instinct. I see you've met my older brother Yukon, the man explained, his grin widening. He normally sleeps inside me, but he wakes up to help me out from time to time. Sleeps inside you? Ino echoed, fumbling with the concept. He can extend his hands and legs from any part of my body, the man bragged, while his flesh rippled and then in a sickening display his face split away and took the shape of a new version on his right shoulder. Ino's stomach roiled sickeningly, mentally protesting that such a thing should not be physically possible. She was startled out of her private thoughts by the dual voices of the two brothers. How does it feel, trash, to know that you are completely outclassed? I'm sorry. Are you under the delusion that I should be impressed? Ino said casually, mastering her revulsion while sliding her left foot back and lifting her sword into a vertical ready position near her shoulder. I'm not. My name is Yamanaka Ino, the Hidokiri of Konoha, teammate to the next Hokage. I've fought your kind before. Trust me, your display of brotherly togetherness does not impress me. The twins smiled condescendingly and attacked with a flurry of kunai strikes, leaving Ino hard-pressed to defend against the battery. While she could probably outfight the bastard, the longer they fought the lower her team's chances for a successful mission. She had a few tricks up her sleeves. She would use them sooner rather than later. Jumping back and up from a leg sweep, she used a single hand to form the seals needed to unleash the Katan Gakakyu no Jutsu. The man retreated quickly, hurling curses at her, but Ino ignored them. No sooner had her feet touched the ground than Ino formed and used the C-rank, Umbu-exclusive Genjutsu called Sakuren no Jutsu. It wouldn't do much more than pull the man's attention away from her by making him think he caught movement in the corner of his eye. His brother would be unaffected, but Ino had her next step in motion before things got that far. She ensnared the distracted brother with a Shintenshin no Jutsu. Second, stop! Yukon shouted, using both of his hands to stop his brothers, which were seeking to plunge kunai into his throat. I can't. Second shouted back, struggling to kill his brother against his will. With both suitable distracted, Ino launched into the last stage of her attack, namely, a Shunshin no Jutsu to trip both up as her mental attack released, which fed right into a Senkuken aimed at their chest. Yukon reacted quickest, grabbing the blade with an arm that suddenly sprouted from the chest in question, only to have his hand slashed in half. Ino barely spared the gruesome sight notice. Yukon screamed in shock and Sakan lashed out. She ducked and crouched in one motion, left leg bending inward and her right outward. She spun while holding her sword diagonally behind her. Coming around in one smooth motion, she took out both an arm and nearly took off one of the heads when they dodged at the last second, resulting in Yukon's throat being sliced. Disappointed, but not terribly so, Ino continued her spin and adopted another ready position with the bloody sword held horizontally near her cheek, blade up and tip pointed at the Oto ninja. Now who's the trash, bitch? Akatsuki headquarters, former capital of Aim no Kuni. Eyes closed. The leader of the most dangerous criminal organization let out a deep sigh of frustration. Zetsu had still not found Haiden, which frustrated Pain to no end. Without knowledge of the religious fanatic's location or status, he hesitated to even think of calling the others, but it could not keep much longer. If they continued with such setbacks, he would be forced to take matters into his own hands. Opening his eyes, he stared at the far wall of the building, still disappointed with Kakuzu and his continued failure to relocate the Sanbai Jinchuriki. The man had been a bounty hunter for numerous decades. He should have been able to find the host. After the third fruitless report, Pain had decided to reassign him to collect bounties for Akatsuki to aid the filling of their coffers. Still, he would have to do something about the Sanbai Jinchuriki. Eventually. Resigned to tempting fate, he formed the needed hand seal assemble. A moment later, with a barely noticeable ripple and a soft hiss, several distorted images appeared in the hall. The expected 6, plus the ever-elusive Haiden and the newest member Uchijini Tenbatsu, the second person from the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananin Shu to join them. Lowering his hands, Pain stared at Haiden's image for a protracted moment before speaking. "Where have you been?" "I was answering the call of Jashin," came the curt response. "Unlike you fuckers, I have higher goals, those of Jashin." "Jashin is just a feeble excuse for pointless murder," Conan snapped irritably. "Pain is the only true god." "Keep your preaching to yourself," Haiden shot back. "Just 'cause you two are fuck enough," Pain said with such finality that both fell into an abrupt silence. Glancing between them, aware of the reproach in Conan's eyes, he mastered his urge to kill Haydn and save himself a lot of trouble. Instead, he turned the meeting toward a more productive end, capturing at least one Jinchuriki so that they could move forward with their plans. I called you together to see where you each stand. We have sealed only 2 of the 9 Jinchuriki, and captured the Roku, leaving us with 6 still at large. I still don't get why we need them, Tenbatsu said, glancing around. I mean, what exactly is the whole purpose of Akatsuki? We need the bijou as they serve the purpose of Akatsuki, Pain explained, closing his eyes as memories and images passed before his mind. It was time to give the speech, the lie that he had told to each member outside of 2. Our ultimate goal will be completed in 3 steps. First, we will gain as much money as we can. This will help in the second step, along with the acquiring of the bijou, where we establish the world's first truly mercenary force. So we become a hidden village? Tenbatsu asked, skeptically. No, we become something else. Shinobi villages make money for their country, we make money for ourselves. Without a country allegiance, we will undercut all the established villages, hence the importance of the first step. Using the bijou, we can create new battles and new wars and eventually topple the Great Five. Once we become the sole military force, then step 3 can be achieved, world domination. So, all of this, Tenbatsu said after a moment, taken with the idea, is to control the world? Yes, Pain said, knowing that the true goal was far darker and complicated. Conan met his gaze, a silent understanding passing between them, and Toby remained unusually quiet for several moments. Nobody seemed to notice in the oppressive atmosphere, which was handy for Pain to turn his mind from the lie and toward moving them all one step closer to the end. Kakuzu, Haydn, how long would it take for you to join up and reach Suna? I'm in Kusa right now, Kakuzu said sourly, glancing at Haydn, who seemed less than happy as well. Haydn? I'm in Suna. Good, when you 2 partner back up, I want you to capture the Ichibi. We cannot seal the Rokubi until we've sealed him. Zetsu, Tenbatsu, I want you to locate the Sambai. Pain paused, glancing at Itachi, before addressing Kisame. How much closer are you to the Yonbi? At least 3 days behind him, the large man said carelessly, maybe 2. He's craftier than I thought, but it won't help him now. After we're done here, it shouldn't take more than a week to capture him. Good, Pain said, before looking at Conan and Toby. Daimyo Hittori has asked for our help. Feel free to go ahead with your mission now, the sooner the better according to him. After that, begin your hunt for the Nibi. As you command, Conan said, meeting his eyes in silent assurance that things would be done and they would be free from this abyss called life. Silence followed as they each shimmered from view, leaving Pain alone to ponder the world. Closing his eyes, he studied the past and path that had brought him here, to this point. There seemed to be some unseen hand moving, upsetting his plans, but as God, Pain could overcome that unseen force and the world would cry out as it experienced the path of pain. Opening his eyes, he stared at the far wall of the temple and at the mosaic of the long-forgotten god. Are you still slumbering in your house, dreaming? Beshinise, formerly Aburame Shino, stared at the city in silent contemplation. Not about Naruto and Ino, they were a bit overdue, but he wasn't worried as they were both powerful ninja. It was the city itself, the memories it gave him, and the oddity of being placed back into the same team as he had been 3 years ago. Naruto seemed not much different. He was still unstable and wild, but staunch and reliable. He would get the job done, and done well. Ino had changed the most. She'd grown somber and serious. The 2 of them were undoubtedly a good balance. Ino would keep Naruto grounded and he would in turn help her feel normal. Happy even. He allowed a tiny smile behind his mask, then sighed and carefully regarded the girl on the boat beside him. Hanabi, talented beyond a doubt, a fearsome foe for one so young. Destined to crumble and break, he could see it clear as he could see the sky. She was too young and had already stained her hands with blood. Her entire focus was Naruto, or so was the impression he had garnered. The way she spoke about Naruto, the way she didn't hesitate to kill those earlier ninja even though Naruto had only implied his desire. The look Hanabi had given Ino when she had tried to argue with Naruto over Hanabi's new technique. He turned away from such thoughts as his bugs registered the approach of Naruto's Kage Bunshin. A moment later he detected the rapid approach of a group of 5 chakra signatures, one of which seemed odd compared to the others. He frowned ever so slightly behind his mask, weighing what this meant in his mind before realizing he had to arrange things quickly. "Hanabi-san, we have incoming," Nisei said. At least 3 Kage Bunshin from Naruto, followed by 5 pursuers. "One seems very unusual, is it a Shurnin?" Hanabi asked curtly, moving to stand beside him. "A Shurnin?" "Never mind," Hanabi said, shaking her head. "If it has ice blue eyes, it's a Shurnin. Destroy the head, as they are otherwise quite resilient. That is what Sensei told me." "I see," Nisei said softly, making a note to ask for more information later. "I can handle the Shurnin and at least 2 others. The Kage Bunshin are on their last legs, so they may not last much longer, which leaves you with 2 Chunin-level opponents." "Leave them to me," Hanabi replied softly. A moment later, 2 Kage Bunshin appeared, one with a young girl under each arm and the other with a woman tossed over his shoulder. Just as Nisei began to wonder about the missing Kage Bunshin, he felt a spike of chakra, followed by a building collapsing behind them. Hanabi was on the move before Nisei, a blur of motion as she intercepted 2 of the Oto ninja that had pulled ahead. Before Nisei could offer help, another 2 came bounding into the area, aiming for the still fleeing Kage Bunshin. Nisei didn't waste another moment, entering the fray, sending one flying and managing to knock the other off its trajectory. Landing, he quickly tried to determine which one was the Shurnin. His family alerting him. Nisei dodged just as the first Oto nin he had attacked returned with a punishing blow. Coming around, Nisei lashed out without looking and caught the second one with a hammer fist that snapped the nin to the left hard. The first had charged in that moment, but Nisei responded by sidestepping the attack and slamming a round kick into its stomach. Neither one of these seemed to be giving off the unusual sensation, which meant the Shurnin had either been taken care of by the missing Kage Bunshin or Hanabi was currently fighting it. Either way, there was no incentive to drag this fight out longer than needed. As one lunged, he kicked the attacker's knee and then rounded to strike the temple. One down, Nisei thought grimly, turning his attention to the last one, who charged while forming seals. He darted forward and jumped, planting a twin suicide kick into the nin's chest. Twisting, he landed and rolled into a crouch, one hand on the ground to aid in balance as he shot a fist forward, causing several dots of chakra to explode from around his fist. The off-balance Oto nin never had a chance as each dot connected and burrowed through his body. As the body fell, Nisei stood, silently thanking his family as they returned to him. It never failed to amaze him how that trick worked. By charging them with excess chakra, he could employ his bugs as chakra shots, allowing them to burrow through the flesh of their target. Looking at Hanabi, he found the girl stooped over, panting from the exertion. Her opponents were dead. No blood from what he could see. He felt unease at her casual use of Shirohei Dojiki. The move was an instant death to the opponents, but it made Nisei wonder what the ultimate price would be for Hanabi. And for Naruto, complicit in her ultimate downfall. Naruto was unsure what to make of his opponent. The redhead with glasses fought in such a strange manner that he couldn't see how it worked. She didn't attack or counterattack. She just dodged. Even that seemed odd, as she did so while not looking at him, and never once did he even come close to hitting her. If it had just been him and her fighting, there would have already been a freaking crater in the street from where he'd used his Rasen Shuriken. However, he was both in a city full of innocent civilians and not alone. Ino was busy with her own fight, the sound of it filling the air, and he wondered briefly how she was doing, even going so far as to glance in that direction. It proved a near-fatal mistake as suddenly his opponent went on the offensive, making a sharp thrust for his throat, her hand glowing eerily green. He just barely managed to duck and follow up with a spinning kick, which made her stop short. Rising without missing a beat, his right arm whistled through the air in a spinning back fist. Instead of driving her back, she caught his wrist and tightened her grip, fingernails digging almost painfully through the sleeve of the stolen uniform he wore. A second later, in a spray of blood, Naruto's arm exploded from the inside. The pain engulfed his mind, reduced him to his most instinctual level of thought, ripping a painfully raw scream from him, even as he yanked his arm against his body in a desperate attempt to protect it as he collapsed to his knees. "You know, it's funny," the redhead taunted, staring down at him. "No matter how strong someone is, when you cause their own chakra to explode, they're like mewling kittens." Naruto tuned her out for a moment, the pain helpful, but receding as the sickeningly familiar burning of his regeneration kicked in. Gritting his teeth, concentrating on keeping the Kyuubi from trying anything underhanded, he glared up at the smug woman. "So, let's see who you are," the redhead said with mock pleasantness, yanking the mask off. "Wah!" Naruto surged to his feet, delivering a punishing uppercut to her chin, followed by a spinning side kick. The woman buckled and went flying back from the blow, where she stayed for a moment before she managed to climb to her feet. The woman shook her head, blood trickling from the scalp, and then she stared at him. She looked at him harder, with more hate and loathing than he had ever seen. "What, you've never seen a future Hokage before?" Naruto taunted, preparing to launch a new attack, despite the fact that his right arm was not entirely recovered from her early assault. He dimly noted the fact that his arm was numb, denoting damaged nerves and promising a great deal of future pain when they healed. "Minato," the woman whispered, utter loathing in her tone and a murderous gaze filling her eyes. "Wah!" Naruto managed, eyes widening at hearing that name. It didn't take much for him to make the connection that she knew his dad. It was more the problem of how she knew him that bothered Naruto. The girl was far too young to have ever known him. "You're his son," the woman hissed in utter abhorrence. "Admit it." "Heir." Naruto blinked, uneasy. This was definitely strange. "Okay, I'm his son and you are?" "I knew it." The woman screamed, suddenly charging, fury etched in her features. Eyes widening in surprise, Naruto dodged back, ducking a punch only to be caught with another to the stomach that sent him sailing back. Crashing into a wall, he slipped another punch and then leaped away while activating his Meisai Gakur no Jutsu, the entire time wondering who the hell she was. "You think that's enough?" She screamed and charged after him. "I can follow you no matter what. I can read your moves before you throw them. Your chakra gives you away." "Okay," Naruto muttered, dropping the ruse and darting back in. After a flurry of blows, which she dodged, he caught her with a seal les futon de tapa that sent her through a storefront window. "How's that, bitch? My chakra give me away that time?" Fuck," the woman hissed, struggling to sit up. Naruto was about to climb through the window and finish the fight when he froze, eyes widening as he saw her face. Without her glasses, he saw the resemblance and could only stare at the wounded woman in shocked stillness. "You." Naruto managed. "Kushina?" "Never," Karen growled at him, a sense of murder radiating off her like nothing he had ever felt. Naruto stepped back, hands shivering at the unexpected turn of events. "Never," he opened his mouth numbly. "Never call me that." She held. "I'm not my mother." Backing up, eyes wide, he shook his head and stared at her once more. Karen didn't pursue him, just lay there. Naruto just barely felt Ino grabbing his arm and with her guidance he fled. Still, his mind was back there, in that moment. With his sister. Chapter 18 Gifts and Curses. Kakashi had never been so happy to see a team as he was when Naruto and the others turned back up, a little more than 2 days after they had went on their rescue mission. He hadn't heard much about the retrieval, just received a messenger bird telling him that they had delivered the family to the daimyo and were headed back to Konoha. To have them arrayed before his desk was something akin to a miracle, if for no other reason than he could finally get some sleep instead of keeping an eye out for an assassination attempt from Anko. From what he could see, the 4 were unharmed, though there was something in Naruto's eyes that he wondered about. Lacing his fingers together, the Hokage rested his hands on the desk and focused on Nisei. Report. For the next 10 minutes, Nisei gave a brief but concise rundown on the mission before they had separated as per agreement. Ino took over next, talking about the infiltration of the castle, of how she and Naruto discovered the family had already moved and how she had spoken with Uo and they arranged things for Edioto to go into revolt. Hanabi added her bit next, about the fight to secure the boat and the hostages. Naruto gave a rather bland report about slipping past the enemies and escaping the area. Kakashi frowned behind his mask, studying his body language and realizing Naruto was both distracted and preoccupied. Glancing at Ino, who was staring at Naruto oddly, along with Hanabi, he wondered what it could be. He decided to wait until they were alone. "Congratulations, everyone," Kakashi said, relaxing his posture. "You all performed excellently, as I believed you would. Right now, I want you to get some rest. I don't expect to be sending your team back out until after the 10th, so get to know each other and enjoy your break." A chorus of agreements greeted him at this, and he waited until Naruto was the last one at the door before calling him back. He hesitated, then shut the door and turned back to face him with an uneasy look in his eyes. Kakashi, more intrigued than ever, focused all of his attention on the younger man. "I know there's something you're not telling me, so spill." "It's nothing," Naruto said, then seeing Kakashi's gaze, sighed. "Look, it's personal." "Personal doesn't exist in war," Kakashi said, almost chuckling. "Naruto, I know it might seem personal, but whatever affects one person can end up affecting an entire team. I've known ninja who had personal issues that wiped out whole platoons because they kept it from the Hokage, or their commander." "You knew the yondaime pretty well, right?" Naruto asked. When Kakashi nodded, he continued. "Kushina too?" "Well yeah, sorta. She was Sensei's wife, so I knew her," Kakashi said, wondering what was going on inside the boy's head. "Did they have another child, a girl?" "Did they?" Kakashi blinked, astonishment flooding through him. "No, Naruto. They did not have another child, trust me." "Do we have records for Orochimaru's forces?" Naruto asked, obviously uninterested in what Kakashi had said. "Just force numbers and key people like lieutenants and the personal bodyguards," Kakashi answered, wondering what was going on. First, the question about the yondaime having a daughter and then the question about Orochimaru's forces. It made no sense. "Can I see them?" "That sort of information is restricted, Jonin and above only," Kakashi explained, raising an eyebrow slightly. "I could make an exception if you told me why you needed to know." "I see," Naruto muttered, before shrugging. "Do you know if any of his lieutenants are female, red hair, glasses?" I don't think there is," Kakashi murmured, thinking about it while studying the expectant man, curiously. "Wait, there is one. She's in charge of the southern base, I believe. She keeps a low profile, so we don't have much on her. I know her name is Karen." "Thanks," Naruto said, turning to leave before Kakashi stopped him once more. "Naruto, what is all this about?" "It's about me asking Ero Sennin a few questions," he answered breezily as he glanced back. "Need anything else?" Kakashi stared at his subordinate for a moment and then shook his head. It was too much trouble to find everything out now. Besides, Jiraiya would probably come see him soon enough about the whole mess. Slumping in his chair, he sighed, eye dropping, before he remembered something. "Now that you mention it, there is one last thing," Kakashi said, sitting up, interest piqued once more. "I appreciate the effort and art it takes to mess with someone's head. However, I find myself forced to ask why exactly you felt the need to traumatize Konohamaru so badly that he now refuses to leave his apartment." "He dumped Hanabi-chan," Naruto said with a shrug. "Now the big question, how'd you do it?" "Well, I intimidated him bad enough to pee his pants for a start. Then I let him think I could come back at any time to continue our talk. After that, I just asked Anko to hench herself to look like me while I was gone and let him catch glimpses." Naruto paused, and then grinned wickedly. "I didn't think he'd freak that badly." "The kind of trauma you're causing," Kakashi mused with a chuckle, staring at the boy thoughtfully. You would fit right in as part of Ibiki's squad. He's the guy from my Chunin exams, right? Anyway, Kakashi said, ignoring the question, his eye curving up happily. Is there anything I can do to help freak him out? Nah, Naruto said with a wicked grin. I got it under control. Silence in many ways proved comforting, though it could also be unnerving. This happened to be the unnerving version, the same as before: a severe storm, the storm of a woman's wrath, which would be Yamanaka Ino's temper, which would soon wash over Nisei like the fury of Mother Nature gone bad. Only two things held the silence before the coming storm: the third party in the hallway, Hanabi, and the absence of one Uzumaki Naruto. Once he arrived, all bets were off. Still, she would wait and bite her tongue, the anger building inside her like a rain cloud. Excuse me, Hanabi asked after a moment, her tone just barely indicating her interest. Ino-san, is there a reason why you're glaring at Beshu-san? No reason, Ino bit out, paused, glancing at Hanabi. Did you just use my first name? Yes, Hanabi said with a tiny shrug. Would you rather I call you Yamanaka-san? It's not that, but you never call me by my first name, Ino managed, startled more than she would have thought. Hanabi had always used a much more polite form of address, but to use her first name indicated Ino's position had changed in relation to how Hanabi viewed her. Well, you seem determined to treat me familiarly, so should I not do the same? Hanabi responded with a shrug. Besides, Nizan seems to view you as a friend, so I should be more accepting. Nizan? Nisei asked, sounding genuinely confused. You mean Naruto? Ah, I meant sensei, Hanabi said quickly, looking slightly embarrassed. A slip of the tongue. I was thinking about a book and it just came out. Ino blinked and shook her head, almost chuckling at the display of embarrassment. It also explained why Hanabi seemed so possessive of Naruto and why he was so protective of her. If they viewed each other as brother and sister, it would make sense, especially for Hanabi. Normally, Ino would have teased the girl a bit, maybe, but she instead shot Nisei a glare that told him to back off. No point in pissing the girl off after taking on a slightly more familiar position. Getting in good with Hanabi might help her chances with Naruto in the end. Hanabi, the familiar voice of Naruto said as he came into view, and when the girl turned to face him he continued without looking at her. Why don't you go home for the day? We'll meet up tomorrow morning for some training. Of course sensei, but no buts, this is something between old teammates. Just go on home, and I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto said, glancing at her briefly. When she nodded, he looked away. Ino watched the younger girl retreat, glancing at the three of them before disappearing into another set of stairs. The original team hate Anko Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Ino, and Aburame Shino. So, Naruto said after a moment, his face a hard mask and eyes dark as he stared at Nisei. Nisei made a noise as if to say something, but Naruto moved far too quick and with the sound of fist hitting flesh sent the other boy tumbling to the ground. Naruto. Ino snapped, more surprised than upset at him hitting the other boy. Sorry, Naruto said by way of apology, turning to grin at her, but I'm good now. I'll leave you two alone to talk. You've got a lot more reason to be pissed than I do. Ino blinked, then watched as he walked off, following Hanabi's earlier path. In retrospect, it wasn't too surprising that Naruto wouldn't have more to say or do. After all, he and Shino had never gotten close. She focused on Nisei, who had regained a vertical posture and felt sorely tempted to use her new sword on him. I should break your neck, Ino grated out after a moment, struggling to keep her temper. I thought you were dead. Do you have any idea what it's like to believe that for so long and then find out it wasn't true? Aburame Shino had to die and he is dead, though it was not entirely my idea, Nisei answered calmly, disregarding her anger. But there was a very good reason. The Aburame weren't happy with you. Yeah, the Hokage told me, big fucking whoop, Ino snapped angrily, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath to calm down. Look, I'm trying really hard not to explode right now, but your family being upset isn't a good enough reason. This was not a case of being upset, Nisei said patiently. They would have stopped at nothing to see Shino dead. Say what? Ino managed, eyes widening in horrified surprise. What could be worth killing a family member over? It even reminded her bitterly of the Uchiha massacre, though in a different way. Shino discovered something he should not have, Nisei explained causally. In response, his clan decided that his life was forfeit. It was pure, though tragic, luck that he died when he did, and hence the Aburame are no longer seeking his life. Okay, so I get why, sorta, Ino said after a long moment, mind churning with thoughts. It had been a more complicated situation than she'd first believed, but it still hurt her deeply that he had done this. He was lucky this wasn't a year ago, she'd have gutted or verbally castrated him by now, not that she wasn't sorely tempted to do so anyway. I get the impression that you are not happy, but there was no other option, Nisei said solemnly, lowering his head. I am sorry for the loss you suffered and the pain. Maybe, Ino offered darkly, glowering at him, but we went through a lot together. I spent 2 years alone, thinking my friends were either gone, dead, or had betrayed me. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to work with you, or trust you, like before. Our teamwork does not rely on the type you had with Shino. Rather, you have to learn to trust Nisei, and that will take time. The masked boy paused, studying her intently. However, I think we should postpone further conversation until later. But Ino started to protest until 3 Umbu arrived and she realized what he meant. The stairway in the Hokage Tower was not exactly the most secure place to have this sort of conversation, and there was enough she had to digest right now. I'll catch you later, Beshu-san, along with the others. Yes, we will need extensive training if we are to understand each other, Nisei said with a hint of smug arrogance. Until tomorrow, Yamanaka-san. Reaching the small clearing that marked the beginning of their training area, Naruto paused to watch Hanabi strike the post with single-minded determination. Her eyes were closed, face scrunched up in concentration, all of her attention focused on the flow of her strikes. In all honesty, he wasn't surprised to find Hanabi here, training when others would be resting. Every day she grew a bit more like him, which constantly left Naruto uncertain as to whether such a thing was good or bad. Mixed feelings were nothing new to him, so he did as he always did with such things, and shoved them aside. Instead, he watched in silence, studying and appraising her, wondering what else he could do to help her survive this life. Hanabi finally stopped and stood motionlessly in the clearing, her breathing loud in the gathering gloom. After another moment, she turned toward him, a general lack of surprise registering on her features. They spent a minute just staring at each other, and then she spoke, her voice collected as always. Well? You're improving, Naruto said with a chuckle, walking over to put an arm around her shoulder and lead her out of the clearing. Doesn't surprise me, after all, I'm an awesome sensei. Has anyone ever told you that pride comes before a fall? Hanabi asked with a small chuckle. Pride? What pride? Just stating a fact, I'm an awesome sensei. Naruto countered with a grin, glancing down at the younger girl. So, if I heard right from Nisei's part of the report, you took out 2 Chunin-level enemy in the city. Racking up some impressive stats there, aincha? Almost back-to-back rank missions, and 3 higher-level enemies. Is there a point to this recapping, or are you trying to flatter me for a reason? Hanabi countered, giving him a shrewd look. Well, not really flattering you, but Ino-chan did bring up a valid point. Not so much about the Shirohei Dejiki, but you are younger than us when we started, Naruto said, knowing that there was no point in denying that. He had faith that Hanabi was strong enough to handle the situation and the stress, but he worried about her. I'm fine, Hanabi said curtly, looking away. Naruto sighed and shook his head. They walked in silence for a few more minutes before Hanabi spoke up hesitantly. Can I ask you something? Sure, Naruto said, hands in his pockets as they left the training forest and entered the streets of Konoha. Where does the soul go? I don't know, Naruto answered honestly, startled by such a question, one that he had asked himself on more than one occasion. A lot of people think they know. All I can really say is that souls go someplace, and the dead watch over us. Why? Because I worry. I'm more aware than ever of how closely death walks with us. Actually, he's riding piggyback, Naruto quipped with a chuckle, and then at her dour look sighed. Hanabi, the soul goes where the soul goes. Those that are precious to us, even if they're gone, they keep watch over us. Worrying about it doesn't help you. As a matter of fact, very bad things can happen when you start worrying about the soul and death. Bad things? Orochimaru, Naruto said in response, disgust in his tone. He had heard a lot from Jiraiya about the traitorous Sannin over the years. There was no doubt the man was a genius, but he was hopelessly twisted because of his morbid interest in death. Hanabi blinked, apparently getting the connection, though he didn't expand, and her gaze turned thoughtful, before sighing. I still worry. Bah, I'm not gonna die anytime soon. Neither are you, so worrying is kinda stupid, Naruto said, thumping her upside the head. Anyway, go get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow morning, for sharp. We'll work on weapons, and give taijutsu a break. Fine, but sensei, Hanabi paused, turning to grin up at him. Ino-san's going to be upset with you if I learn any more dangerous techniques. Yeah, that's not her business, Naruto countered, rolling his eyes. Now go to bed, or I can ask Anko to work with you on taiju. He couldn't help but chuckle as the younger girl took off before he could finish. Shaking his head, he looked around and then, without a word, took off in a series of shunshin to his spot. Reaching the selected overlook in a matter of minutes, he came to a stop, absorbing the sight of the sun disappearing over the horizon. Sitting down, he sighed, his mind turning away from his concern for Hanabi and toward a more pressing matter. Karen. She didn't seem that old, but she definitely knew the yondaime. Her resemblance to Kushina, his own mother, was rather strong. Too strong to be coincidence. He wasn't sure what to make of the situation. As if Akatsuki and the Kyuubi weren't enough, now he had to wrestle with the apparent fact that he had a sister. A blood relative, Kami, how was that possible? He should have known about her. Jiraiya would have mentioned her, he was sure of it, which meant the old pervert hadn't known. At least, Naruto hoped the man hadn't been aware of the woman. Of course, there was the added problem of what was he going to do now. She was his sister, but she was working for Orochimaru. Granted, there might be a reasonable explanation for it. Perhaps she had been desperate like Anko had been. Naruto had no illusions that the bastard Orochimaru couldn't manipulate someone like that into devoting their life to him. Well, could be worse, Naruto admitted with a hollow laugh. Orochimaru could be my dad. Governor Fuwa Kazunari was a tall, ambitious man, and younger than any previous governor at the age of 25. He controlled the 7th region with an iron fist, aided by a group he had formed and helped consolidate into a force to respect, the Hai no Kuni ninja. With the aid of unity, Fuwa had initially managed to gain a lot of ground among the other governors. Enough ground that he had foolishly asked Unity to stage an assassination attempt on the daimyo. When the man had died, he would press for Konoha to be dissolved and the acceptance of his ninja as the only source. Unity had agreed, though they said only because they had reasons of their own, but ultimately the whole affair had blown up in his face. The daimyo survived, Unity had been revealed, and Konoha ninja had caught his scent and been set on his trail. His contact, Sozen, had to flee. Only due to Unity covering their own tracks had he been saved from a death sentence. After that, Fuwa decided that the only course to gaining enough power, and hence eventually being selected as Daimyo Kasiji's successor, was through gathering and empowering his elite forces. Unity helped with training, supplies, organization, but Fuwa never again asked them for direct help. It had taken months, but finally he had seemed to be making headway once more. 5 of the 13 governors used his Hai no Kuni ninja exclusively. Most notably, had been Governor Ba Kai, who had controlled the 1st region, and been the most influential of the 13. A month after that coup, 3 years ago, there had been the ruinous assassination. Someone had slipped through a legion of highly trained samurai along with some of the best Hai no Kuni ninja available and killed the man in bed. The official report from Konoha chalked it up to an unknown ninja. According to Unity, it had been the work of Uzumaki Naruto. Fuwa's humiliation at how pathetic it had made his force look turned to rage. He'd invested a lot of time in researching this Naruto. All the research that he gathered, Unity had been singularly unhelpful, led Fuwa to decide to forestall vengeance and avoid the boy utterly. Naruto consorted with the Hokage. He dreamed of being Hokage, and his teachers were all extremely powerful ninja, meaning revenge would be a particularly large liability. Fuwa-sama, one of his guards, said politely. He came out of his thoughts and glanced at the middle-aged samurai thoughtfully. This is as far we go. A curt nod dismissed his guards, and he continued down the next corridor, knowing the path perfectly well. He felt bare without his swords, but orders were orders and Fuwa would respect them. At length, he stopped outside a door and, with a steadying breath, entered. The room was anything but impressive. Outside of the 12 people arrayed around the meeting table, it would be like any other room. But these 12 were the strongest, most powerful samurai in the land. Together, they were the Council of 13, governors of Hai no Kuni, answerable only to the daimyo Kasiji Ieyasu. Kanbanwa, Fuwa-san, a young woman, her narrow face filled with a smirk, said from her spot at the table. Kanbanwa, ne-sama, Fuwa returned, a polite bow accompanying his words. The woman smiled and turned back to her silent discussion with a plump old man named Izasa Yashineo, governor of Region 6. Fuwa moved toward his seat silently, keeping an eye on Ne-Sasumi, the 29-year-old woman that was governor of Region 1. Settling into his seat, he nodded politely at both Kojiro and Soji, governors of Region 10 and 9 respectively, then studied the gathered samurai. These were his rivals, his comrades, treacherous as snakes and loyal as dogs. He caught the gaze of Governor Justo, who had helped Fuwa come to power, but neither man said a word to the other. Fuwa-san, did you just arrive? Governor Kikuwa of Region 4 asked with a polite interest that hid the paranoia of a patriot. A few hours ago. Security is unbelievably tight. Do we know of any developments in the battle? Nothing's changed, Kikuwa said tightly, his gray eyes darkening. Those bastards still control Region 2. We'll pry them out, and soon, but still this is dangerous. Governor Yuo's family arrived safely not too long ago, Governor Hojo of Region 8 interjected and, seeing his attention, continued. Fuwa-sama, we've been discussing the matter. Okita-san pointed out that Hai no Kuni ninja had recently replaced the Konoha team stationed on the wall. He's raised the question about how effective your ninja are if such an invasion could occur. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, Mei said, surprisingly coming to his aid since she openly loathed him and his ninja. A tragic coincidence to be sure, but Fuwa-san cannot be held liable for it. Nor does it reflect badly on the Hai no Kuni ninja, merely those that were so weak as to allow such an event. Thank you, yes, it's exactly as you say, Ne-sama, Fuwa said with a broad smile, but mentally he wondered what the ferret-faced woman had in store. Can I ask when we expect to repel those foul invaders? 2 weeks, give or take, Nace answered casually. Daimyo Kasiji-sama is moving 2 brigades forward and ahead on assault, while myself and Justo-san provide 2 more so that we catch them in a pincer motion. Altogether, we'll be hitting them with a 20,000-strong division of samurai, while Konoha provides a suitable number of ninja for support. They are already making excursions to try and weaken the Oto hold and recover one of those devastating weapons, Justo said, meeting Fuwa's gaze steadily. I see. Then I'll contact the Antai-Hibachi and have him send several teams as well, Fuwa said, eager to show that the Hai no Kuni soldiers could handle this task as well. No, it would be best if they remained clear of the battle, Maniwa Hiroi of Region 3 said blandly. I support their use, but they are still a tad inexperienced in this sort of situation. Perhaps, but how else would they gain experience if they don't participate? Governor Soji asked, taking over the debate. I agree, Nei said, eyes meeting Fuwa's steady gaze. Edioto and Region 2 are in rebellion, as we all know. I think we should send Hai no Kuni ninja in to help with the matter. It is a sound plan, Fuwa said carefully, sensing a trap but not seeing it clearly. though I fear that this rebellion may cost us an esteemed ally in Governor Uo. If such a horrible event were to transpire, we would need to replace him, Nei said, the corner of her mouth curving, wouldn't we, Kazunari-san? Fuwa hesitated, aware that all attention was on him and his next words. If he agreed, then he'd be viewed as opportunistic, and if he declined, he'd be easy prey for the petty politics that filled the 13. I am governor of Region 7, Nei-sama, so I am hardly qualified to discuss state policy with one such as you. However, the sad truth is, yes, we would have to find a suitable replacement, but who exactly would be open to speculation? The room was silent, eyes darting between the two. Fuwa desperately hoped that the daimyo arrived soon. He did not know what Nace had in store, but it would undoubtedly be nasty. She was not a very kind woman, especially with those she viewed as rivals. Thankfully, the door opened again and the daimyo entered, along with his bodyguard and Chief General Shinta. Everyone bowed stiffly, Kasiji bowed back and Fuwa turned his mind away from the ill fate he sensed looming closer. The scratching of pen against paper filled the silent office, mixing with the ticking of the clock on the wall. She should have left an hour ago. Paperwork was her enemy, but Shizune had been especially noisy today and Tsunade had been unable to do much of anything toward curing Jiraiya. The medication she had produced from the roots of the Ippan would do more harm than good in the long run, if it even worked for much longer. She needed to start her research and development, but today had highlighted how closely watched she had become. So while jotting her personal notes down in between reading reports, Tsunade had been trying to formulate a way to change that. Shizune would be the biggest snitch, but how she could circumvent the younger woman without arousing suspicion escaped her. Instead, she sat, reading reports, musing about how to cheat death from possessing Jiraiya. It wasn't until she began reading the last report from a medical research lab that she stumbled across the answer to the two problems. Shortly after taking over the medical situation in Konoha, she had set about increasing the medical research available by creating 2 main labs and several smaller ones throughout Hi-no-Kuni. There were several reasons for this, but mainly it provided more security in case one lab was breached. Now, however, they would answer the problem of Shizune and how to perform her more questionable experiments without being caught. The smaller labs reported to her in Kyoshi, but they were the public ones. Zokusei and hygiene were not public and reported directly and exclusively to her, so she could easily assign Shizune to one as its medical director and use the other to research the theories that she had been developing for curing fatal chakra poisoning. So the question was, which lab got what? Zokusei had more resources and was the most isolated of the two, but hygiene would be more likely to follow orders without question as the director there idolized Tsunade. There was also the fact that Zokusei already had a lot on their hands with research into genjutsu-inducing poisons, which were quite dangerous since typical means of genjutsu escape were useless. Tapping pen against the desk, Tsunade made up her mind. Shizune would be heading for Zokusei tomorrow or the day after. Glancing at the clock, she sighed, turning back to the paperwork on her desk. Even with that problem soon to be solved, she still had a lot to do. Konoha, October 10th. The weather was foul, the sky overcast, the ground muddied from previous nights of rain and the wind bitterly cold. Normally, this would be unusual weather for Konoha, but it fit the mood for those that lived within the walls of the village. Today was the day their greatest Hokage had died, the day they had nearly been eradicated. The day of Kyubi. October 10th was an infamous day that would never be forgotten, forever tainted by untold death and blood. It was a somber day, and every Konoha ninja observed the fallen in their own way. Such would never change. However, this day was unique after another fashion, though generally not discussed, shame and guilt the prime culprits. 16 years ago on the very day the Kyubi attacked, there had been a child born, the lone survivor of a barbaric sneak attack on the village that would follow. This child would mark the last time any child within Konoha would be born on October 10th, and his birth had never been celebrated. Uzumaki Naruto. Hero of Konoha. Shadow of the Beast. Anko sighed, eating her dango as quietly as possible, keeping a shrewd eye out for either Kakashi or Naruto. The shop around her, while never loud on the best of days, bordered now on silent as a graveyard. Konoha refused to stop operating, but everybody made it a point to be extra mindful of those lost to the Kyuubi and the surviving families. Mitarashi Anko felt the best way to truly remember those lost would be to act normal. Still, even she could be respectful of others' wishes, and with a whole village in such a funk she had no choice. Shaking her head, she finished her meal and sighed softly, disappointed that Naruto had not shown up. It would be forgiven. Today was his birthday, after all. He would most likely be trying to avoid public places. 12 years of instincts were hard to overcome, and he had a lot on his shoulders. Akatsuki, revealing the Kyuubi, a war, Hanabi. He hadn't spoken with her much lately, mostly due to her mission as a Kage-sei, but when he did he always seemed to have an extra shadow around in his eyes. Getting up while tossing her money on the table, the normally loud Kunoichi slipped out of the shop in silence, joining the small crowd in the street outside. Nobody spoke unless they had to, voices were subdued, but Anko still took pride in the fact that Konoha refused to stop functioning or retreat from their lives. Case in point was the present in the overcoat she wore, ordered and delivered this morning, for Naruto. Moving through the streets, Anko headed for the center of Konoha and the Hokage Tower. Despite the day and the fact that she wanted to see Naruto, Kakashi needed some attention. His sensei had died today. The yondaime had practically raised Kakashi after the death of Sakumo. Today would be difficult for him as well. Coming into view of the tower, she paused, noticing an unusual amount of umbu in the area. Not surprising, Konoha always seemed to step up umbu patrols around the tower on this day. Disregarding them, she continued on her trek, heading inside and up the steps before finally entering the office at the end of a rather long and familiar hallway. The chunin at the desk made an obvious effort to ignore her. The door guard actually closed his eyes and went taut in fear. Anko allowed a tiny grin at their reactions. It was nice to still inspire such terror after only one encounter. Entering the office of the Hokage, she paused, finding the massive desk covered with papers, occupied not by the Hokage, but Shizune. "Okay," Anko said, closing the door with an almost silent thump. Eyeing the startled woman, she felt uneasy at Kakashi's display of trust towards someone as low-ranking as Shizune. She might have been jealous, but that was beside the point. "Where's Kakashi, and what are you doing here?" "Anko?" Shizune said, recovering from her surprise as smoothly as she could. He asked Jiraiya-sama to fill in, but Tsunade-sama decided I should fill in for him." "Okay," Anko said, mollified enough to not turn the woman into a red smear on the carpet. "Kakashi is where then?" "Hokage-sama told Jiraiya-sama that he'd be out of the office all day, but other than that I don't know," Shizune said, shifting uncomfortably in the high leather chair she sat in. "Why'd you want to see him?" "You know, why are you pretending you don't have a crush on him?" Anko countered sourly, leaving the sputtering woman behind as she turned and walked out the door. Shaking her head, Anko sighed in annoyance at having to deal with Shizune so early in the morning. There was just something about Shizune, nothing Anko could define honestly, that pissed her off. Shaking it off, she made her way back down the stairs and to the street, knowing without a doubt where Kakashi would be. She knew of the only place the masked man would turn up, at least today. Moving through the semi-deserted streets, Anko almost winced at thinking about disturbing him, but he might need the company. Besides, she could be a little selfish, and seeing him now was important somehow. It took her even less time to reach the stretch of woods that were so special to Kakashi, where she had first trained Naruto and where the yondaime had first trained Kakashi. Despite the overcast and silvery light that filtered through the trees, the forest almost seemed to glow, and she marveled at it until she reached the edge of a clearing. Normally, she avoided this place, because of the marble stone located just ahead where the masked figure of Kakashi stood. In all of Konoha, this was the only place she dreaded going, and that cenotaph the only thing she feared. The names listed, she knew far too many for her comfort, because she had put them there under Orochimaru's command. Her original team would be listed, then a messenger next, maybe a gate guard. It all blurred together. Her mind would force her to remember each moment along with the silent guilt that would never truly fade. Shivering, Anko gathered her resolve and then crossed the clearing, focusing on Kakashi, absently wondering what still lay between them. And what never would. Coming to a stop beside him, both stood perfectly still, gazes fixed on the marble cenotaph. Anko felt disappointed as always at how smooth and perfect the letters were. They lacked the sheer torture of seeing those names and being the reason so many were present. Anko hated having to supply her own guilt, which she had to dredge her own battered conscience to remember. If only those immaculately straight letters could do it for her. "You didn't have to come," Kakashi finally said in almost a whisper. "I know, but I figured you could use the company." Anko responded in kind, eyes lingering on one of her earliest kills, shamed at still feeling a sick sense of pride from the memory. "Thanks," Kakashi said, not glancing away from a name toward the bottom. "Were you surprised?" "Well, to find Shizune there, yeah, but I'm not surprised you're here," Anko answered, gaze moving to another name she was responsible for. "Part of me did figure you would be busy staring at the Yandame's face today." "Anko, I've been the Godame Hokage for 3 years, Kakashi said after a protracted silence. "Every hour of the last 1095 days, all I've thought about is Sensei and the village. Today, I'm just Hatake Kakashi and all he wants to think about is Obito." "Don't blame you," Anko admitted, glancing at him. "I've never asked, but what exactly happened?" "I know he died on the mission and you got a Sharingan out of the whole affair. And that Rin eventually went way off the deep end." "I made a bad decision," Kakashi answered blandly. "Rin got captured during a fight and Obito wanted to save her. I argued and tried to tell him that the mission was more important at the time. He refused and went alone to save her. I came at the last minute and together we managed to save her." Anko waited. "Well, he saved her more. But he died and I got his eye." "Ah," Anko paused, glancing at him. "You should have knocked his ass out and done the mission. As a medical mean, she'd have been fine long enough for you to rescue her." "Like I said," Kakashi admitted with a small shrug. "I made a bad decision. Battlefields were all the same." The dead lay strewn about, blood seeping into the dirt and the stench of open bowels heavy in the air. Always there was a kind of silence that only came from violence, and a stillness over the world that seemed unnatural. Man perverting life. Eventually, the survivors would struggle to hold on to their threadbare tatters of life, breaking the stillness. This battlefield proved no different. Of the 2 4-man teams, only 3 people had survived the clash to live on in the hell of war. 2 were Oto Ninja, the captain Miura Ryota, a burly man with a starburst scar on his cheek, and a wisp of a woman called Nimi Tomiko, who had been a failed genin from Kumo. The 3rd survivor was unconscious and sprawled across the ground at Ryota's feet, but his features were unmistakably pale and refined. It had been a hard-fought battle for Ryota's team, but it had been essential to win and leave this Hyuga alive. "What now, Captain Miura?" Tomiko asked from the tree she was currently propped up against, treating her wounds. "First, I check something," the large man said as he knelt and removed the forehead protector. He grinned behind his tattered face mask, seeing the unmarred flesh of the captive's forehead. Not a branch member. This meant his ambitions could be realized, that his near-suicidal attack on the Konoha ninja had not been in vain. "Well?" Tomiko asked impatiently, masking her pain with annoyance. "This is exactly what we needed," Ryota said, scooping the prone form up even as his ribs twinged in pain. A coughing fit seized him, but he shook it off and walked over to the still-seated woman and offered her his hand. "Come on. The sooner we give this to Kabuto-sama, the sooner we get promoted." "Promoted?" Tomiko asked, grimacing as she let him pull her up. She swayed, stumbled, but managed to stay upright even though she dry-heaved and nearly toppled over. "Kabuto-sama told me and a few others that they were recruiting for 3 people to re-establish an elite group, the Otogekure no Shinobi Yananshu," Ryota explained, his back protesting the act of standing and carrying the Hyuga. The only way to gain entry into that group was to capture a main branch Hyuga and bring him or her back. "Why?" Tomiko asked, stumbling alongside him, hand-seeking trees for balance. I don't have a clue, he admitted. Don't care either. We got this one, we turn him in, we get promoted, which means less grunt work and an easier life. Ah, and you're letting me get promoted with you, why exactly? Because, Ryota said, staring at her appraisingly, you killed that one bitch and damn near died with me. I wouldn't trust anyone else. Tomiko smiled shallowly through her pain. And I think we're going to need people we can trust when we get promoted. So, someone survived? At the sound of the voice, Karen froze out of instinctual terror. How old are you? The voice asked, as a pale face loomed out of the darkness, its yellow eyes gazing at her. Far too young to be on your own, yes? Karen could only stare, unable to grasp what the man was saying. She didn't think he was bad. Not like the others, the ones that came before, the ones that she had ran and hid from. Not bad, maybe, but scary. Powerful. When he reached out in the familiar gesture of her father, she crawled forward cautiously. He swept her up, cradling her close, offering comfort and safety, and she clung tightly to him, refusing to let go lest he disappear. It's okay, he whispered, hissed, and she tensed slightly. I'm going to take good care of you. Karen woke up with a start, and then winced at the pain coursing through her body. Closing her eyes, she focused on her breathing, allowing her body to adjust to the pain. Once it had faded to acceptable levels, Karen opened her eyes once more to examine her surroundings. A spare bed. A featureless room in the darkness. All was blurry. Where the hell am I? Karen couldn't recall much after the initial battle, but a nagging unease lurked at the edges of her memory. She grunted as her head swam, struggling to concentrate. She needed to remember, but her mind was slippery and shaky, but the reason simply drifted away every time she attempted to drag her memories for what was bothering her. Anger. She remembered that much. With a low moan, she put an arm over her eyes, ignoring the brief flare of pain that followed. A minute later, a door opening, and without thinking she used her Kagura Shingon to follow the movements of the person that entered. From the chakra, the person was a doctor, which put her at ease. What the hell happened? You were in a fight with a Konoha ninja, the doctor said, and she shifted her arm to stare at the youngish-looking man. Probably a year or two older than her. He belonged to Odo, if the symbol on his jacket was real. The man stared, warily adding, he blew you through a storefront window. Ah, right, Karen said, scowling. She couldn't remember any details about the fight, and that key memory kept dancing just out of reach. Who? Uzumaki, that bastard. Karen shouted, jerking upright, but her body seized and she collapsed from the pain. The doctor was there in a heartbeat, hands glowing to ease the pain and the muscle spasms that were racking her frame. But that cursed family name had been enough to trigger her memory. Uzumaki Naruto, that damn bastard. The son of the yondaime and of her bitch of a mother Kushina, her brother. Despite the trauma of her body, she felt no pain. Karen swore to get her revenge on them. It didn't matter how long it would take, or what she would have to do, but she was determined to make her brother suffer so badly that he would beg her for death. Tenten quietly cleaned off the leaves that had blown over the plain stones of her family's grave markers. The weapons mistress, head of the Konoha military police, sighed as she put her broom aside and set about cleaning them. Admittedly, she felt a little ashamed for visiting only once a year, but she just couldn't find the time to come more often. From the looks of things, she'd be the only one this year. Not surprising. The rest of her family were less than mindful about dead relatives, something Tenten worried others would imitate until she glanced around the cemetery. She could see others moving silently through the stones, tending to their family plots, making the offerings. Turning back with a sigh, she carefully arranged the flowers she had brought and then lit the incense stick. Sitting back on her haunches, the young woman studied the grave for a long moment, drifting in thought. 16 years ago, a massive beast known as the Kyubi had assaulted Konoha, and only through the sacrifice of their greatest Hokage had it been defeated. It was a day of eternal mourning that would never fade, yet Tenten felt more despair over the loss of Niji. She couldn't accept that he would just up and disappear. Even if he didn't love his wife or child, he would not abandon them. Or her. Her friends in Unity said they had heard nothing either, and that they were just as baffled. Tenten chewed her bottom lip, feeling there was something important concerning Niji that she was overlooking. She couldn't pin the thought down. She tried to shake the nagging thought of, feeling unbearably guilty for thinking about him when she should be remembering those lost to the QB. Then again, what did it really matter? The dead were dead, and remembering them didn't change that. Besides, she personally didn't know anyone that had died that day. Tenten had only been a year old when the beast had attacked, so what could she feel outside of the communal loss that the event created? Shaking her head, the young woman stood. With a silent nod, she left her family graves and started the trek back to the village. Glancing left, she saw at the opposite end the grave sites for the major and minor clans of Konoha, though those blessed with advanced bloodlines were not present. It would just be too risky to leave even the ashes of such blessed people, inviting grave robbing even if their bodies were unusable. Shaking her head, Tenten continued on her way, passing large statues and elegant tombs as he made her way to the center of the graveyard. She would visit the Hokage Memorial to pay her respects to the most powerful ninjas who had lived, who had given their lives to protect the village and the ideals for which it stood. Following the careworn path that took the shape of a leaf, Tenten came up short as she saw someone already there. He stood just ahead of her, his frame covered with a black and orange outfit and his wild blonde hair moving in the slight breeze. It shouldn't have been surprising to see him there, but for some indescribable reason it was. He shifted uncomfortably before the stylized flame of the memorial, and Tenten wondered why. Out of everyone in the village, this young man should have felt the most natural standing before such a monument. Even Tenten knew that. Yet there stood Uzumaki Naruto, silent and shifting his weight like a child before an angry schoolmaster. I'm not one to visit, you know, Naruto said, his voice just barely reaching her. Even when I found out, I didn't visit. Meh, not that you care being dead and all, but... He paused and reaching up, scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, but you know, this is just awkward. Anyway, I want you to know I'm doing the best that I can and I will be Hokage. And... If you can, could you tell me if you and Mom got busy and had a daughter? I asked Eros and Nin and Masked Perv, but they both said I was an only child, but that Karen chick knew your name and she said Kushina was her mom. Tenten blinked rapidly, processing what she had heard. Key phrases jumped out at her and she quickly made the connection, a connection she confirmed by snapping her head up and around to stare at the fourth face on the mountain over the village. Looking back, Tenten could only stare in muted awe as the sheer vastness of the knowledge she now possessed flooded through her. Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the Yondaime. His body stiffened and he turned quickly, but Tenten had moved as silently as any jonin and hid herself behind a nearby statue. Heart hammering in her chest, the weapons expert dearly wished to move, but held perfectly still. If he found her, there was no telling how he would react, and she wanted to avoid a scene in the graveyard. I guess I'm going to go, Naruto said after a moment, his voice pensive. I forgive you. I don't agree with what you did, but I understand. Tenten waited another minute and breathed easier as the silence lengthened, finally peeking around the statue. She searched for any sign of him. Finding none, she let out a deep breath she had been holding. Then her mind locked onto the last thing he had said. What had Naruto meant by that? What had the Yondaime done that Naruto had not agreed with? What do you know that we don't, Naruto? Tenten murmured, gaze distant. Stepping out of the shower, Ino wrapped her hair up in a towel and sighed. Was there anything like a hot shower to make a girl feel better? Ino didn't think so, nor did her mom, who had sent her straight upstairs after coming home from early morning training with her team. Ino paused in front of the partially fogged-up mirror, studying her features carefully before grinning. Letting her hair down, Ino grabbed the blow-dryer and brush, tending to her wonderful golden locks and vaguely remembering of when she had been younger and spent hours on it. back then, she'd had more hair than any ninja should. Now, she was happy to have it cut short so that it just barely touched her shoulder, not that she took less care of it. Finishing, she casually pulled her hair back into a single ponytail. Satisfied, Ino turned her attention toward other concerns, namely that of makeup, but decided against it. Day off or not, Ino rarely indulged in beauty supplies, with the only obvious sign of female vanity were the tubes of lipstick and chapstick in a wide variety of flavors and shades. Nimble fingers brushed across the various items, her mind thoughtful about which to wear, then selected a darker color. She studied it for a moment, then set it down and selected another one, strawberry, this time. Applying it expertly, pleased at the faint tinge of pink it left behind, she smiled, then blew her reflection a kiss and winked. Satisfied, she grabbed her robe and dropping her dirty clothes into the hamper before leaving the bathroom. After that it took her even less time to slip into her comfortable casual clothes, a loose light blue shirt and gray pants. Unlike others who preferred running around in their work clothes, Ino fell into the small group that liked being comfortable when they could, or maybe just less noticeable. She moved quickly across the room and grabbed her purse, Miko-chan, before bounding out of her room and down the stairs. Reaching the ground floor, she paused, listening for her parents, and then headed for the kitchen, slightly hopeful at being able to escape before being put to work. This hope was dashed when she entered the kitchen and found her mom casually dicing up a nameless vegetable at the counter and humming, not that she could have gotten anywhere considering the woman's unusually keen hearing. "Hi Mom." "Oh, out of the shower already?" her mom asked, turning to smile at her. "Normally you take an hour." "Only in the mornings," Ino responded, moving toward the fridge, as from there it would be a quick dash to the back door. "Besides, I gotta go out for a bit." "Oh? I thought you'd stay home tonight," her mom said, the knife pausing in mid-chop. "You know how we worry, and this is." "Yeah, I know," Ino said, feeling a pang of guilt and annoyance. All her life growing up, her parents had refused to let her go out of their sight on this day. When she had gotten old enough to ask why, her father had explained that the Yamanaka family had lost a great many people, some of the truly gifted, and a sort of irrational fear bound the surviving family members. "Honey, I know we're not very rational about this, but..." Her mom started to protest until Ino cut her off. "I can't stay, Mom. Today isn't just a day of Kyubi," Ino said, pausing and glancing away. "It's Naruto's birthday." "Oh," her mom said, her voice wavering, I had forgotten. "I'm going out, so I can get him something to surprise him," Ino explained, a tiny grin forming. "I'll be home tonight. I promise I won't sleep over." "Well, why not?" her mom asked, sounding amused, shooting Ino a knowing look. "For any guy, that would be a great birthday present." "Mom!" Ino shouted, feeling her entire face turn red. "It's not like that. We're not like that. Just friends." "Whatever you say, dear," her mom said dismissively, turning back to her cooking. "Have foo." "Well, be careful, promise?" "I will," Ino said quickly and then hurried out the door, trying to banish her infernal blush. She was 3 blocks away before the urge to dunk her head in water finally subsided. Cammy, what had her mom been thinking implying something like that? Not that Ino would mind if they were dating, but they weren't. And at the rate she was going, they never would. Yes, her skills in the ensnaring males department were rusty, but she had been sending strong signals all morning and Naruto had yet to pick up a single one. It was almost embarrassing how clueless he acted and, even worse, both Hanabi and Nisei picked them up and knew her plight. Tonight would be different. She'd get him a wonderful present and he'd be so overcome with emotions that he'd just have to do something. Ino would strike then, when he was at his most vulnerable, and once she got her hooks in him, that'd be the end of it. Grinning, she felt a moment of triumph, before remembering the one problem with her plan. Ino didn't have a present, nor could she think of spectacular enough to create such an opening. That was all it would take. Just one measly little opening. Clothes were out, Naruto would have more than his fair share of orange. She shuddered involuntarily. Besides, he was a guy with little appreciation for clothes. Nothing risque. Her face burned at the mere thought. While that might serve a purpose at a much later date, right now it would only lead to awkwardness. Cologne was out. In all honesty, Ino preferred nature scents, like the smell of a clean sweat and potting soil that Naruto exuded at the end of a hard day of work. She didn't want to cover that up with some cloying, stuffy cologne. Ramen was too obvious. Jutsu scrolls were overrated, and it wasn't like Naruto needed any more jutsu to show her up with. This had to be something special. Ino had no idea what that would be, and even less inspiration. Briefly, she considered weapons, but discarded that option. Naruto had never shown a proclivity for weapons. Had always preferred using his bare hands and his wits, and maybe a trusty kunai. Reminded her of Anko. She scowled and kept walking, gazing in the show windows, eyes roaming from item to item and rejecting each with annoyance. A picture of his family? No, he undoubtedly had one by now. Hell, his dad's portrait was engraved a mile high on a mountainside. He liked to drink, and sake could be special. No, no, no. Naruto preferred the cheap stuff, and this could not be cheap. Furniture or mundane appliances were obviously not an option. What she needed was the perfect gift. She walked the streets, entered countless shops and browsed item after item, yet, there was nothing remotely suited to a man with a hero's status and a commoner's tastes. Ino was beginning to understand why they only celebrated a birthday every 10 years. This was an impossible task. What in the world could she get him that he would not only appreciate, but would allow her to move their relationship to the next level? Growing more despondent with each shop, Ino entered the last store in the row with little expectations. The shelves of the shop bowed beneath the weight of a myriad of trinkets, wooden marionettes, fluted glass, steel contraptions, some looking like tools for war and others more suited for parlor tricks. It wasn't a very big shop, but there was enough of a selection that Ino didn't immediately turn and leave, and she moved quietly along a display case of older books. The prices were high, and though she could afford them, they put a painful dent in her Nico-chan. Price was no object here. The issue was how suitable a gift she could find for her friend and soon-to-be love interest. She paused, staring at the semi-faded lettering on the spine of the books, proclaiming such titles as Foxhound, Happiness, Tears and War, Kiss and Yell and Well of Shadows. The title seemed to fit his personality, at least partially, but would Naruto truly appreciate such books? Studying from an armchair just wasn't his style, Ino knew that much, so she wouldn't leave this important decision to such chance. Turning away, she drifted toward a clothing rack, where she found several different versions of the knee-length haori of which the yondaime had been fond. Tempting, Ino would admit, but there were no bright or orange colors, and she wasn't about to waste her money. Her fingers trailed over the silk fabric absently, even as her blue eyes scanned the rest of the shop to decipher her next destination. Moving away, she drifted down the aisle of the silent shop, eyes playing hopscotch with countless gift rejects. Then, tucked away in a far corner like a misplaced and abandoned thought, she saw a tome. It wasn't that big, maybe the length of a large book and the height of a fist, with a stylized, tulip-shaped flame forked into 3 tongues, with a spiral at the base. A sense of familiarity arose, followed by a vague memory. That symbol belonged to the yondaime. "Oh, miss?" A voice queried from the left. Ino glanced at the older gentleman moving toward her, noting the glasses sitting on top of his head, and the easy smile he wore. Ino knew that sort of smile. This man was the sort that could charm the panties off if he put his mind to it. "I have got to get that bell fixed. I didn't know anyone was in here till I walked by," the owner said apologetically. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Where'd you get this?" Ino asked, turning back to the item that had captured her attention. "Oh, that," he replied, reaching her side. "Nice piece, that one. My son bought it off this street vendor a few years back. Just some garbage diver who said he found it behind a warehouse." "You mean, he stole it after the yondaime killed the Kyuubi," Ino said, flatly, a flare of anger spiking at such a thought. It wasn't that someone had stolen from the village's history, but that the person had stolen something that belonged to Naruto. Well, perhaps normally that would be true. After that fight, much of Konoha was in ruins, the man said politely, though his tone was more strained. My family hails from Taki no Kuni, and we moved here after it happened. From what I hear, entire homes were destroyed, so it's very possible he did simple find this. How much? Ino asked curtly, not bothering to respond. This was beyond her trying to ensnare Naruto. Now it was about giving him something that he should have had years ago. Well, I never even thought to price it. It has just been sitting here for the last 6 years, the man said with a shrug. If you want to come back after I give it a more thorough X here, she said, handing the man most of the money in her purse, never taking her eyes off her prize. There's 500 ryu. That enough? Why yes. The man said, startled, taking the purse. I take it that you know something I don't? Oh yes, Ino said, picking it up carefully, giving the man a barbed grin. You could say that. The main difference between training with a team and training one-on-one was the amount of frustration. When Hanabi trained with Naruto, though she was tired, sore, and plagued by evil incarnate, ultimately, she was satisfied. She didn't know if this was an indication that she should seek professional help, but she enjoyed the challenge of his extreme training and treasured the ability to discuss a technique immediately with her sensei. With a team, the frustration was endless. There was no time to discuss anything. The exercises revolved around responding in unison and knowing how your teammates would react to different situations. Learning each other's weaknesses and strengths, and then integrating those things together. There was sparring, of course, but never did you take time to understand anything. You never, honestly, learned a tenth of what you would have otherwise. Hanabi always left her team training sessions feeling cheated. It had been worse today, since the training session had been cut short when Naruto announced he didn't think they'd get much more done today. Hanabi understood, with what she knew of his family now, but it had been annoying. He'd immediately departed after that, Nisei had done the same, and after an unproductive attempt at getting Ino to teach her a ninjutsu, Hanabi had been left alone. Undoubtedly, Naruto would teach her something later today, he always taught her something extra. Still, cutting training short meant Naruto was troubled. From what little Ino had said before leaving, Hanabi gathered that Naruto's attitude was not from the death of his father. There had to be more to it. Unenlightened and disgruntled, Hanabi reluctantly returned home, still wondering about Naruto, though Konohamaru was at the forefront of her mind. The boy had been avoiding her lately. He'd catch sight of her and flee as if an Oni were after him. If Naruto happened to be with her, the boy would scream as he fled. Naruto would always protest his innocence. Hanabi did not believe for 1 minute that Naruto was innocent, but she couldn't bring herself to be angry with him. Slightly annoyed that he would get involved with her personal life, but accepting that he would do as he pleased. Naruto was nothing if not uncontrollable. After a quick bath and a short nap, she'd set out on the trip to her favorite Wiro stand, only to find the small shop closing up early. Endo kindly let her in to buy her food, where she now stood before the large glass display case. Eyes drifting across the various food items, she spotted her beloved treat and ordered as much as she dared. You must be hungry today. No, but you're closing and I will undoubtedly be hungry later tonight, Hanabi said with an open grin, before glancing around the deserted shop. I know today is day of Kyubi, but this is a bit empty. It's always the same this time of year, not that I can blame them. I'm a small shop, in an area that has a lot of bad history. The Uchiha massacre, Hanabi said, taking the offered sweets. The Kyubi, the surprise attack later, the Chunin fiasco of 3 years ago, Konoha seems to have a lot of bad history. I know, Endo said with a nod. So, how's Uzumaki-san doing? Today must be especially hard for him, but I suppose as ninja you rarely notice birthdays, huh? What do you mean? Hanabi asked, on guard. For a moment, she'd thought Endo knew of the Yondaime-Naruto connection, but this was something different, something about a birthday that would bother her sensei. You don't. Endo sighed, scratching his head. 16 years ago today, your sensei was born. Since then, he's been the last child to be born on this day in Konoha, but as far as I know he's never celebrated a birthday. Naruto was born on day of Kyubi? Hanabi managed, voice weak as the knowledge hammered home. No wonder he seemed so strange today. Well, stranger. Today was not just the death of his father, but also the day he was born. Today, when so many mourned their lost family and friends, Naruto alone suffered the ignoble fate of entering into the world. Yeah, he had it kind of rough, as I remember. None of us were too kind to him, Endo admitted, looking away, fingers twitching with discomfort. We saw a lot of pain. He was a living embodiment of our greatest tragedies. Suddenly, I'm not hungry, Hanabi said coolly, setting the sweets on the counter. Endo blinked, then handed her back the money and watched as she silently walked out. Once in the street, Hanabi had to take several deep breaths to keep from exploding or from going back to Endo's shop and doing something rash. How could they do that to Naruto, the one who suffered most? Today was not their day to mourn. It was his. He had lost his entire family the same day he was born. He had grown up an orphan, shunned his whole life by an entire village on his birthday. It was criminal. The rational part of her tried to argue that they wouldn't have shunned him if they had known of the Yondaime-Naruto connection, but Hanabi's righteous fury on the part of her adopted family would not be silenced. Ignorance was no excuse. Naruto had been a lonely, innocent child. Hanabi had to do something, anything, to right this slight against someone so important to her. If he had never celebrated a birthday, then he had never received a present. Hanabi nodded at the thought and promptly set out with strong, confident strides to find something suitable. She was not sure what exactly that would be. Thankfully, she didn't have to spend too much time trying to figure it out. Passing in front a store, she paused, attention caught by the shirt on display. Approaching the store front, she studied the item through the window. It was a dark orange, long-sleeved shirt with a black collar and a black dragon stretching from the left side to the opposite shoulder. While she had never liked her sensei's color choice, this was perfect. She blanched when the clerk told her the price. That was nearly all the money she had saved up. She chewed her bottom lip and then sighed. It was for Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto was a creative person, outspoken, obnoxious even, stubborn beyond words. He was also utterly defeated, not by an enemy ninja, but by a simple wooden door. This unremarkable door led to a storage room that, so far, had resisted all of his attempts at entry. The Yondaime had been an unequaled sealing fiend. Naruto was only a novice, which Jiraiya claimed made him an expert in Konoha, but he had tried every conceivable way of breaking the seals on the storage room. When those all failed, he fell back on his preferred method: brute strength. He had created the most powerful Rasengan he dared and slammed at full force against the door. Instead of the expected shattering and tearing, the Rasengan merely dissipated on contact. All that chakra just gone, faster than a blink, and Naruto was left staring in annoyed awe at the damned door. Eventually, he conceded defeat, for the moment at least, and retreated to his couch where an open manuscript sat on the table. Picking it up, he flopped onto the couch with a groan and resumed reading his father's journal, which ranged over a wide variety of subjects. He had only found the legacy of his father because he had wanted to hide his world map and the few original drafts of the Ika Ika novel he had started writing. Naruto immediately discarded his other tasks upon discovery of the manuscript and had spent his free time reading it. He'd heard bits and pieces of things over the years about what his father had said or thought on certain subjects, but this was different. These were his unedited thoughts and reflections, his viewpoints on politics, jutsu tips, though Naruto found himself disagreeing as much as agreeing with the man. Currently, and much to Naruto's discomfort, his father had started talking about Jinchuriki. The nature of Jinchuriki is that of unnaturalness. Humans are not meant to contain such things, nor to control such biju. To make a human into a Jinchuriki goes against the tenets of creation, and nothing good can ever arise from such a state. The possession and control of Biju perpetuates an unending cycle of hate and fear, of death and despair. It is reflected even in the term Jinchuriki, which dehumanizes the child sacrificed for the greed of their village. It will drown all in the thirst for power. The act of binding a demon to human form should be forever banned. Naruto paused, considering those words, how eerily similar some were to his own feelings. How ironic that a man who had gone out of his way to erase the methods from Konoha's repertoire of jutsu, saved the village by creating the very thing he loathed. Naruto tossed the manuscript aside and sat up, trying to balance the thoughts and emotions tumbling inside him. He was disturbed by a heavy knock on his door, and he glanced at his clock curiously. It wasn't too late, but the people that knew where he lived were limited. Getting up, he crossed the living room and opened the door to reveal Yamanaka Ino. She was grinning and bearing, of all things, a glossy, wrapped gift. Ino-chan? Naruto, Ino said, flashing him a smile that made him feel nervous, but in a good way. After another moment, she raised an eyebrow, head tilting slightly. Well, are you going to invite me in, or do I gotta stand here all night? Huh? Oh, yeah, come on in, Naruto said, stepping aside for her and then closing the door. He led her into the living room. So, what brings you by? Well, this actually, Ino said, turning to face him and holding out the present. It's your birthday and I wanted to, return the favor. Oh, you didn't have to, Naruto said, feeling his cheek heat up as he took the present. It seemed about the size of the book he'd just been reading, but thicker and harder. Without further ado, he unwrapped the present. With wrapping paper pooling around his feet, he curiously studied the small box in his hands, eyes focusing on the stylized, tulip-shaped flame forked into 3 tongues with a spiral at the base. Well? Do you like it? I found it in this shop, but that's the Yondame's signature symbol, right? Ino asked, moving to stand closer, studying him and the box, her voice sounding oddly expectant. Yeah, Naruto said softly, using a finger to touch the flame on the lid of the box. There was a flare of chakra, which made Naruto drop the box in surprise and watch in awe as the box morphed itself into a puzzle box in its descent, hitting the ground with a wooden thud. He hesitated, sharing a look with a startled Ino, and then stooping over, picked it up. What the hell? That's what I'm saying, 'cause it didn't react like that to me in the shop. Ino said, taking the box, and then handed it back with a frown. Huh, what do you think? Not sure, Naruto muttered, fingers absently sliding the wooden pieces around before he stopped and just stared at the box silently. At first, he had felt curious, then startled and annoyed. Now for some reason, he felt anxious at the realization of what this box meant. These were given to children as toys, and the way it had reacted to him meant. His dad had meant it for him. It, unlike other items, provided a unique and powerful connection to his birth family. Not the manuscripts, not the stories he heard from others or the various items he found. This was special. His parents had loved him and wanted him to be happy. Naruto was holding the childhood he had missed in his hands. Hey, you okay? Ino asked, reaching out to touch his hands. Warm, kind, soft fingers. He looked up at that beautiful face and he hugged her. Tight. Thank you, Naruto whispered, squeezing her as he felt her arms wrap around him. His parents would never replace the family he had now, the one he had carved for himself, but it was just as precious to him. He'd treasure this puzzle box, just as much as he had treasured the gifts Anko and Irika had given him when he had been younger. They promptly jerked apart as the door banged open and Anko came striding in, carrying bottles of sake, followed by Kakashi, who seemed very unsure of his presence. The Hokage looked tragically domestic carrying an orange and chocolate cake. Anko paused just inside the house and beamed at Naruto in the way only she could manage. So, I see we're not the only ones wanting to celebrate? Her leer was worthy of Jiraiya. Don't you know you're supposed to knock, you psycho? Naruto grinned at the woman, putting the puzzle box on the coffee table. Anko handed off her bottles of sake to an annoyed-looking Ino. Bah, knocking is for losers, she said, putting an arm around his neck and pulling him tight against her side while offering up her own present. Here you go, runt, to celebrate surviving this long. Thanks, Naruto said, chuckling as the semi-drunk Anko moved off to bug Kakashi, who nodded at Naruto in a companionable suffering. Naruto felt a moment of pity, but then turned back to his present, which turned out to be a pair of trench knives. Flawlessly balanced, artistic, high-quality trench knives. Oi, Anko, there's something special about these things? Of course, the woman said, re-entering the living room. You can grind wind chakra together, right? Well, you do that with those, and they become wicked sharp. Badass, ain't they? I love 'em, Naruto said, twirling them thoughtful while trying to get a feel for them. His play was further confounded when Jiraiya turned up, with a highly bewildered Hanabi in tow. Both offered their presents, which he gratefully accepted, from the former a scroll holder, with a scroll of family techniques, and from the latter an orange and black shirt with a black dragon. After much thanking and putting the shirt on, which caused Hanabi to smile and Ino to blush, the small group got down to the serious and loud business of celebrating his birthday. All in all, by the time the night was over, during which time they discovered Hanabi to be a meme drunk, and everyone left him to his own devices, Naruto felt that it had been the best birthday ever. The last thing he did before going to bed, despite his blurred vision from staying up so late, was try to solve that puzzle box. He failed. Sure was nice to have family. And oh make I can't stay, Mom, today isn't just day of Kyubi, Ino said, then, pausing, glanced away. It's Naruto's birthday. Oh, her mom said, her voice wavering. I had forgotten. So I'm going to go out, I need to get him something, and then I'll surprise him, Ino explained, a tiny grin forming. I'll be home tonight. I promise I won't sleep over. Well, why not? Her mom asked, sounding amused, shooting Ino a knowing look. For any guy that would be a great birthday present. What? No. Why would you even? Ino shouted, feeling as if her entire face had turned red. He's a guy, her mom interrupted with a smirk. He'd appreciate it more than anything you buy him. Besides, you need to do something about your attitude. Attitude? What attitude? Ino screeched, furious. Well, no offense dear, but you've kinda been a bitch lately. Getting laid might just do the trick. I'm not hearing this, Ino muttered, staring at her mom in disbelief. No way could her mother be telling Ino to sleep with a guy. Oh come on, you don't need to act so shy. Besides, her mom said, giving her a sly look, I've seen the looks you've been giving him after your birthday. MOM. Ino screeched, horrified that this conversation was still going on. I'm also getting annoyed waiting on grandchildren. I'm not going to sleep with Naruto. Sleep? Who said anything about sleeping? Her mom offered with a salacious grin that made Ino want to die. Fortunately, further conversation was curtailed as both women noticed Inoichi, who had just entered the kitchen, humming loudly with his hands firmly clamped over his ears. Turning abruptly, the man walked out of the kitchen, his wife on his heels. It's an option, honey. There certainly are worse people to have as a son-in-law than him. He's a hero, and... I'm not listening. La 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 la. Inoichi shouted over his shoulders, leading his wife further away, and Ino, with a thankful prayer to the kami, quickly escaped out the back door. Her face, unsurprisingly, was a bright red that one could not fail to notice. Chapter 19, Kaze no Kuni. The village of Sapporo was an unremarkable place, small and quiet, lacking the luster that one would typically expect for such an important village. Sapporo was an isolated waypoint, right off the solitary path that led through the arid mountains on the southern side of the Kawara River. Due to its unique location, it held the dubious position of being the most direct route to Kazumuki, the capital at the heart of Kaze no Kuni. Though not necessarily a river village, one could faintly see the silver strip of water from the top of the tallest building. Strategically, it was a very important village, though economically it was less than prominent. Located as it was, so far from the river and isolated from a larger oasis, the village was a shell of what one expected. For General Furaniki, that fact was a blessing for which he could not be thankful enough. He had earned his rank through surviving his fair share of battles, but he was no great warrior or strategist. Nor was he entirely convinced that he could keep these men, a token force of only 800, loyal to him if they were forced to battle. Due to the assignment, it had been a foregone conclusion that battle would never happen here. In theory, the enemy would attempt to enter the country far to the northeast. There was an entire stretch of Kawara River where no mountains existed, where an enemy force could move vast numbers across the river and sweep east to capture the villages, and from there continue south toward the capital. No one would bother taking Sapporo even as the more direct route, because there was no way of secretly crossing the river with the forces that it would take to capture the city, and it would be assumed the city would be well guarded. Furin understood this, but still, one did not become general in Kaze no Kuni by accident. His men trained dutifully, if not willingly, he kept scouts out and he always had archers in their positions. He would not be caught unprepared if he could help it, and if he would have the fewest possible civilian casualties on his conscience. Currently, he was eating a private dinner, as was his habit. This was not out of conceit or arrogance, but for two very simple facts. First, he had realized a long time ago that the men needed a chance to relax without someone in authority listening. Second, he had never learned how to use the chopsticks so prolific and cherished in samurai culture. So, he ate alone. No maids to serve him, no loyal hanger-ons, he ate in private using his fingers as an uneducated person might, glad for this moment of privacy where he could relax. After dinner, he would draft a letter to his wife, who was visiting her sister in the capital while he was in the field, about the separation she had requested. Then he'd probably turn in for the night and futilely attempt sleep. There was just something about being so isolated that he found both comforting and disconcerting. He was from a larger city where there was always someone nearby. He had grown up like that, packed together like rats, total strangers pressing against him or bumping into him, and nobody apologizing because all were guilty of getting in everyone's way. No wonder he had moved to the rural village where he met his wife, Komoriuta, who had recently become obsessed with forcing him to be more ambitious. He blamed the woman's sister, who was the wife of a bunji, and constantly rubbed it in his wife's face. It drove his wife crazy that he had no aspiration for fame or fortune, and instead did things at his own pace. Things had finally come to a head when the war with Tsuchi had broken out. Komoriuta had tried to force him into taking a more important assignment, but Furin had been quite happy with such an unnoticeable assignment of guarding the pass between the mountains. Enraged, she had left to visit her sister and asked for a temporary separation, though it was likely the first step toward divorce. The general scowled at the table and the innocuous letter, and then resumed eating with a sigh, leaving his thoughts on the matter for after dinner. Maybe he would blow her letter off and sleep first. It seemed like a good idea, his eyes drooping lower and his stomach satiated. He was just considering cutting dinner short when an urgent knock at his door brought him back to alert. Scowling, he cleared the evidence of his eating habits and called for the person to enter, wondering what could be so pressing that someone would interrupt his dinner. The door opened with a sharp bang as the messenger entered, his hair disarrayed and a wild look in his eyes. "My lord." "Calm yourself," Furin said, studying the breathless man. "What's the matter?" "Tsuchi samurai," the man said quickly. "Our scouts have reported spotting them crossing the Kawara." "Crossing the..." The general started and sprang to his feet, mind racing as he hurried toward the door. "How many?" 3,000 is our best guess, the samurai said, hurrying after him. "They'll be here a little after dawn." "Damn it," Furin said, banging his fist against his thigh in frustration. It would figure they would attack him head-on, just the sort of luck he'd had all his life. The general had no delusions Sapporo would fall. They would take as many enemy lives in return as he could manage. Gathering his nerve, he addressed his messenger with all the authority he possessed. "I want you to find Garoda, Harima, and Suo. Tell them to meet me here immediately, and speech to no one else. Once you've contacted them, go to the messenger birdhouse and get 3 ready, 1 for the capital, 1 for Suna, and 1 for Sakata. Then wait. I'll be there shortly." "Yes." Alone, the general ran a hand over the stubble on his cheek. Shrugging, he returned to his meal and quaffed his water quickly before summoning servants to remove the leftovers. Before long, dinner was replaced by his small war council, who arranged themselves around the small table to face him. I assume you're all aware of what we face, Furin said, spreading the local map across the table as he received the various conformations. We expect them here by dawn. Our scouts believe they'll be 3,000 strong. Are we going to fall back? Garoda, the youngest, asked, his nervousness evident. No, Furin said, shaking his head and tracing the path with his finger. Their numbers are impressive, but the pass will work against them. It's only wide enough to march 3 men abreast. By placing our best archers at key points in ambush position, they can cut down those numbers before our enemies realize they are under fire. Furin-sama, surely you can't expect to defeat that many Tsuchi samurai with only 800 men? Harima, his second in command, murmured in disbelief. Sheer madness. We won't be just 800, Harima-san, Furin explained patiently, though a touch annoyed at his blatant lack of faith. While you 3 see to other tasks that I shall set, I will send 3 letters and each should reach their intended destinations in a few hours. What good are letters? Garoda groaned as if defeated already. They'll get us reinforcements from the daimyo and ninja from Suna. The last one will have the most immediate effect, as it is traveling to Zataki-san. I served with him. He'll have his kokujin here by dawn. With that, we'll have at least 1,000 men. Still, we are outnumbered 3-1. We have advantages, though we may ultimately lose the village, Furin explained, returning to the map. As I said, the pass is narrow and that'll initially limit the number of men our forces will have to engage. Our archers will ambush them in the pass, and their primary goal will be to remove as many of their archers and any spearmen they can. What of our spearmen? Suo asked, studying the map intently. They'll provide cover as our archers pull back. Then they'll retreat as well. With the pass and the dead bodies, the Tsuchi should have a hard time pursuing. In the meantime, our forces will have returned to the fortified village. Archers take up key points in any tall building, taking out more as they attack, perhaps using flame arrows once the village is forfeit. Furin paused to meet his men's gaze. At their hopeful stares, he continued quickly, don't assume this will win the day. Despite our attacks, their numbers might still enable them to sweep into the village, especially if we receive no reinforcements from the daimyo. So once they enter the village, it's all over? Suo asked sourly, his eyes hooded. Not quite. We'll have dozens of strong points that can hold out for extended periods of time, as well as false ones to confuse the enemy. Intersections will be the key to our defense. Our infantry will lure the enemy to these intersections, where they'll be ambushed by our spearmen and archers. I see, and then what? Garoda asked, his tone less than enthusiastic. Ultimately, we fall back one last time. Tsuchi will pour into the village after our men, but by then the Suna ninja will arrive. Once we've got our men clear, or as many as we can, we destroy the village and seal the pass. At the very least, this should slow their progress even further. By the time they finally do reach the other side, we'll have an unstoppable force there to give them a warm welcome to Fire Country. That's better conceived than most plans, Harima said grudgingly. I wish all our generals could remain as calm as you in a crisis. Just years of experience, Furin finished unenthusiastically, tapping the map with an idle finger. I've been in far too many losing battles. The desert talked to him, whispered soothingly to him, an odd discord to the way his mother addressed him. The brushing of sand was like the sigh of a lover, the coolness of night a comfort against the blood fever that burned within him. The forlorn sigh of wind as it waltzed among the bone-dry plants and animals, the unrelenting sun beating down on the hills of white, coral and camel. The desert was his home, his womb, more than the village that caged him had ever been. This connection had deepened, without his notice or effort, over the years. He and the desert were almost a single entity. Every life that touched the sand was privy to his attention. He had no words to express what this felt like, no desire to give name to the constant sensation, but still he reveled in the knowledge of his belonging. Nothing could surprise him, not the scorpion as it crawled toward a sleeping Temari, or the snake that slithered near the medic of his team, or the Iwa ninja foolishly spying on their camp. All three were crushed ruthlessly, without warning or hesitation, because that was his will. Sabaku no Gaara controlled this world, and he would have no harm come to the only one that held a special place within his heart. The medic, of course, was simply lucky that he had been assigned to keep Temari safe. But Temari, his sister and lover, she alone existed in Gaara's heart. She alone received his devotion, his protection, despite the knowledge he bore of the betrayal she would eventually commit. All things betray. His mother whispered, crawling silently from the gourd to crush Temari, before Gaara stopped her. He knew that all things betrayed. Gaara did not delude himself. Family, love, friendship, they all eventually gave way to betrayal in some form or fashion. All save the desert and his mother, they had never betrayed him and never would, for they were all one and the same. Yet, he could not bring himself to kill Temari for a future betrayal, despite his mother's urgings. Like his connection with the desert and sand, the connection he shared with her escaped him. He had terrorized her when they were growing up, but she had resolutely cheered him, had protected him at his weakest, watched over him as he slept. Had cried and screamed their first time together because he had not been gentle, yet returned the next night. Willingly. She had killed her only friend to keep them from assassinating him. Gaara sighed ever so softly, head tilting as he reached out with a finger to trace a soft cheek. Temari made a small noise of approval, and opened her eyes to peek at him. It would be so easy, he mused, to kill her now and be done with it. Instead, he continued to stroke her cheek until she closed her eyes, resuming her slumber. Pulling his finger away, he stared at her, knowing that he would ruthlessly crush and destroy her when the time came. Temari was indeed lucky. She had unlocked what little humanity he had left, so he stayed his hand. For the moment. Everything betrays, after all. The preparations were going smoothly, or as smoothly as possibly. The men were uneasy with the odds they faced, uncertain as their officers hissed near silent orders. Furin felt a ravenous doubt gnawing at his stomach, as he mentally rehashed his tenuous strategy. So much depended on others, on the birds, on their enemies falling coyly into their trap. Still, his war council had approved. Their plans were sound, for the most part. Shaking his head, he roamed through where the civilians were gathering for the long trek southward to the capital. Many looked at him with nervousness, while others glared at his presumption to send them out of their homes. He didn't care. His most important job was ensuring their survival, and if they remained, they had no hopes of that. Tsuchi forces did not enslave, they did not capture, they exterminated. He knew it from first-hand experience, having persevered through numerous encounters with them in the last war. He had almost always been the lone survivor of his unit, and through luck or cowardice he'd carried on where others died. He'd seen the horrors Tsuchi inflicted on those villages they overran, seen things that could never be unseen. They were monsters, animals of the worst kind, and he would be damned before he let them have more innocent Kaze no Kuni blood. Is this everyone? Furin asked, approaching the anxious samurai in charge of this assignment. Yes, the man said quickly, bowing so deep that it was almost amusing. Very good, the general said, then paused to address the young man fondly. You have the most important mission in this battle. These people must be delivered safely to the capital, am I understood, Captain? Why yes, the man said again, bowing low once more, but obviously pleased with the promotion in rank. Good, then you have permission to leave, Furin said and then strode off, tuning out the man as he barked orders to the few other guards that would help him herd the civilians. He checked fortifications and troops, doing what he did best and giving the men a show of leadership, but in the back of his mind he wondered how many would break and flee when they saw the sheer number of the enemy. By the time he finished his inspection of the various fortifications and talked with his war council once more, it was 3 a.m. Dawn was only 3 hours away, and a horrible dread stalked the abandoned village and the troops contained in its meager walls. This was never meant to be a fort. This was no place for a last stand. Furin could only flex his hand against the shaft of his sword, doubt ceaselessly chewing at his innards. "My lord." Startled, he turned to find his genin, Sohei, hurrying forward, a tall man following behind him. Sohei seemed anxious, but Furin focused on the other man, with gray hair but a powerful build. Ikawa Zataki, perhaps the fiercest samurai and battle commander Furin had ever known, a man that for unknown reasons thought highly of him. "Furin Ikki, it is good to see you again," Zataki said, an easy grin as they drew close. "Ikawa-san, you have no idea how good it is to see you again," Furin replied, then nodding in dismissal at Sohei, he addressed the older man. "I'm very glad to see that you answered my call, I was worried." "Bah, as if I'd miss the chance to help an old friend," Zataki said with a dismissive wave. "Besides, you're a general, and I'm only a lowly kokujin. How could I not show up when you call for help?" "Heh, well, even with your help I doubt this will end well for us," Furin said, then seeing the curious look on the older man's face explained. The man nodded, crossing his arms, and then listening with deepening interest as Furin laid out their battle plans. Zataki nodded in agreement, his grin growing before it faded. "You seem to have things well in hand," Zataki said after a moment, looking around, "though I am surprised you are so willing to deny the chance at repelling the enemy completely. Even with your 200 men, we are still too unevenly mismatched. They're going to sweep over this village through sheer numbers," Furin explained tiredly. "That's why my goal is to hold out until the Suna ninja arrive. Once we pull out, they'll destroy the village." "The numbers are not that uneven," Zataki said with a snort of amusement. "I brought a friend, Shinjo Akamasa, and his forces give you access to 1,500 troops total between the three of us. Another friend, Hirata Toshimiori, should arrive at dawn, bringing that number to an even 2,000. "Ikawa-san, I appreciate the aid, which goes far beyond your generous disposal," Furin said, despairing at the thought of even more deaths, "but I'm not the general to whom you should entrust so many lives. I am a mediocre strategist, and a poor warrior, so at best I am." "Don't sell yourself too short, my friend," Zataki interrupted curtly. "Maybe you're neither of those things, but you are a leader. You obviously have common sense, if you have gathered a war council and actually listened to what they say, something not even our current daimyo or the more famous generals do. The strategy you have is sound. Leadership is what we need here, not a grand strategy." "Ikawa-san," Furin said with a hint of exasperation. "Have it your way. Bring your men in, you know the plan, so assign them as you see fit." "Yes, sir." Watching the older man stride away, Furin shook his head, sure that he was going to get everyone killed. The Yondaime Kazakage was not a man of great power, strong to be sure, but there were others stronger. The Yondaime Kazakage had no delusions of love or utter loyalty from the populace. The only reason, the single reason he had achieved power, came from the fact that he understood how to keep power. The secret lay in winning enough battles, a few careful words to the right people already in positions of power. Eventually, your reputation earned you power, and from there the keeping of it was simple. All you had to do was prove that you could use that power wisely, that you were not an insane narcissist that would play the hachaku as the village crumbled. Standing on the ridge of the cliffs that surrounded Suna, staring off at the distant imperial dunes as the sun rose, he reflected on the path that had brought him to this moment. He had been born to an unimpressive family, but had proven his worth as a tactical leader during the last war, ultimately leading to his appointment as Kazakage over stronger ninja. After that, everything he had done for both Suna and to keep his power. When the insane tyrant of a daimyo began reducing their military power, he had started new programs. Fewer, but better trained ninja, attempts at forming an alliance with Konoha, and turning his third child, his legacy, into the monster known as a Jinchuriki. He had even given his only daughter to that insane beast his wife had spawned so that the weapon would remain loyal. All of this, and now he faced a war where they had no way for them to win. He had no delusions about that. There was no way to win this war, not against Tsuchi no Kuni. The Tsuchi daimyo controlled nearly every aspect of the country's conduct, both public and private, along with the economy. he used a wagakure to enforce his will, and the smallest hint of dissent or criticism would lead to instant death. Even more frightening, after so many years of living under such control, the civilians, the samurai, and the ninja believed that their daimyo and Tsuchikage were infallible. The brainwashing had been so complete, the people now so hysterically loyal to their leaders, that when ordered to war they did so with an unmatched fanaticism. They slaughtered every living thing that opposed them, and the only way to survive was to ruthlessly slaughter as many of them as you could. That was the secret to why Konoha had won its war against them. They had fought on their level until Tsuchi had surrendered. Suna, however, had no such chance, because though Suna ninja could be ruthless, eventually everyone would grow sick of the mindless slaughter. It was the way war worked, namely, fight and kill until one side grew sick enough to surrender, unless you were Tsuchi. They only stopped when faced with extinction, and after that they marked you as their special enemy. That was why the Kazekage had sent Gaara and his team behind enemy lines. If there was a single ninja in Suna that would never tire of slaughter, it would be Gaara. Still, Suna and hence Kaze no Kuni had no chance at survival. Their military was already small, and against Tsuchi they would dwindle faster than a snowball in a firestorm. Only a mass exodus, leaving the desert to Tsuchi no Kuni, would spare any of them. A large problem with that came from which country would take them in. The choices were limited after all. Kusa no Kuni, Kaminari no Kuni, Mizu no Kuni would never take them in. The only semi-feasible option would be Hai no Kuni. Kazekage-sama. Eh? The man said, turning to stare at the messenger ninja that came hurrying toward him. What is it? Urgent messages, the man said quickly, then seeing the sudden attention from his leader, bowed quickly. The first one is from the daimyo. What does he want? It is, the man hesitated and then gulped. Sire, it's his death poem. He's committed seppuku. What? The Kazekage shouted, eyes widening as his mind raced with the implications. H's wife, the Lady Kajiku, sent the second message. The armies to the northeast have rebelled against Kaze no Kuni, and they've joined with Tsuchi no Kuni to march on the capital. Many generals have followed the daimyo's example, some governors as well. The capital is in a panic, the country is falling apart. How many samurai were in the armies of the northeast? 100,000, under the command of General Igarashi, the messenger answered promptly, then at the Kazekage's worried look took a deep breath. The third message came by way of one of our spies. She confirmed the other two messages and that General Furin in Sapporo has requested reinforcements. Tsuchi has crossed the river and they expect the army of 3,000 to reach them shortly after morning. Send. The Kazekage said, then paused, mind befuddled at the rapid developments. The armies of the northeast were in rebellion, which was almost the entire samurai force of Kaze no Kuni. How and why? Tsuchi had accepted their allegiance? More enemies pouring in through Sapporo, a village that nobody had thought much of. How stupid to attack there, but how brilliant all the same for its ingenuity. Kazekage-sama? Are you okay? Yes, the man said, forcing his mind to work. I want every messenger bird we have out. Order all our ninja back here. Tell General Furin as well and have him retreat immediately. Also, make sure to tell the various Kokujin what's happened and that they should make their way here. Most importantly, send our fastest bird to Konoha to ask for sanctuary for our civilians. Hi. The wind howled as the massive fan, opened completely, slashed through the air, causing the swarm of bees to crash to the ground. Temari hefted her fan in both hands. Shoulders burning, she completed a back swing, swirling the air into another defensive wall of wind. For every 100 bees she brought down, more would rush toward her. Panting, the Suna Kunoichi paused in her efforts to survey the battle. The medic was busy cowering and Gaara had the two males and their swarms all to himself. Grimacing at the sharp sting, she turned her attention back to her own opponent, sweeping away her swarm of bees with a wave of her massive fan and then sent a kamaitashi at the other woman. Only to have it avoided by a bunshin made of bees, which made even Temari wince in sympathy for the horrible little insects. Bracing her feet, Temari began scanning her surroundings, looking for the brown-haired bitch. She would give them the fact that they had carefully thought out their ambush, but then again the Kamizuru clan were not known for stupidity. Ambitious, annoying, cocky, but only rarely stupid. Apparently, they had decided to use the giant summons to get in range before swooping down on them with the sun at their backs, making them almost impossible to spot. Gaara had made short work of the bee, ruining their ambush before it had really begun. Temari could still remember the look of sheer surprise on their faces and almost laughed. Still, they had been quick to get out of the path of danger. For the most part. Unfortunately, they weren't aware that Gaara had a nasty habit of playing with his victims before slaughtering them. "Don't get distracted, you sand slut," the woman screamed from behind her. Rounding on a heel, Temari saw the highly concentrated swarm hurtling toward her. Smirking, she brought her fan around completely, blasting the area with a full-force daikamaitashi. The resulting blast shredded the bees, tore large sections of sand out of the ground and sent them, along with the blade of wind, into her enemy. Completing her swing, one arm held vertical high into the air and the other tucked to her side, she watched with a dark grin as the girl's torso slipped sideways before separating from her hips in a spray of blood. Sweeping the fan back down and to the left, Temari shut the fan once before sweeping it to the right and shutting it a second time. With a twirl, she shut it completely and brought it to rest on her shoulder. Studying her opponent's body for a moment, wondering fleetingly if Gaara's nature was rubbing off on her, Temari shrugged and relished the satisfaction of victory. Hearing a scream, more like a high-pitched squeal, she turned her attention to her brother, who had just snapped his hand shut to complete his Sabaku Soso, leaving just one Iwa ninja left. The thin man wearing the glasses, with stupidly styled blonde hair, seemed to stare in a sort of sickened fashion at the bloody lump of sand that had been his partner before turning to flee the battle. Unsurprising, Temari had seen battle-hardened men twice his age flee after such a display, but what did strike her as odd was his decision to attack her as he retreated. No bees, simply taijutsu, an overhand right that Temari neatly sidestepped. Her closed fan blocked his back fist and side kick combo, though she slid from the impact of the kick. Twirling the fan, Temari deflected several shuriken and kunai, before glaring at the man wondering what he had in mind if he had been so intent on retreat Gaara. Of course, he had put her between him and Gaara. Could he really be that oblivious to the fact that it didn't matter who was in front of Gaara, that they were in the middle of a freaking desert? She blocked the next barrage of weapons and tried to reverse positions, but he kept Temari firmly between her murderous brother and him. Temari sensed Gaara's gaze focused on her. She caught a brief glimpse a second later of him watching their fight, his face an emotionless mask, his gaze unnervingly flat and yet. She shivered at the intensity, before focusing on the battle once more. Her opponent separated for a brief moment, putting space between them before he charged forward yet again, hands sweeping back as a buzzing filled the air. It was obvious he had some big technique to try, but Temari wouldn't let him. She decided to end the fight quickly. Jerking her arm to the side, she subtly attached a chakra string and then jerked her hand forward, hurling her fan at the man using the power of the futon repashu. The timing was perfect. The high-speed fan slammed into the man's face with a sickening crunch and a spray of blood. His body back flipped from the force, even as she tugged the weapon back using the chakra string. Catching it, she let out a breath, for the first time actually grateful that Kankuro had been a puppet user who had been willing to teach her. Wearily hefting the weapon, she slid it home into the back of her sash and then glanced at the medic, before snorting in contempt. Father had insisted on the man for her safety, but he had yet to do anything useful. Gaara had been protecting her on this extended mission behind enemy lines, and she had gained strength with each battle, but the medic simply cowered or ran. She wondered if telling Gaara to kill the man would be wrong. After all, it wasn't like he had grown up with Gaara and medics were supposed to remain out of combat to heal the team later. "You should be more careful," a dull voice said from her side. Turning her head slightly, she found her brother standing beside her. His emotions were still hidden by his blankness, but his closeness and the words told her more than enough. He was worried about her, she had to fight the tiny grin that wanted to form. "Why?" Temari asked, arching an eyebrow, almost teasing, but mostly wondering at the response she would get. He normally kept any hint of his feelings well hidden, even from her. This was a large slip-up, this showing of humanity. "I think." Gaara said, then paused, his eyes showing a hint of uncertainty as he gazed at her. "I would miss you." For Temari, it was like she'd just become Kazekage. Studying the reports they had received during the last hour of battle left Furin with a sour taste in his mouth, even while his war council celebrated in the as-of-yet untouched command post. The reason for their celebration was that Tsuchi had relented after nearly 3 hours of prolonged assault, though they only did so because they were not used to warring in such dry heat. Furin saw no reason to celebrate. Things had gone far too badly for him to take much comfort in the temporary respite. The battle had started, not as they had expected immediately after sunup, but 4 hours later when everyone had begun to relax. The ambush in the pass, so carefully planned, had crumbled since Iwa had expected archers. By using the Hoshi formation along with shields, Tsuchi had forced their archers to retreat or be killed where they stood. The first fortifications had been overrun in an hour through sheer numbers, but the secondary had held, if only by a hair's breadth longer. More troops had been sent forward to try and hold the line, a tenuous prospect to be sure, but it had held for the last 2 hours. However, the cost had been nearly 1,000 of his only recently acquired 2,000 men. That meant that for every one of his samurai the enemy had 2, or at least that was the estimate that Satake, Akamasa, and Toshimori had given him. They were acting as his field commanders, despite all of them being veterans compared to him, so he had little choice but to trust their opinions. Currently, they were busy checking over the fortifications, but would report in soon enough. Furin could only hope that the reinforcements from the capital arrived soon, along with the Suna ninja. If neither arrived, he had no idea what he would do other than pray. Not that he expected Shin Tsuhiko, the patron god of all Kaze no Kuni, to actually offer a helping hand in this situation. Setting the reports aside, the general looked out the window of the command post to study the village below them. The building they had selected wasn't the tallest or the most impressive, but furthest away from the battles and tall enough that he could survey the troops and guide the battle. Movement caught his attention and he looked toward it to discover the carrier bird flying in a direct line toward the bird coop. He couldn't tell, but it looked larger than the type the daimyo used. That would mean the Kazekage had sent a response, but what good were responses without ninja or reinforcements? Still, he wondered what message had been sent and struggled to ignore the dark foreboding creeping in his mind. Furin-sama, a deep, respectful voice said from his left, and he turned to find Shinjo Akamasa, flanked by the other 2. "We've had the fortifications strengthened with what we could. However, it's doubtful that they'll last long under another assault like this morning." "No surprise," Furin murmured, sighing. "How many men do we have left?" 1,450, Akamasa responded, eyes tightening. "We lucked out that there were no Iwa ninja present." "True," Furin agreed, stomach tightening as he realized for the first time that there had been no ninja. "Why though? They should have crossed the river with the samurai. If the enemy had been smart enough to bring shields, why no ninja who could have handled this whole affair within minutes?" It was a nagging question for which Furin could see no rational answer, no matter how he turned it around in his head. "Furin-sama, we only have a few hours left before they attack again." Many of his war council jeered at this, much to the 3 men's anger, but before the general could stop the impending shouting, his attention was diverted to someone else. The young man, a boy really, dressed in a cheaply made outfit and armor, entered holding a message. From his countenance, Furin knew immediately that the message he bore was of the utmost importance. He watched the boy hurry across the room, squeezing between surprised men until he stood before Furin and offered the message properly. Taking the rolled parchment, he offered a curt nod of dismissal before he broke the seal. He read the words, though at first they didn't register, almost like an out-of-body experience. Then reality crashed down on him and he felt his hands tremble as he reread the ill-omened message that he now held. Furin-sama? Someone asked, but the general ignored them. Instead his mind raced toward what he had to do, the steps to be taken, because the time they would have was unbearably short. "We're retreating," Furin said, not looking up from the letter, heart pounding in his ears. "Zataki-san, start sending the men out of the village. The ones furthest away from the front line fortifications first, working your way forward. Shinjo-san, Hirata-san, find all the sake or other explosive chemicals you can and pour them into the underground water tank. It should be nearly empty by now." "General, what's going on?" Garoda asked, his tone demanding and brash. "We're retreating," the general repeated, still not looking up from the message. "I want you and the others to oversee the men as they move south, toward Suna." "Suna?" "You'll find out soon enough," Furin said, finally looking up, his face hard. "Zataki-san, I'm placing you in charge. Stop at the capital and take everyone that wants to go, travel light and fast, trust nobody until you reach the hidden village." "What about you?" "Somebody has to stay behind," Furin said with a shrug. "This place has to go up in flames. They can't have the pass, it's too valuable. Now get your asses moving. You don't have much time." Nobody moved. "Go, that's an order." They went. The desert was a vast, hard landscape of imposing sand dunes, stretching away to distant arid mountains. Silence, the order of the mid-afternoon day, even as sand swirled through the dry air. There was an odd beauty to this place, and it was thrilling to find life thriving in such an unforgiving landscape. Growing up in the desert, survival was dependent on knowledge of the land. Unfortunately for Shurhen Isho, soon a medic assigned permanently to Team Gaara, his existence no longer depended on the desert but rather on keeping Temari healthy, which in turn would keep Gaara from killing him. So far he had been successful in this goal, which meant that upon return to Suna at the end of the war he'd be promoted to Jonin. That was if he survived the various Iwa ninja that kept ambushing them and Gaara's own murderous rages. Walking at the rear of the team, wary of ambushes that seemed to come any time he was off guard, the 19-year-old medic considered his realistic chances of survival. They were not encouraging, they were behind enemy lines, and his direct superior was a sociopath. He found it almost amusing, but one would never think Gaara of all people would be able to care for someone. Gaara had been that creature, the one that even older ninja feared, because of his lack of connection to the world. The red-headed boy stared with those cold, disdainful eyes, even as the sand crushed the life out of screaming victims, and never once did he care for anyone but himself. But he did. Gaara loved Temari. Isho had slowly come to the conclusion during the months he had been trapped in the desert with the two, and even more surprising was the fact that Temari seemed to love Gaara back. The medic had expected Temari to be resentful or cold, hateful even, about the situation into which she had been forced. The girl was cold and hateful at times, though not from being Gaara's lover. She simply didn't like Isho. Shaking his head, the medic turned his thoughts toward dinner, having run out of things to think about, and conversation did not extend beyond basics. Small desert game again, but that was to be expected. Of course that was only if anyone felt it worth the effort, otherwise they'd just attack some poor Iwa ninja or samurai group and take their food. Actually, knowing Gaara, they would probably do that anyway. The boy had a real proclivity for killing as much as possible. Isho blinked, coming out of his thoughts at an odd sound. Wind? Maybe a distant thunder? Looking around, he found the others standing still as well, searching for the source of the noise. It seemed to be getting louder, closer, but still he didn't see anything until Temari cried out, drawing attention to the three-bladed scythe now a foot away from her. Where had that come from? The weapon was deflected away from Temari a moment later by a shield of sand, courtesy of Gaara, and Isho watched as it rebounded almost expertly back to the hand of a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds. Eyes widening, Isho shifted nervously as he studied the man, wondering at the skill needed to get this close to attack them. After all, Gaara could feel and track anything that moved in the desert, and this man wasn't cheating by riding a flying insect. His thoughts were further disrupted as the sand around the man exploded upward, trying to snare the interloper. The scythe wielder dodged nimbly even as a bolt of lightning came from out of nowhere. Isho and Temari both moved in time to avoid the blast, though the sand was turned into glass, and another cloaked man appeared. "I thought for sure I had her," the man with the scythe said, palming the side of his head. "Seriously, just because my attacks are so slow, I can't hit anything." "Haydn, I would worry more about the boy that just tried to crush you," the other man said dryly. "Besides which, you were supposed to kill the medic, remember?" Yeah, but she was more inviting." Isho blinked and stared between the two ninja. Thanks to a honed fight or flight instinct and a deductive mind, he decided to beat a hasty retreat. He was already underpowered against the normal ninja they had encountered. Against those two, he had no doubt he'd last no more than a full second. There was no promotion in the world worth the death that would greet him if he remained there. This was his last thought before the sand engulfed him and crushed the life from his bones. Temari eyed the two opponents warily, one word flashing in her mind: Akatsuki, unsure of what her role in this battle would be. The last time she had faced men wearing black cloaks with red clouds, she had been next to useless. True, she had been working harder lately and had a few new tricks, but ultimately she doubted that she could match up to anyone who had earned the dubious privilege of wearing one of those cloaks. The two men seemed utterly uninterested in attacking and were busy bickering over something inane. This gave Temari the chance to glance at Gaara, to see why he had yet to go for the kill. The boy in question was staring at her, his frost green eyes showing hesitation, and it struck Temari like a sledgehammer to the stomach. Gaara was hesitating because he didn't want her to get hurt. He had said it that morning: "I would miss you." Just when his humanity had begun to return, when he finally seemed to be establishing real ties to the world, he now felt for the first time the fear of losing someone precious to him. It had crippled him. He couldn't fight like he needed to because he feared losing her. If she stayed, they would both die. If she left, he would feel as if she had abandoned him. If she didn't leave, he would die. If she did leave, he would live, but hate her. It was amazing how much one could think about in a single wasted moment, and ultimately Temari chose life for him and turning hurled her closed fan at her enemy. The two sprang apart as if startled, and Temari started running, using the chakra string attached to her fan to pull it back to her grasp. A flick of the wrist opened the giant fan, and then she jumped, using it to sail into the distance. Turning, she saw one of them chasing after her amid the shouts of the other, but her gaze was fixed on those sea foam eyes. "I'll be back," she whispered, knowing that he would not be able to hear. The air currents shifted, carrying her up and to the left. Temari grimaced. She hadn't sailed as far as she preferred, but there was no point in wasting chakra, for she had little enough as it was. The fan drifted low and Temari jumped, grabbing the end of the fan and flipping it up behind her as she turned to wait for her enemy. The man was only a few moments behind, cresting the sand dune. Arrogant smirk, pale skin, light brown hair. His partner had called him Haydn. Temari struck with a rapid pair of massive daikamaitashi that annihilated the sand dune he was on. Panting, weight still shifted to her front foot from the blow, she watched with narrowed eyes. A minute passed. Then another. Then another. A hand suddenly shot up from under the blasted area, followed by a shoulder and upper body. Haydn leveraged himself up, looking as if he had taken the attack head-on, but his smirk was bigger. He looked at her and stood, leaning on his three-bladed scythe, a manic gleam in his eyes as he started toward her once more. "Good, great, you might actually be able to kill me." "Praise to Jashin," Haydn said, closing the distance at a leisurely pace. "You want to die?" Temari found herself asking, readying herself for the looming fight. "Yes, it would be the best way to serve my lord, Jashin. Death, mine or the enemy's, that's why I gambled on chasing you," Haydn said, coming to a stop, feet shoulder-width apart, a cocky tilt of his head as he smirked at her. "I've already betrayed the tenets of my faith once. We're not allowed to kill Jinchuriki." "You're insane," Temari muttered, then dodged the scythe as it came slashing at her. Skidding to a stop, she swung her fan through the air. Overhead the sky darkened, as if a storm was brewing, then with a roar a tornado dropped down to engulf Haydn. Skipping back and using chakra to hold her position against the vacuum from the whirlwind, she grimaced when she saw blood and heard the manic laughter from the man caught in the futon Tatsu no Oishigoto. The tornado slacked a minute later, allowing Temari a glimpse at the faint outline of her enemy. Haiden was still standing, but that could be because of the jutsu rather than actually being alive. When the tornado finally died, Temari was treated to the sight of a grinning man, covered with cuts that would have left others dead or on the verge of it. Yet, Haiden was upright of his own power and he seemed on the verge of rapture from the pain. Then he attacked, forcing her to dodge and weave, using her experience of fighting on sand to its utmost. With each attack, his three-bladed scythe got a little faster, came a little closer to gutting her, but there was no way she could retreat. He was crazy enough that he'd pursue her through the desert. Skidding to a halt, a cloud of sand and dust rising, she brought her giant fan around, unleashing another full-powered Daikamaitashi. The sand kicked up and shot forward, carried by her wind, the invisible blades lashing out at the Jashin worshipper. He weathered the storm without an obvious sign of approaching death, and when it was over, he attacked once more. He can't be immortal, Temari muttered frantically, as she used her fan to deflect the attack, moving back further, trying to get a range of his weapon. She was forced to deflect another attack almost immediately. This time, he began to smear blood into an ominous design on the sand as he reeled in the weapon. Instinct told Temari this development was not good, hence, she promptly attacked, this time with a normal kamaitashi. The result was for a tornado to throw Haiden into the air and hold him aloft while digging deep into his flesh with invisible blades of wind. As the move faded, Temari was already on the move, scattering the blood-covered sand and destroying his symbol. It wasn't until he landed, amid laughter that sent a cold shiver her up back, that he noticed her trick. "You dirty bitch, how dare you desecrate my ritual for Jashin?" The Tsunajonin ignored his shout and instead smeared blood from her thumb against the fan and swung it, summoning a weasel, Kamaitashi. The small black and white creature hurled itself immediately at her enemy, the various sides it carried causing a wide swath of destruction. Haiden reeled from the attack, dropping his weapon before losing his balance and collapsing on his back. With one last attack, Kamaitashi leapt into the air and disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Temari to catch her breath and try to assess her tenuous victory. She was just beginning to think that to be the case when the bastard started stirring, first a leg, then an arm, and eventually he sat up. The look on his face was sheer rapture, and her eyes dilated in real fear, the ancient terror awakening like a serpent in her gut. He retrieved his three-bladed scythe and began to laugh, a deep belly laugh that dug claws into her spine. What did it take to kill this guy? Eyes narrowing, Temari decided to pull out all the stops. Twirling her fan overhead, she darted forward, snapping it open. Haiden was once more on his feet and hurled his weapon at her, and Temari brought her giant fan forward, creating a wall of sand to deflect the attack, then repeated the move several more times as the weapon rebounded back and then came at her once more. It was a costly trick she had figured out. The amount of chakra she had to use to form her version was easily triple what Gari used. Using it in conjunction with her only wind jutsu that didn't use her fan, Kaze no Yaiba, left her feeling the drain quicker than she would have liked. Repeated use of the A-rank jutsu didn't seem to be doing the trick and Temari only had one more move to try. Timing the three-blade scythe's next attack, Temari jumped, aiding her leap with a jutsu she had picked up from Naruto, while giving herself an intentional spin. Bringing her arms back at the peak of her arc and spinning, she used her giant fan to funnel almost all that remained of her chakra through the air and then sent her attack hurling at the seemingly immortal man below. Walls of sand exploded high into the air, several deep gouges ripping across the countryside, as if a dragon had swiped its claws through the desert. Hence the name of the move, Tsum no Amakakeru Ryu, the only S-rank jutsu she knew. Shifting her weight, Temari used her fan to slow her descent. As her feet touched the sand, she stumbled. Her head was swimming, her mouth felt stuffed with cotton, and she wanted to do nothing more than sleep for a year. Knees giving out, she collapsed, fan tumbling from her weak fingers. Her breathing was labored and she realized almost dimly that she had used more chakra than she intended in that last move, but as the rain of sand and dust settled over the area, it was clear it had finally done the one thing nothing else had. Fluttering in the breeze, there was the tattered remains of a black cloak. "Gaara," Temari murmured, struggling her way to a half-crouch. She started forward, then collapsed face first into the sand. Panting, she didn't rest and forced her way up, almost crawling. Reaching the peak of a new sand dune created from her last attack, her head swam and she tumbled head first down the side and then slid to a rest at the base. She tried to lift her arm, tired to roll over and move, but her arms felt so heavy and darkness was encroaching on her vision. So heavy. "Gaara," she rasped. Digging deep, she found the strength to rise and start off once more. Chakra exhaustion or not, she would prove that she had not betrayed him by fleeing. Gaara moved quickly across the sand, almost gliding, while the enemy moved to dodge awkwardly. Honestly, Gaara could bind the man at any point and use his sand to grind the enemy into nothing. Instead, Gaara toyed with the man, pretending that the unusual way the Akatsuki agent's arms extended from his body with black tendrils surprised him, to buy time. He had other things occupying his thoughts at the moment, the insistent whispers of his mother that Temari had abandoned him. The surprising fear that Gaara had been unaware of, now gnawing at his heart. Because even if Gaara knew that Temari had not really abandoned him, that instead she had forced the enemy to split their forces, the fear would not die. Despite his foreknowledge, despite his preparation for this day, the hint of her betrayal terrified him. If she abandoned him, then Gaara would be alone, because even the desert and his mother could not offer the same comfort as Temari. So as he directed his sand in the lopsided fight, Gaara tried to soothe both mother and the fear gnawing at his heart. Because he knew that Temari did not abandon him, she was trying to protect him as best she could. He refused to accept that Temari would abandon him now, later possibly, but not now, but all things betray. His mother whispered, and crawled up into his brain. "Not yet." Gaara snarled, lashing out with his will, making sand explode upward to drive the Akatsuki back. She would not betray him now. His mother reacted by flooding his mind with images, her body cruelly twisted and bloodied, the sort of image that he would have found darkly amusing before Temari had grown important to him. Lashing out again, the sand groped outward at the only target available. Grasping the man, the sand whipped him side to side before slamming the Akatsuki agent painfully into the ground. The desert rushed to bury his stunned opponent, to crush the life from him, while Gaara argued against his mother's images and whispers. "Temari will not betray me." Gaara thought firmly, lifting his arm and snapping his hand into a fist, initiating the Sabaku-kyu. Lowering his arm, his mother silent, the Jinchuriki turned his attention to the lump of sand he had just used. Where was the blood, the screams, the pleading? Obviously the man would not die as easily as this, which was proven when the tip of a finger wormed its way through the compressed sand. Gaara watched, wondering at what this could mean, as the sand crumbled to a pair of hands digging free from the inside. The Akatsuki agent emerged, regaining his feet slowly. So the man could withstand being crushed. Interesting. Gaara was not so distracted by his musings that he missed the Akatsuki agent launching into a series of hand seals followed by emitting a large jet of fire. Gaara didn't blink as the sand shield leapt into action, defending against the blast of fire. He didn't simply defend, reaching his arms out as he extended his will into the surrounding sand before jerking chunks skyward. Shaping and molding the clumps of sand, he brought them back down with a sharp motion of his hands, surrounding the target with pikes of sand. The crackle of electricity and a scream brought a smile to Gaara's normally emotionless face. Satisfied that the fight was finished, Gaara turned away from the still form, intent on tracking down Temari. After all, his sister was fighting one of these agents alone and she was not strong enough to last in that fight. Strange how determined he was to ensure her safety, though when they were younger he would have left Temari to her fate. A shift in the sand behind him was the only warning he had and Gaara rounded in time to have his shield of sand deflect a mass of black tendrils. As the attack subsided, Gaara stared at the once more upright enemy, along with the oozing black mass near him with what appeared to be a white mask. Angry and frustrated by the Akatsuki agent's unwillingness to simply die, Gaara gathered the sand from the gourd on his back and hurled as many sand shuriken as he could. The Akatsuki agent retreated from the attack, his tendrils trying to intercept the attack though at the same time being sheared. Raising his arms, Gaara shifted attention to lifting as many large clumps of sand into the air as he could before raining them down on the man as well. This gave Gaara the time to reach out and summon the remaining sand from his gourd to his hand, shaping it into a trident-shaped halberd shot through with the same blue markings of shikoku. Arm coming back, Gaara hurled it as if he had been using it all his life, the weapon whistling through the air, before piercing the man's chest. The impact of the blow actually sent the Akatsuki agent sailing backwards, impacting the rough ground and somersaulting several times before coming to a rest. Not satisfied that he had truly killed the man, Gaara reached out, drawing all the sand back to him while a chunk tore itself from the earth and lifted him into the air. Gaara watched in a great deal of annoyance as another black mass, with a white mask oozed from his chest, before pooling near him. It wasn't even a second later that the Akatsuki agent regained his feet and had formed a seal, unleashing a massive blast of wind at his lofty perch. Hands crossing, Asuna no Muya formed to protect Gaara from the attack. Concentrating as much chakra as he could to the protective shell, the Jinchuriki wondered at how he could finish this fight. It wasn't that the man was a threat, but that he could apparently take anything Gaara threw at him without batting an eye. Grimacing, he felt pressure on the Suna no Muya increase before it slacked completely. Sand crumbling, Gaara emerged from the shell and began looking for his missing opponent. Spotting the man, stooped-shouldered and breathing heavily, Gaara pushed the chunk of floating sand he was using at the man while willing more sand to rise up and give him a gentle landing. No sooner had Gaara's feet touched the ground than he caught movement from the left. Spinning defensively, he found the man beginning a technique. Another trident-shaped halberd solved that, earning a faint smirk before the figure exploded with a cloud of smoke. Eyes widening, Gaara felt another buildup of chakra and spun to find the man crouching while a black mass hovered over his shoulders and two masks began to emit fire and wind. Hand coming up, Gaara poured as much chakra he dared into the surrounding sand, forming a rapidly growing figure of the Shikaku. The ultimate shield reached the peak for formation just as the wind and flames joined together for a massive blast of fire. This wasn't right, Gaara thought darkly while struggling to hold the Shikaku no Tate. This was at least an S-rank ninjutsu he faced, and it had been completed in a short period of time without him even suspecting it. Gritting his teeth, the Jinchuriki erected another Shikaku no Tate just as the first shattered into fused chunks. Struggling to hold this new Shikaku no Tate, Gaara quickly cast around for a solution outside of manifesting the Shikaku. It could win the fight, but it would also exhaust him, which would result in falling unconscious, leaving the demon free rein. Temari would be vulnerable if that happened. However, it seemed that the Shikaku was his only chance at victory, and he prepared to give in when something in the corner of his eye diverted his attention. Temari had returned and he felt his heart almost leapt into his throat upon seeing her. Then he registered a subdued crackling sound and flash of light. He started to call out, to warn her away, but Temari screamed his name while flinging her body into the path of the attack. The world went white from the blast, then deaf at the accompanying clap of thunder. As the world came back from non-existence, the air crackled with discharged electricity. Smoke rose, filled with the thick scent of burnt ozone and human flesh. A moment of absolute stillness filled the desert, more perfect than ever, as if every particle of sand collectively held its breath. Sabaku no Gaara collapsed to his hands and knees, fingers gouging the sand, shoulders trembling from silent sobs. Before him laid a twisted and blistered lump of bone and tissue, hardly recognizable as the body that had once housed the most wonderful woman he had known. Temari? Somewhere deep inside, the last vestiges of his humanity snapped and crumbled. And Gaara ceased to exist. Kakuzu was not one to repeat his mistakes, or he wouldn't have lived this long. In an odd way, the debacle of his last fight against a Jinchuriki, the Sanbai host, had actually given him a great deal of insight into how to handle the Ichibi host. Kakuzu had learned from that previous fight and addressed the problems he would undoubtedly face this time. First, with the standby host, he had underestimated his target. This time he would not do so. This Jinchuriki had already killed one Akatsuki agent, without the aid of his bijou, and was currently fighting a war behind enemy lines. Dangerous, extremely dangerous, so Kakuzu would not underestimate this target. Second, with the standby host, he had rushed to capture and forgotten the terrain. Kakuzu knew this time that he would lose control of the terrain. The Ichibi host was located in a sea of sand, which was its primary weapon. Kakuzu had thought very carefully about what techniques to use to counter the element. Third, with the standby host, Kakuzu had known next to nothing about the techniques he would encounter. This time, he had carefully studied the reports from both Zetsu and Orochimaru, ensuring that he knew everything he could. The target's favored techniques and habits had been examined and used to plan the capture accordingly. Kakuzu, determined to learn completely from his past mistakes, had even formulated a series of contingency plans involving his partner. What he would do if Haiden stayed to fight, what he would not do if Haiden went off on his own in the middle of the fight. With Haiden you never knew really, and the only reason Kakuzu had yet to kill him was because it would be a waste of energy to try when they were both nigh immortal. So Kakuzu had planned, and when Haiden went off on his private fight against the Jinchuriki's sister, the former Taki ninja didn't bat an eyelash. He already knew the plan to use, and he began putting it into motion. Overwhelming force would not work against this target, so instead the bounty hunter strove to make the Jinchuriki overconfident. He sacrificed 2 hearts for that end, luring the Jinchuriki deeper and deeper into the trap. Throwing a fight was actually harder than trying to win it, because you couldn't be obvious about your intentions. You had to fight hard enough to make it believable, to make the other person sure of their own defensive and offensive capabilities. Eventually, after what seemed like an hour, the target used its ultimate defense, confident that it could not be broken. Kakuzu moved to seize the chance that came, though the trident had been a mild surprise, but he had what he wanted. The first Kage Bunshin disappeared in a puff of smoke, then second Kage Bunshin attempting to use the Gutan Tuboguka that left the real Kakuzu free to land from his jump and unleash a controlled right Tenjan. It would punch through his shield and then his armor, which were formidable defenses. True, both would absorb most of the attack, but enough would get through to render the Jinchuriki a helpless rag doll. That was when, without warning, the gods abandoned him. Temari had reappeared and taken the blow meant for the target, and she had no protection. By the time Kakuzu recovered from the instinctive flinch away from the blinding flash, the Jinchuriki was kneeling next to the charred remains of its sister, saying the name in a childlike voice. Oh. The Jinchuriki stood up slowly, as if his muscles had forgotten how to do so. The sand exploded outward into a hellish dance, swirling around and around higher, to an unheard cadence. The Jinchuriki raised its head, the emotionless mask gone, and in its place was a face twisted into a snarl of rage that defied description. Fuck. Kakuzu struck out with the futon atsugai, before retreating quickly while turning his body to steel. He had to put some distance between them so he could piece together a new plan. Kakuzu was still confident that he could capture the target. He just needed time to work out the details and acquire 2 more hearts, because the situation had changed. The beast roared. Okay, make that 3 hearts. Chapter 20, The Last of Bravery. The Kazekage took his seat at the head of the massive circular table, staring at the gathered few in stony silence. Over the last 3 days there had been a flurry of events: the arrival of refugees, samurai returned from battle in a rare retreat, the shortage of food and water. The only thing that had shown promise was the battle plan that General Akawa had outlined to the Kazekage shortly after his arrival. The Kazekage had in turn presented it an hour ago to the council, leaving them to discuss the matter. Not that it mattered, since he could already guess they would be against the plan. It was the antithesis of all orthodox military doctrine, and they would overlook the wisdom and ingeniousness for such pettiness. Sunin ninja owned the desert, and the Tsuchi samurai and Iwa ninja were isolated to the pre-established towns, which represented the only sources of abundant water besides the Asan River. The war was centered on geographical dominance, not direct conflict, but knowing the council, they would reject this concept. So, have you finished your deliberation? Yes, in detail, June said with a faint nod. The general consensus is that we merely wait this out, Arisu intoned formally. Suna is impossible to find without the proper guidance. Even if the enemy had the fortune to stumble across the wall, our village was designed for the maximum defense. General consensus, the Kazekage said, will leave our village destroyed. Our defenses would not last against a full-force attack from Iwa, and they have ways of attaining our location. Tsuchi and Iwa will not be satisfied until they have all of Kaze no Kuni under their heel, which includes Suna. That is your opinion, but we believe otherwise, June retorted, coughing into a rag, glaring at him. I see. So the plan is rejected without even attempting a small test, perhaps in an isolated district? The Kazekage sneered, well aware he lacked the power to move on his own. Unlike Konoha, the Kazekage was just the public face of the council. His will was not absolute in military matters. What plan? You would have us run and hide, attacking like cowards, Fumio rasped, his gnarled finger tapping the stone table. We greatly outnumber the Iwa forces, and we can take them in a direct conflict if it comes to that. Actually, Fumio-san, our forces were larger, the Kazekage countered, darkly amused. Thanks to the initial invasion and the costly attempts at repelling their horde, we are now outnumbered. We are 5,000 ninja weaker than before. Iwa has lost roughly 2,000 ninja, and what we face is far from their full force. The decision has been made, Arisu said curtly. Our enemies do not desire our village, they merely wanted our land so that they could launch a major assault against Konoha. We are safe. When did we cast the official vote? The Kazekage asked, looking at the three of them before standing. I am the only one with military experience on this council, so allow me to assure you that Iwa will not leave us be. Give me a month, just 1 month, to place the plan I presented into practice. If we have made a significant difference in that month, then we continue, if not, then we assume your decision. I will agree with that, June said slowly, staring at him with a twisted smirk, on the condition that when your plan fails, you resign. The Kazekage glared at the older man, knowing what that would do. Upon his resignation, the council could do 2 things, select a successor for the post or dissolve the position of Kazekage. This council would not hesitate to dissolve the position. Power-hungry fools. No sooner would the title of Kazekage be abolished than they would turn on each other. But he would have a month. Much could be accomplished in that time. Agreed. Very well, Arisu said with a nod. All those in favor of the motion? 4 hands rose, one after the other. The Kazekage jerked his head in acquiescence, sweeping out of the meeting room. He had 30 days to make a difference large enough that those fools could not argue with the result. His heart was pounding, painful and deafening. His breath came in short, sharp bursts, with a whistle sound like a tea kettle. Tripping, the man tumbled down the sand dune, before coming to a rest at the base. Scrambling to his feet, the Chunin known as Junichi desperately searched the desert, disquieted by the endless sea of sand dotted with mountainous dunes. He took off once more, trying to put as much distance between him and the monsters. They had come out of nowhere, right in the middle of a skirmish against a group of Iwa ninja. It was his first battle as a commander and it had been bloody enough to begin with, but when the 2 monsters hit he had lost it. The first one, with black tentacles, had ripped the still-beating heart out of his girlfriend Yumi's chest. Dissatisfied, it had discarded the heart and moved on to 2 other ninja, before it finally found a heart it wanted. The second monster arrived soon after. But whatever quaint notion Junichi had of this second monster being on their side disappeared in the slaughter that followed. Iwa and Suna ninja alike were subjected to the monster's wraith. Here sand coiled and twisted around a ninja's limbs, lifting them into the air, before tearing him limb from limb. Another sliced to death by sand as it coiled around his body and then passed through him like a saw blade. A kunoichi lifted into the air by bands of sand, her legs forcefully pulled open and a spiraling spear of sand violating her before coming out her mouth in a spray of blood collapsing, Junichi couldn't stop his stomach from betraying him, and the acidic taste reminded him horribly of the terror he had just witnessed. "Oh Kami," he whimpered, hands cradling his forehead, trying to stop his sobs. Those had been his friends, and he had stood there frozen, watching as those monsters shaking his head, struggling weakly to his feet. He started off again. His body moved on its own, ducking beneath a Suna shuriken, the kind that he had seen tear through an earth wall without effort. Recovering, he spun before dodging left and right, avoiding the follow-up attacks. Skidding to a halt, he located the attacker, a hideous creature with a spiked tail swaying and golden eyes staring mercilessly at him. Junichi desperately flung a barrage of kunai and shuriken at the monster, each bearing a flash or explosive note. They struck an impenetrable wall of sand before the monster, kicking sand up in a blinding flash, giving Junichi the chance to form a genjutsu while he tried to slip away unnoticed. The monster wasn't fooled, and with a sweep of its arm, a wave of sand swept over them both. Tumbling heel over head, disorientated and struggling to breathe, Junichi cried out. Something cinched around his waist. The beast yanked him out of the ebbing sand wave and slammed his abused body painfully into the ground. The massive arm and paw throbbed with alien power, shot through with blue markings like icy veins. The hand grasping him trembled with excitement, slowly pulling him toward the salivating monster. He clawed and paddled, trying to find purchase in the loose ground, up until the sand snapped shut around his hand, suddenly as solid and tight as a steel vise. Screaming, he completed his journey in blinding pain, until the monster lifted him high into the air without effort. "Don't kill me and kill me and kill me and kill me and kill me," Junichi begged, even as sand began to creep over the parts of his body not already covered. He trembled and wept as the sand encased him, leaving only his face visible. Not like this, he thought wildly, imagining briefly breaking free and escaping, but it would be his last wild thought. Then he was nothing more than a smear of tissue and blood, spread across the dunes like a child's finger painting. Miyako, Kirin Castle, private garden of the Kusa daimyo. "That Suchikage is becoming quite insistent, lord," Jaman said. "About what exactly?" Hitori asked absently, watching Suzuko and her new maid, the daughter of Kuma no Kuni's former daimyo, talk in conspiratorial tones just ahead. Hitori wondered what they were planning, probably something amusing, if nothing else. About our willingness to support their assault on Taki no Kuni and their eventual assault against Hai no Kuni. "Ah, yes," Hitori said with a heavy sigh, mind coming back to the subject at hand. He had only agreed to the alliance with Tsuchi no Kuni for two reasons, one to avoid an immediate war and two because if Kaze no Kuni and Tsuchi no Kuni fought, then eventually Hai no Kuni would get involved. His plan to pounce on the weakest was up in flames, thanks to Orochimaru starting his own war against Hai no Kuni. Without Konoha to support Suna, Tsuchi no Kuni had easily dominated the desert country, leaving Hitori to try and pick up the pieces of his failed espionage. The bigger question was why Orochimaru would start a war against Hai no Kuni. It amounted to suicide in the long run, even with all the fancy new weapons the Oda forces were using. Orochimaru had to possess a secret Kage-level alliance, but he wouldn't put money on that. Either way, the problem of Orochimaru should be handled soon, if Akatsuki were as reliable as they had been in the past. "Hitori-sama, please listen, I know," the Kusa daimyo interrupted, shaking his head. "I was merely thinking about the countries and their affairs. We cannot risk moving to support Tsuchi, nor can we oppose them. We must remain neutral to this gathering storm for as long as we can, but Tsuchi will not accept such a decision. So we are Tradai." A gardener shouted, lunging toward Hitori with a gleaming blade in hand. Hitori paused, watching the man while Jaman began to draw his sword, when the whole thing came to an odd conclusion. Suzuko grabbed the assassin's wrist and elbow, pivoted, dragging the man painfully to the ground. She grasped the dropped kunai, spun it up on her middle finger and with an efficiency belonging only to those with long years of experience, jabbed it into the crook of the assassin's neck. Standing, she turned to him, her face hard and eyes dark, every inch the Umbu with whom he had first fallen in love. "Are you hurt, Hitori-sama?" "I'm fine," he murmured with a fond smile. "Thanks to you, Sachan." who do you think is responsible? Jamin asked, sheathing his blade, staring at the dead body with poorly concealed distaste. Nobody of consequence, I'm sure, Hitori answered, bemused that his brother had the ambition for such a brazen attempt. Maybe ambition was the wrong word to use, Hitori corrected silently, more like desperate. Holding his mother hostage is becoming too much of a liability, so the matter will have to be settled soon. He idly wondered where the man had been hired, but Suzuko would tell him after she finished her task with the body. I will have the heads of the guards, Jamin growled, fisting the hilt of his sword with white knuckles. Of course. However, perhaps this conversation should be continued somewhere less exposed. Yes, my lord, Jamin agreed, turning as Hitori nodded to Suzuko to begin her autopsy. Silently, both men walked back to the veranda and the castle proper, Jamin too keyed up for conversation while Hitori debated what exactly he should do about his brother. Noga was not a serious threat yet, considering that he had used the assassin rather than the loyalty seal on a trusted friend of Hitori, but to allow more attempts could prove fatal. However, to simply kill his brother could jeopardize the loyalty seal program, and Noga had the most experience with it. But others could pick up if he was forced to leave off, perhaps even advance it quicker than Noga could. He would have to deal with his brother later, and it would have to be a permanent solution. Informed that such a case that we can neither support nor oppose any attack, we will remain neutral, Hitori said, addressing the earlier conversation while putting thoughts of his brother aside. Explain to him that we are still settling matters from our own war. Request, respectfully, that if they do wish for our help, if they would mind holding off on their own assault until such time as we can be of some help to them. Yes. Stepping up onto the veranda, he turned back to his general, speaking softly, I want everyone in this garden executed by tomorrow morning. Then I wish to speak with my brother. At once. The inn shared a simple design, common to all the buildings, the customary walls that sloped upward and ended with a flat roof. It had been the standard style of the desert dwellers for as long as Kakuzu could remember, though if he remembered right the Kazakage's office was a round dome. The Akatsuki agent shook thoughts of architecture off and instead focused on the matter at hand, namely getting to the room and sleeping. Normally, he wouldn't stay in an inn. They were a waste of money, but he'd make an exception this time. He had been on the move for the last 72 hours without sleep and with a minimum amount of food or water, his reaction time was declining rapidly. He'd actually lasted longer than he expected, but he also knew that he was on borrowed time. He had lost 2 hearts water and earth in the ambush 3 days ago, then his wind heart that night and 24 hours later his lightning heart. For the last 2 days he had been struggling to stay one step ahead of the murderous Jinchuriki with only his fire heart, only managing thanks to his century of experience. Would you like a meal brought up, or do you require something else? The question brought him out of his memories, and he turned his attention toward the woman who had opened the door to his room. She had an unassuming attractiveness, dark hair and a round open face dressed in a decent kimono. There was no doubt she offered a pleasant evening and normally he might take her up on the offer, but not tonight. No, he said flatly, before stepping into his room and closing the door with a thump. He hated being rude with her, but her eyes had been the same shade of green as the Jinchuriki, and that unsettled him. Taking in the room, he moved to the far left corner, facing both the window and door, and propped his back against it as he sat down. Crossing his arms and tucking chin to chest, he took a breath and let it out. He could finally get some sleep, not only because he had managed to procure a wind and earth-based heart, but had lost the Jinchuriki among the Suna and Iwa ninja. Closing his eyes, the Akatsuki agent fell into an uneasy sleep. The Suna ninja, Chunin, from her fluid motions, dodged another attack attempting to return fire. Yet what could her ninjutsu do against his tendrils? Her chest made a crunching sound as the black mass plunged through her, ripping the heart free and discovering it to be a wind chakra type. Discarding her body, he drew the heart back into his chest, absorbing it. Done, he turned to the next ninja, but it too was a wind chakra heart. Discarding that heart, Kakuzu shifted attention to an Iwa ninja, twisting around a leg and pulling him off balance, dodging a series of enemy attacks. Tendrils twisting together into a drill, he plunged it into the man's chest, finally locating an earth chakra heart. No sooner had he discarded the body and drew the heart into his chest, than a wordless roar of rage and hate filled the air, and he looked around to find the Suna Jinchuriki staring at him from a hunched position, gold eyes boring into him and sand creeping over his upper torso jerking awake. A chill raced up his spine. Kakuzu had encountered worse things, but that image set his nerves on edge. Looking back on it, he wondered how he made such a stupid tactical decision in the first place. Slowing his breathing, the Akatsuki agent closed his eyes. Perhaps he should create a plan for how to finish this. With 3 of his 5 hearts back, he still had a chance at capturing the Jinchuriki, though Kakuzu would have to be careful. Since he was on the border, and knowing the Jinchuriki like he did, he could flee into Kusa no Kuni. That would lure the demon into an area where the terrain was less in its favor. Once there he would have a good chance of finding a lightning or water heart, either of which would greatly increase his offensive capabilities for this fight. Fire and wind would only do so much against sand. Earth might offer better chances, but still it would be limiting. The problem was that the Jinchuriki wasn't exactly rational. Kakuzu couldn't predict how the Ichibi host would act, or react, to anything he did in his effort to capture it. Actually, without his right Tenjon, he wasn't entirely sure he could penetrate its defenses, let alone capture it. The sound of his door clicking open caught his attention and he shifted his attention toward it without giving away his state of being awake. No one entered immediately, so the intruder had some intelligence, though how much was debatable, considering they were sneaking in on him. The door swung open just enough for the figure to slip into his room without a sound. The floor didn't creak beneath clothed feet as the figure moved forward. The presence paused in front of him, breathing even and assured in the stillness of the room. In a blinding moment, the attacker threw a kunai as he lunged forward, slamming her into the wall across the room with a merciless grip on a slender neck. "Ho ho, so you weren't just an innkeeper," Kakuzu said, getting to his feet. "I'm gonna guess, what, Iwa?" The woman didn't answer, not that he expected her to be able to do so. But the way her eyes had widened told him that he was right, an Iwa kunoichi. Normally, he might find some amusement in breaking her, as captured kunoichi were fun and better than paying, but he didn't have the time. Flexing his hand, Kakuzu crushed her windpipe before releasing her body. His detached arm returned to its proper location and he swept out of the room, intent on getting out of the village. Iwa ninja were like cockroaches. If you saw one, then there were hundreds more you didn't see, and Kakuzu already had enough to deal with. He no sooner made it down to the street than he had to activate his Doton Domu to absorb a rock-shaped lance hurtling through the air. Sliding from the impact, he began drawing on the chakra in his wind heart and formed the seals, hitting his attacker with a massive ball of wind from the Futon Suku Kazikyu. He didn't wait to see the results. Instead, he leapt to the side of the building before rebounding to reach the opposite roof. Landing, he took a moment to reorient, wondering why these Iwa ninja were attacking him. His Taki headband had been discarded yesterday, in the hopes of tricking the Jinchuriki into believing him dead for all the good that had done. He needed to get out of here. He crouched, looking for a safe exit. Then the roof began to tremble and he jumped out of instinct. A moment later the entire building collapsed, leaving him airborne and 4 ninja gathered beneath him. These bastards were starting to piss him off. Releasing the fire and wind masks from his shoulders, he fused them together, unleashing the combination of fire and wind known as the Gutan Tuboguka. The massive combination of fire and wind engulfed the street, along with the ninja, and quickly grew. Spreading his black tendrils out from his back even further, he created what could pass for wings and used the updraft to glide to another roof. Landing with a slight stumble, he quickly scanned his surroundings, before pausing. Kakuzu had been alive for 91 years. He had experienced a great many things, and one of them had been a tsunami. Even after 80 years, he could remember the massive size and how much destruction they brought. Now, amazingly, Kakuzu found a tsunami of sand bearing down on him. It would obliterate everything. Drawing on the wind chakra, he formed a quick hand seal and jumped. At the peak of his jump, He unleashed a futon suku kazikyu at the roof, using the impact of the ball of wind to push him even higher. The tsunami of sand slammed into the town below, burying the buildings and its inhabitants completely, leaving Kakuzu to start his descent toward a vast valley of featureless sand. At least descent at a moderate pace was the plan, before a massive hand of sand lanced with blue veins grabbed him mid-air and slung him to the earth with a violent jerk. Rolling from the impact, the Akatsuki agent used the momentum to regain his feet, spotting the misshapen form of the Jinchuriki charging toward him. Using the wind chakra once more, he formed the Taurus seal to unleash a futon de tapa, dodging to the side and kicking up sand as he hurriedly started to formulate a plan on how to survive. The Jinchuriki had other plans. Crouching, it had sunk its transformed hand into the sand to halt its slide, and then once the blast of wind passed, used it to shoot forward and slam him with a hardened sand arm. He flipped sideways for a good 200 yards at nauseating speed. Grimacing, the Akatsuki agent recovered, just barely managing to keep from breaking his neck in the process. He sent a futon repashu into the ground at his feet, kicking up a screen of sand to obscure the Jinchuriki's vision. A distorted roar, animalistic, echoed through the air and Kakuzu dodged just as the arm crashed through the sand and plowed through the ground. This was getting him nowhere. He needed to shift tactics for the moment, possibly pry off that shell the Ichibi host had adopted. Shifting to the fire heart, he drew on its chakra and unleashed a massive Katongaku no Jutsu just as the arm swept toward him. The impact halted the monstrous hand for a moment and Kakuzu followed up with another Katongaku no Jutsu and another. Reaching into the depths of his memory, he left behind a Ka Bunshin, the predecessor to the Kage Bunshin, with a Kawarimi, ensuring a massive blaze engulfed the sand arm and hand. Just a little more, Kakuzu thought, concentrating on controlling the fight. Just a little more. Admittedly, all of this fire was doing little to break through the shell, but he had something else in mind. Sand, if heated enough, bonded together and created a kind of crude glass. Chakra imbued or not, ultimately the Jinchuriki was using sand and that was a vulnerability that Kakuzu was going to exploit to its fullest. Skidding to a halt, the Akatsuki agent threw a punch at the approaching hand, forcing his forearm to separate. Kakuzu's hand hit the outstretched hand, eliciting a faint cracking, followed by the black tendrils exploding out to burrow into the now fractured hand and arm. It took little effort to travel the entire length of the arm and then jerk outward, sending chunks of arm flipping through the air. The Jinchuriki reacted violently, catching Kakuzu by surprise with a blow from a newly formed tail of sand. Flipping from the blow, the Akatsuki agent hit the ground and rolled before skidding to a stop in a cloud of sand. His body began to reject a heart. Grimacing, he relaxed the black threads on his back, allowing a black mass to surface and collapse uselessly to the side. Thankfully it was just the fire heart, but that did not sit well with him. Pushing his way up, he frowned while searching out his target, only to find the Jinchuriki encasing itself in even more sand. The tail curved up from behind it, while a pair of massive blue-veined sand arms crept down, leaving only the legs untouched. Kakuzu regained his feet just as the monster sank both massive hands into the ground and hurled itself forward, a living projectile of death. If this lasted much longer, this thing would kill him by transforming completely. Loosening the black threads on his left shoulder, he allowed the earth heart to extract itself, taking on the shape of a massive snake, which lashed out to coil around the airborne Jinchuriki, dragging it to the ground. That done, Kakuzu unleashed the only remaining heart he had. Using the eagle mask, he unleashed a futon atsugai. For a moment, it seemed as if the air had been sucked out of the area, but then it crashed down on the Jinchuriki, kicking up an immense cloud of sand that expanded rapidly outward. Covering his eyes, Kakuzu braved the windstorm and when it passed slowly turned his attention toward the large crater before him. Creeping toward the edge, he found the Ichibi host in a black puddle and the sand all but shattered. Moving before the Jinchuriki had a chance to recover, Kakuzu leaped down into the crater and fished out the Matabatsu Ofuda that the leader had given each of them. Applying the object to the Jinchuriki, he was treated to the experience of a piercing scream and the body arching to almost a breaking point before collapsing back to the ground. What remained of the sand crumbled away, and Kakuzu breathed easier, sitting down heavily. He wouldn't necessarily consider this a fair trade. He had lost his earth-based heart after all, but at least he had captured his Jinchuriki. It would take him a bit before he managed to trek his way to the nearest Akatsuki base, plus he would have to restock his hearts. Looking at the now unconscious and battered Jinchuriki, he glowered, resentfully flicking a handful of sand at his blood-drained face. Fucking brat. Chapter 21 Volume 3 Escalation and Retaliation Bad Things. Otogakure no Seto was a dank, dark place, with twisting tunnels, dead ends, booby-trapped passages, and even some that looped around continuously. Most brilliant of course was the fact that all the turns were made to the right, ensuring that an invader would have to use his left hand for battle. Orochimaru had designed this, his decades-old private domain turned only recently hidden village, as his ultimate refuge. Within this subterranean world, Orochimaru was master, and as such he knew every nook and cranny. Here he was secure beyond words, and even Sasuke had been unable to challenge that fact. So he felt understandably uneasy when he discovered a section of his Oto that should not have been. Old though he was, the Sannin knew beyond a doubt that he was not going senile. So then, where did this section come from and why did he feel as if a pair of familiar eyes were watching him? Upon further reflection, the genius decided that it was merely an elaborate genjutsu designed to make a familiar pathway seem different. A tiny frown creased his pale face. He did not have time for such games. He had performed his end of the bargain with the stupid Ta no Kuni daimyo. In exchange for funds and control over the failing Ta no Kuni hidden village, Orochimaru had made his ninja a force to fear. He had provided a few select weapons to strengthen the man's overall military, though he had no doubt that the Hai no Kuni forces would soon be using them as well. All in the hopes of buying just a little bit more time for his true goals to reach full fruition. Orochimaru sought immortality, sought to master all the jutsu in the world and to understand. That was Orochimaru's biggest goal, to understand it all, everything. The Sharingan had been almost the perfect tool, but it was lost now, not that he was unduly surprised. He had met several Sharingan users in his lifetime, killed dozens, but the latest had proven more ominous than he cared to contemplate. As if Itachi were not enough, Sasuke too had proven just as resistant. Sasuke of course had been smart, smarter than the other had been by far, because he kept one thing that the other had destroyed. That girl Sakura, Benihime of Konoha, she was a treasure that could rival Kabuto now, and maybe even his old teammate Tsunade. Still, Orochimaru had more chances at achieving his goals, and one was the chance at an alliance the captured Hyuga presented. Kabuto was handling the finer details even now, but Orochimaru had to see to his experiments on a new version of his select bodyguards. Therefore, he had no time for genjutsu that he obviously couldn't break nor on people that would prefer to watch him and wait. "Come out," Orochimaru said after another long moment, then at the lack of response closed his eyes. "Do you really expect a snake to be taken unaware within his own domain?" In response there was a nearly silent noise. He couldn't quite place it, but he knew to dodge anyway. His body moved as if there were no joints, avoiding the paper kunai. Recovering he ducked low amid chips of stone, then shifted back to the left racing toward the now visible Conan, the only person he knew able to use paper as a weapon. To his surprise the blue-haired angel didn't move, but this too, he knew to be a trick because the instant he moved to attack her body, it disassembled into paper butterflies and reformed behind him. Coming to a stop, he stood perfectly still, aware that if Conan were there then pain would not be far behind. Orochimaru was not anxious to face the Rinnegan, those legendary eyes that he and Jiraiya had both secretly believed to have a source within the ancestors. The man who held those eyes, Pain, had never lost a fight. "Cuckoo, I'm surprised it took you this long," Orochimaru said, covering his unease, wondering where the man would attack from. "Though I thought Sasori would be the one sent." To his surprise, the genjutsu surrounding the area dissolved, revealing that they were in the caged area where he kept his potential bodies. Apparently, they had him trapped in that genjutsu since he left his private office. Not Pain then, the man though powerful, had no use for genjutsu, but then who? Itachi would be the obvious choice, but Conan was here and she never traveled without pain. Ahaha, funny story, an utterly unfamiliar voice said, seeming to appear from the shadows. He was dressed in the Akatsuki cloak, face covered with an orange swirl mask and a single eye-hole. Sasori-san got killed. Orochimaru kept from showing the surprise he felt. Sasori was no pushover, it had been extremely difficult to arrange things behind the man's back after all. Sometimes Orochimaru doubted he had been entirely successful, but it was a moot point as the result was he got what he wanted anyway. Careful to keep track of the woman behind him, the Sannin let his body relax in preparation for the upcoming fight. Apparently he stepped between Itachi-san and the Konoha Jinchuriki during their fight. The mask-wearing figure said pleasantly. According to Zetsu-san, there was nothing left of the man. Kuku, I knew that boy would be interesting, Orochimaru admitted, both amused and slightly proud. He was in a way Naruto's grandfather, thanks to Anko, but mostly he felt annoyed at such a development. Not that he was too upset over the death of Sasori, but this confirmed Kabuto's theory on why Sasuke had made his escape so early, and it also made things just that much more difficult for the snake Sannin. Toby, we are not here to talk, Conan intoned somberly from behind, but she made no move to attack. Ah, right, Conan, sorry. Toby said, sounding truly apologetic before addressing Orochimaru. Excuse me, I'm still a bit new at all this. I only tagged along with Zetsu before, and this is my first real assignment. Orochimaru would have said something, but Conan chose that moment to attack. Sensing the attack, Orochimaru dodged to the right, avoiding the massive bird-shaped paper shuriken while half-turning so that he could face both. He had maybe a moment to register their positions before the Kami shuriken, Conan's signature move, changed direction and homed in on him. A new trick, one that proved harder to rid himself off than expected, and growing irritated he formed the needed hand seal and unleashed a miniature Gakkaku no Jutsu. The paper turned to ash, but he quickly realized how much of a distraction they had been since Conan had created large wings of numerous feather-shaped origami. Just as he realized the danger, they began falling, several leaving deep cuts along his arms and one down his back. They came rapidly, forcing the Sannin on the defensive utterly. He had nothing that he could immediately think of to counter the attack. He didn't have too much time, however, since those feathers were getting more accurate by the minute. Well, fire had worked nicely for a small group, so wind would be best here, and Orochimaru rapidly formed the seals before unleashing the Repushu, turning several feathers away. Conan seemed unperturbed, directing a larger mass to attack him, which Orochimaru countered by creating a series of Doryuhekis. The skirmish seemed to last for a long time, giving Orochimaru more than enough time to wonder about why the woman was not putting as much effort as she should have been into this. Catching a glimpse of Toby, Orochimaru felt a growing wonder at why the man merely stood there watching instead of trying to get into the fight and help his partner. Ducking and weaving as only he could, Orochimaru manifested several snakes from his arm, hurling them at a startled Toby. The masked man screamed like a girl and fell to the floor, allowing the snakes to crash into the stone pillar behind him. Irritated, Orochimaru yanked, the snakes yanking the stone column apart, coming close to squishing the cowardly Akatsuki agent. Conan was on him in the seconds it took for that act, but Orochimaru already had another idea. Allowing the woman to drive him back, until his back grazed a wall near a flickering torch, he grasped the source of heat and hurled it at the woman. Conan's body dissolved, of course, rapidly changing locations, but Orochimaru had thought ahead, and as the woman finished reforming, he had several snakes embracing her tightly, their fangs sinking deeply into her flesh to keep her from dissolving once more. Toby seemed to decide this would be a good time to get in on the act, and using an odd pairing of Fuma shuriken severed the snakes binding the woman to Orochimaru. The damage, however, had been done, and Conan dropped like a stone, gasping as she tried to fight off the venom. Orochimaru discarded the dead snake body still attached to his arm and grinned darkly at the impotent glare the women sent him. "Kukuku, don't you know that snakes are poisonous?" Orochimaru mocked, pleased at the beads of sweat already forming on her face. "Those were among my favorites, the tiger snake. They possess an extremely potent neurotoxin, coagulants, hemolysins, and mycotoxins. You should feel utter paralysis in a few minutes. You won't be doing much of anything. Ah, not to be a bother Orochimaru-san, but do you think we could have the anti-venom? Toby interjected, sounding as if he was that naive. Seeing Orochimaru's disbelief, however, the man's tone of voice changed sharply. That was not a request. Kukuku, you think I'm going to worry about a boy that's in over his head? Orochimaru paused halfway through his sentence as the world around him turned pitch black. Not as if the lights had been put out, but as if Orochimaru had been thrust into total nothingness, which was more than a little disconcerting, to be honest. A genjutsu, obviously, Kokwanjio no Jutsu, a favorite of the Shodai. Orochimaru frowned, feeling but unable to see his stalker, but he knew that only two living people knew this genjutsu. Himself and Haruno Sakura, who had learned it from an Edo Tenchi Shodai. So how did this man know how to use it, and why the sudden personality shift from goofy sidekick to something else? Not just because of Conan, surely. I let you have your fun, Toby's voice said from somewhere in the darkness, but this is too far. I want the anti-venom, you will give it to me, or very bad things are about to happen. Why do you want it so badly? Orochimaru asked, stalling, mind working rapidly through the mystery of this Toby. None of your business, Snake, Toby shot back, followed by several steel wires suddenly wrapping around Orochimaru's body, restricting his movements. As if this was not bad enough, there were black flames racing along the wires toward him, the same type as Itachi's infamous Amaterasu. This whole thing now screamed of a major secret that he could have never guessed. Still, Orochimaru was a Sannin for a reason, and it was a simple matter to reach out with his chakra and merge with the floor to avoid the black flames. Only it didn't happen. He tried, he did everything right, but he couldn't activate the Hirubansho Boka no Jutsu. Frantic, the heat from the flames now hotter than anything he had ever experienced, he tried a series of ninjutsu in rapid succession. Nankaizu, Chakra Kaigara, Kusanagi no Tsuruji Kuu no Tachi, Yamata no Jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu, and Kai. None of them worked. The heat had grown so much that his skin bubbled and a red mist escaped him. Somewhere in his panic, disbelief and horror, he started screaming. He wasn't aware of when it happened. All he knew was that his body was in the process of melting, that the black flames licking at him were hotter than he could have ever imagined, and he just wanted it to be over. For the love of Kami, let me die. Let me die. Let me die. Let me die. Then abruptly the heat left, the pain that had consumed him faded, leaving Orochimaru curled into a ball shrieking for no reason. Abruptly he stopped, realizing the foul trick that he had just suffered. Genjutsu, it had been genjutsu, but for how long? How could someone produce such a powerful one that was not Uchiha? How could they mimic the heat of Amaterasu so perfectly? Opening his golden eyes, he found the silent figure of Toby, standing beside an unmarked Conan. Then from the moment Toby had emerged, the genjutsu had been in play. The Sannin made no immediate move, just stared at the two in consideration. He could attack, of course, but this Toby did not sit well with him. That was a rather powerful genjutsu, Orochimaru admitted, regaining his feet slowly, his nerves raw from the imaginary assault. You must be quite talented and familiar with Amaterasu. Thanks. Toby said happily, his tone childlike, but Orochimaru was not fooled. This Toby was anything but a child. To produce such a powerful genjutsu revealed that much. Kukuku, so now what? The snake Sannin asked, even as he subtly pushed his chakra down into the ground, arranging his Doton Jirei Shin for launch. When Toby seemed ready to answer, Orochimaru struck, shooting the earth made nails up from the ground. Both Akatsuki agents managed to dodge, but Orochimaru had already launched his second attack and hurled the Kanashibari no Jutsu to neutralize Toby while he moved to attack Conan. The blue-haired woman flipped from her leap, floated for a moment, then hurled toward him, creating a katana from her paper. Orochimaru, not to be outdone, threw a shuriken, which he quickly made into several with Shuriken Kage Bunshin. Conan's blade flashed quickly, deflecting the attack, and then it dissolved back into paper. Orochimaru, grinning, formed the hand seals and unleashed Katangakakyu no Jutsu at the woman. Surprisingly, the woman countered by disassembling into several butterflies, avoiding the attack. Extending and elongating his arm, Orochimaru cut his jutsu off while grasping a stone pillar and spinning around to seek the woman out. He found her on the floor, calmly looking up at him before she hurled a charcam of paper at him. Melting into the pillar, he allowed it to absorb the blow and then reappeared at the ground level, shooting forward with all the speed of a viper. Conan reacted by merely jumping, hovering as he passed beneath her. Turning as if his body had no joints, Orochimaru shot a hand forward, dozens of snakes hurling toward the woman. They in turn were countered by several paper sunflowers that now floated around the hovering woman. Orochimaru would not be outdone and discarding the Senjutsu created the seal spitting the Katan Housenka no Jutsu at her. The series of small fireballs were countered by the paper flowers, which promptly ignited on contact and turned to ash. A beat passed, as so often happened in fights, then both were moving again. Orochimaru tried his luck with a Kaze no Yaiba, but merely succeeded in destroying a section of his prison as Conan managed to disassemble and reassemble elsewhere. She tried a horde of paper dragons, several of which tore into the Sannin before he finally destroyed them with a futon de tapa. The fight was brought to an abrupt halt as black flames ignited between them and quickly encircled Orochimaru. "So you can do Amaterasu," Orochimaru murmured, eyeing the flames warily, the heat recreating the panic he had felt during the genjutsu. "As I said earlier," Tobi's surprisingly serious voice said from beyond the circle of black flames, even as they lowered to a level where they could see each other. "I let you have your fun. Kukuku, and Uchiha other than Itachi that can use Amaterasu, I know who you are." Orochimaru gloated darkly, knowing now that his only chance of continued survival was surrendering more information. "Oh? Uchiha Madara," Orochimaru said very softly, golden eyes narrowing. "The man who supposedly had the ability that I based my Fushire Tensei on." "You are full of information, aren't you?" Madara said, his tone less than impressed. "Tell me then, Snake, what do you know that will help you now?" "That you are here for more than assassination," Orochimaru responded, eyeing the annoyed Conan. "Otherwise you would have let Conan-chan and I continue fighting." "Watch your words," Conan said softly. "My Lord God has given me permission to kill you at any time." "So what is it, Madara?" Orochimaru said, taunting while ignoring the woman. "What is it that I know, that you the most famous Uchiha ever, don't?" "You're the genius of the Sannin," Madara said, pronouncing the word Sannin as if it were the most foul of words. "What do you think it is?" "The mask, it only reveals one eye, which means the other has been damaged or weakened, so you're looking for more Sharingan," Orochimaru said, pleased to find the black flames fizzling out. "This means you're here because you think I might know something useful." "Do you?" "Oh, I know several things," Orochimaru countered, thankful that he did indeed know the information the man needed. "If you agree to have your lackeys leave me alone, and you help me achieve a certain goal, I'll tell you what you wish to know. Akatsuki will leave you alone after this," Madara said, ignoring the way Conan bristled at such a promise. "Kukuku, then listen carefully," Orochimaru said, and then told him everything that needed to be said. "Snakes are very cunning after all. Konoha. Inazuka Kiba was not a patient person, except when it came to scoring with the ladies. He could be extremely patient then. However, standing on top of the Hokage mountain, at night, did not count. A note from Naruto had said to be up there if he wanted to do something about unity. Kiba, of course, had wanted to, and it wasn't like he had a mission. Akamaru would take another week or so before he could even start training, which meant they had no chance of performing a mission anytime soon. Not that his mom, sister, or clan understood his reluctance to partner with the other dogs. Kiba had tried to explain it, but failed. Still, they weren't going to force the issue, and he felt grateful. It was just, throughout everything, the only people to help him get to this point were Kurenai and Akamaru. While Kurenai had turned inward, they rarely saw each other except for the occasional lunch. Akamaru had been his constant companion. To turn away from his friend now, well, for some reason it felt as if he'd be doing the same thing that Sasuke and Sakura had done. Huffing, he crossed his arm, grumbling darkly about nothing. After all, there was a lot of things to grumble about. Konoha at war, unity, those two traitors. Inazuka Kiba. An unknown voice said, startling him, and he whirled but found nothing. That, of course, should have been an impossibility, considering the wide-open nature of his location. I am here on behalf of Uzumaki Naruto. Ahu, and you're who exactly? Kiba asked, shifting chakra to his nose. He could pick up a faint scent, it seemed slightly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. That is not important right now, the voice said, apparently coming from everywhere at once. Uzumaki-san has suggested we bring you in, and after careful thought, we agreed. Kiba asked, startled, the scent now stronger than ever as he focused more chakra to his nose. Look, I'm not sure I need to be joining some faceless group. We agreed to offer you the chance to join. The voice finished, sounding irritated. On behalf of the Godame Hokage, we would like you to join us and help to counter the group known as Unity. And if I say no? Kiba asked, almost certain that he knew the speaker as well as where they were hiding. Her perfume had always been distinctive to him ever since he'd been a genin, and he'd always liked the scent, a mixture of water lily, peach, orange and amber. It was her perfume, Black Pearl. The voice belonged to Kurenai, no doubt. Then I go away, we disappear. Does this group at least have a name? Kiba asked, now trying to locate the direction her perfume was coming from. Do you honestly expect me to tell you? Not really, Kiba admitted, deciding since he couldn't pinpoint the location, that he should lay a few of his cards on the table. But even if you don't, I know more than you'd be comfortable with. Such as? I'm in a genjutsu, obviously. You've probably got more than one up to keep us both out of sight. You're wearing a very distinctive perfume, which means either you feel comfortable enough around me to let it slip through unintentionally, or that you're a complete idiot of a genin. Just because you notice a perfume and I slipped up a little doesn't mean much. The voice returned. It does with an Inazuka, because even if I can't tell where you are, I can tell who you are. Kiba said before sighing, I know that scent, as well as I know my mom's. Not bad, the voice offered dryly, but did you ever consider that the perfume was simply part of the genjutsu to make you believe I was someone you knew? Ah, no, Kiba admitted, deflating. He should have considered that, but he had been so confident it hadn't even crossed his mind. Then again, secret groups would not be made up of second-raters. Naruto might be a moron, but he definitely led the pack in combat. Crap, okay, so the offer's still good? You agree to help us? Well, yeah, anybody with such great taste in books has to be worth helping. Kiba said, meaning it. Aika had to be the greatest series ever in the history of ninjadom. Inazuka Kiba. The voice snapped in an oddly familiar way, making him cringe. The genjutsu dissolved a moment later, and there stood his former sensei, arms crossed and shooting him a glare that made him feel like a genin all over again. Ah, sensei, I'm sorry. Kiba offered, gulping as her lips compressed into an even thinner line. Kiba, she said, those gorgeous red eyes narrowing, you don't have to apologize. You're an adult and it's natural to be interested. In those books. I don't read that often. Really? Kiba explained, trying to make her believe that he wasn't a pervert like he feared. Yes, I am aware of that. Kurenai quipped, almost teasing, before returning to the topic. Welcome to the Kage-sei. We'll be in touch. Wait, Kiba started, but realized he now stood alone on top of the Hokage mountain. The way she had disappeared, it could have been a genjutsu, but her mannerisms had been too accurate. At least as far as he knew, there wasn't a genjutsu that could mimic that, but he was far from a genjutsu expert. Well, at least now he had something a bit more interesting to keep his mind occupied. Hai no Kuni, somewhere in Region 2. Ashige had the sort of personality that most young male umbu had, cocky. Perfectly normal for young men in his position. After all, he had earned his status as an elite ninja and cultivated the all-important viciousness umbu needed. Strong and powerful, he would not be a young man to trifle with. He'd been umbu for nearly his entire career as a ninja. Anko wanted nothing more than to eradicate him from the face of the earth. 18 years old, had worked with her a few times, and he still didn't have the common sense to keep his cocky attitude in check. Anko though, restrained her urges as best she could, because Ashid's real name happened to be Marino Idate. Not that Ibiki would admit his relation or care what she did to him, but still, she counted Ibiki as a friend and so she made sure to keep her urge to beat the young man to death in check. To Idate's credit though, he seemed better behaved than he had in the past, which didn't seem too strange, considering he had been through many life or death missions over the years. Those tended to change you after all, for better or worse. Mamushi-sama, Idate said softly, voice muffled slightly by the umbu mask he wore. I've been thinking about these shirnin. Anko made an indistinct noise, thinking darkly about hearing her old codename from her umbu days. It was one thing to dust off the old gear and wear it, after all they were well behind enemy lines after mysterious creatures. That warranted extra protection. She planned on living for several long years after all, but to hear that name darkened her thoughts. If they are as dangerous as we've gathered, Idate continued, why haven't we seen them? We've tracked their trail of origin all the way to a tiny isolated village, in the middle of nowhere, but have yet to see one. No telling, Anko answered, pressing her lips into a thin line. She had been mulling the same thing since the start of the mission, but mostly she left it for later. With Sensei, you can never tell. His logic isn't something normal people can even grasp. I'd still like to know more. Hey, then why don't you request a reconnaissance mission? Anko muttered, earning a snort of amusement, but both let the matter drop. Instead she mentally reviewed the information they'd gathered. Sightings had been sporadic at best, usually attributed to Jikininki from villagers. Still, tracking the sightings back, they found they centered on a village called Ashikaga, and by all accounts it amounted to nothing important. Population, at last count before the war, seemed to hover just at 50, with 4 streets meeting within the heart of town. In the weeks prior to the war Ashikaga had fallen out of communication with local villages, then the brief Jikininki sightings that had stopped about 3 weeks ago. It would not be her first choice for places to locate something like the shirnin. They should be kept in a very secure location. Then again, if she looked at it from the right angle, the argument could be made that the village would be ideal. Isolated, small, nobody would bother wondering about why it lost contact. Easily secured and monitored, somewhat centralized in the region, the shirnin could be deployed from and housed there efficiently enough, provided the numbers were kept to a maximum of 50. In an hour, they'd know for sure, hopefully nothing too horrible would happen to them. Konoha. Hanabi watched the ripples on the water's surface, tried to predict when the next fish would jump or leaf would touch down. For the young girl, it was not unusual since she had spent much of her young life watching and trying to predict patterns. It was only natural, a sort of hobby, and one that she had never found a reason to stop after becoming the student of Uzumaki Naruto. There, a red fish jumped, creating more ripples that widened outward before canceling the previous ones. A soft sigh, Hanabi glanced over at her sensei, studying his face, now well aware of when he was busy thinking about something. He had been like that for an hour, ever since he had made her hold a piece of paper and mold her chakra, then pronounced her element as water. He shifted his weight, a sign of something he found interesting. He crossed his arms, a sign of annoyance before he finally grinned, shoulders relaxing. He had figured something out. What that was Hanabi didn't know, but she realized she would soon enough. Sensei? Hanabi asked carefully, aware that he could snap and launch into another 2-hour-long sparring match. MHM? The blonde said, not glancing at her nor making a move to attack her. Not that she relaxed her guard, Naruto could attack without warning. What did you mean by water element? Oh, Naruto said, turning to look down at her. Every ninja has a certain element that works better for them. I'm wind, so in my hands any wind jutsu is 20 or 100 times stronger than normal. So your element is water, which means a water jutsu works better for you than it would for me. Ah, Hanabi said, eyes widening slightly. Not so much from the information, but the sheer normalcy of the explanation. He only talked that way on the rare occasion when he was in serious teaching mode. Seeing his attention waver, she decided to press on before she lost his interest. So why aren't you teaching me water jutsu? 'Cause I only knew two, the blonde said with a grin, neither of which I think you'd find all that helpful. So I had to wait for my Kage Bunshin to read a few jutsu scrolls from the library and then figure out how to perform the jutsu they selected. How does your Kage Bunshin doing that help you learn anything? Kage Bunshin pass along information when they disperse. The method I used is unique to me, but I create a few thousand, have them read the theory and practice a move, then when they got it disperse. Naruto explained with a cocky grin, waiting for her to finish the explanation. This means you get a new jutsu and information without having to waste time. Hanabi summarized, scowling, remembering how she had known things without thinking after using her own Kage Bunshin. Exactly, Naruto said with a nod before stretching. Now the three you get to learn are Mizu Bunshin, Mizurappa, and Mizu no Muchi. I'll explain each one in more detail as we go, but the most important thing to keep in mind is that without a nearby source of pre-existing water, you'll have to expend a lot of chakra to use any of them. Of course, much like how if you are low on chakra, you have to expend more stamina to complete the Kage Bunshin? Hanabi asked, then at his nod thought for a moment before climbing to her feet. Then shall we begin? Okay. Naruto chirped happily, walking to the stream before turning to face her. We'll start with the Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. It's C rank, it should be easy enough since you can do Kage Bunshin. Anyway, this one is made out of water, so it's a bit like Kage Bunshin, though the range is much more limited. I assume that when damaged the Mizu Bunshin reverts back to its natural water state? Hanabi asked, already rolling ways of performing the jutsu around in her head. Right in one, Naruto said with a grin, leaping into the air with a twisting back flip before landing in a graceful crouch before forming the Hitsuji hand seal, causing a large bubble of water to rise before taking on his appearance. So, now let's see if you can get it. Pfft, this shall be child's play, sensei, Hanabi gloated, walking out onto the water, making the same hand seal and concentrating her chakra. A large bubble rose, of course, then halfway up, it exploded, causing her to flinch from the cold splash. Ha 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 ha, I thought it was going to be child's play. Naruto taunted, his Mizu Bunshin laughing. Grumbling, Hanabi shot him a dark glare, then began again. It took her 5 tries before finally getting it right, and Hanabi shot him a smug grin. This promptly disappeared as he formed 3 rapid hand seals and reached over, touching his Mizu Bunshin and converting it into a trail of water. Mizu no Muchi, Naruto explained, before snapping the whip of water forward, hitting her Mizu Bunshin in the forehead and shattering it. Sensei! Hanabi protested, glaring at the grinning boy who let his water whip dissolve. The hand seals are Ushi Toratatsu, it functions like a normal whip. You can also send an electric current through it, but mostly it's just a normal whip. Knowing better than to launch into an argument since she had yet to win one, Hanabi instead formed the needed hand seals and kneeling touched the surface of the water. Scowling, she began leaking her chakra out of her hand, and the chakra bonded the water into a cohesive unit, and Hanabi stood trailing water behind her hand. She stared at the water as it encased her hand, before scowling as it lost cohesion and fell, with a splash, back into the river. Grumbling, she formed the seals once more and tried again, only to have it once more fail in a similar fashion. Eyeing the water darkly, she attempted the move again 3 times, then paused, glaring at her amused sensei. It never failed, he would explain the basics and then leave her to figure the method of actually doing it on her own. Crossing her arms, Hanabi considered the move. It seemed simple enough, her chakra would act as a bond to hold the water into a shape, too much chakra would turn it rigid, too little would make it dissolve. However, the trick was also in the control. It didn't matter about the chakra, if she couldn't manipulate and control her chakra as she moved it. Sensei, Hanabi said slowly, glancing at him. Mizu no Muchi, what rank jutsu is it? Naruto said, scratching his chin thoughtfully. The scroll said C rank, but I know in Kiri someone mentioned it being a rank. Hanabi could only stare at him, then her eyebrows drew together in deep thought. Then what rank do you think it is? You know, I guess A. I mean, Kiri ninja would know better what the rank would be, wouldn't they? Right. Hanabi said, turning back to her water jutsu. Of all the things to try and teach her, an A-rank jutsu like this would be beyond her right now. Her control and chakra were not up to this level of manipulation just yet, though there was something she could try based off of the knowledge she had of the jutsu. Forming the seals again, she touched the water's surface, slowly drawing up a large band of water. Standing, she increased the amount of her chakra, holding it together rigidly, then smirking looked at her sensei who seemed impressed. A simple twirl of the newly created water blade confirmed her thoughts, and she pointed it at her sensei. Mizu no Yaiba, Hanabi said, pleased with her inventiveness, much easier than the Mizu no Muchi. I would say this would be C rank. Not bad, Naruto said thoughtful before he flashed through a series of hand seals, placed fingers to the side of his mouth, and expelled a strong jet of water. Hanabi had a moment to register the attack before it hit her chest and sent her butt first into the stream. Sputtering and splashing she resurfaced, hair obscuring her vision as her sensei stood over her with his arms crossed. Suetun Mizurappa, B rank, hand seals are Hitsuji, Sarutora. Naruto said conversationally before grinning, by the way Tsuru-chan, you look like a drowned rat. Screw you Aniki. Hanabi snapped, struggling back to shore, the air echoing with Naruto's laughter. Reaching land, Hanabi rubbed at her temples, then turning glared at her sensei who found delight in her misery. It was going to be a long day, there was no doubt about that. Sighing, Hanabi squared her shoulders, before tossing her top and sandals aside, leaving her in the long-sleeved undershirt and pants. Then resolutely she marched back out to continue training. After all, she had a feeling she'd end up being dunked in the stream several more times before they finished for the day. The sound of metal clashing filled the air, followed shortly by a purple blur descending with a flip as Ino came out on the short end of the exchange. She landed adroitly on a tree branch that bent under her weight, but Ino pushed off at an angle while using its upward momentum to flip as she sailed up and away from her attacker. Besha Nisei, her sparring partner, landed heavily then launched toward her location. Ino grinned, then flipping backward plummeted straight to the ground, leaving Nisei to grasp the branch she had just departed and flip around before giving chase. Landing smoothly, Ino sprang backward, flashing through a 3 one-handed seal, spouting a Katon Gakakyu no Jutsu as she landed. Cutting it short, she didn't want to roast the boy after all. She found him looking worse for wear, but unharmed for the most part. Nisei of course charged at her, and Ino countered with a slash at his throat, which brought the young man up short to avoid it. He countered with a kunai of his own, which sailed toward Ino, who managed to duck out of the way and aimed an upward angled cut at his left side. Nisei countered by quickly retreating, kunai remaining in his wake. Ino flipped her sword with a quick flick of her wrist and deflected them before twirling her blade up and behind her arm while forming more single-hand seals. This time it was the Shirai no Jutsu, which forced Nisei to dance his way quickly in reverse to avoid the bolts of unexpected lightning. Reaching the end of the attack, he threw a punch, hurling several glowing dots at her. Ino felt a jolt of shock. That was a serious move, those things would rip through her body like tissue paper. She had seen it happen to all sorts of enemies. In counter to this, she formed a one-handed Taurus seal and with a deep breath exhaled her chakra-laced air, hitting them with a full-powered futon de tapa, dispersing them. It had been a trick, of course, as suddenly she felt several of Nisei's bunshin closing in on her from her blind spots. Right, left, back flip, kawarimi with a log, and a few senkuken saw her clear the group of disposable Nisei. Coming to a skidding stop, Ino flashed through another series of one-handed seals and dropping to a knee touched the ground, turning it to mud. Nisei sank for a moment before correcting himself, but it was all Ino needed to dart forward in a dash, sword coming up in preparation for the ultimate thrust attack. Ino came to a skidding halt, mud scattering, and her blade inches from the left lens of his sunglasses. Breathing heavy, she held the position, aware that she had a Nisei bunshin immediately behind her, a kunai inches from her kidneys. Tai, Ino said then at his nod, twirled her sword with a flourish and sheathed it. You've gotten much better at those seals. Nisei said, his clone dissolving into dots of chakra that swirled and then returned to him. Have you thought of learning more attacks? Yes, but I'm not sure who to ask. Ino admitted, frowning slightly as she replayed the fight in her mind, finding the points where she knew there could be improvements. I got Anko to teach me the basic ones, and Ebisu helped me with the single-hand seals, but with everything that's going on, not sure who or when I could find the time. There is always Naruto, Nisei suggested innocently, before his tone turned teasing, unless you don't think you'd be able to concentrate in that situation. Har, har, Ino drawled, scowling at him. I think I liked it better when you were a brick wall. Ah, well, you can blame my girlfriend for my change in attitude. Nisei said, then seeing her surprise, chuckled, I'll introduce you to her sometime, well, reintroduce you. Right, Ino murmured, then rubbing the bridge of her nose, started out of the clearing alongside Nisei. For your information, I can't ask Naruto because he's busy with Hanabi, and he's got a lot going on. I'm not going to add more burdens to that. Also, you've never seen him teach Hanabi. I would rather avoid the pain and torture. Ah, hardcore teacher? Nisei asked, sounding interested. Batshit insane, no remorse, Ino answered, and with the lack of sleep, we know he got out there. I'm not anxious to have such a powerful and undoubtedly crabby ninja trying to teach me complicated jutsu. True, that would amount to suicide. Poor Hanabi. Ino said, pausing to glance at Nisei, who nodded slightly. Still better that girl than us. Indeed. Lunch? Kami, yes. Hai no Kuni, somewhere in Region 2. Looks abandoned. Idate said softly, peering through the gloom into the dark village. Or more accurately through the tiny binoculars, enhanced by seals, so that they could see at night. It's not. Anko said, then at his curious look held up a tiny garden snake curled around her forearm, explaining without words how she knew. Idate nodded, wondering how long she could remain stable in this situation. Mitarashi Anko had a reputation within the Umbu for being a bit unstable when it came to things involving her sensei, hence why he had been sent along with her. So far, however, she had yet to flip out or do something completely insane, which actually worried him. So, any ninja or villagers? Idate asked, turning back to his binoculars, deciding to leave well enough alone. Neither, Anko answered. Shirnin are all over the place though. 5 groups of 2 mainly concentrated in the residential and market area. Okay, so we found the base, Idate muttered, trying to peer into the tiny village, to see the enemy. What do we do next? Move in, get more info, then we scorch the earth. Anko answered, a disturbing glee in her tone. Wait, what? Idate asked, paling as he turned to stare at her. Wiping out a village, one of their own? Had she finally snapped, or did she honestly think that to be a good plan? We can't just wipe out a village. Not a village, Anko remarked, a disturbingly somber look on her face. It's an enemy base. There are no civilians in there, just monsters, and it's our job to get the information and remove the threat. Are you serious? Idate asked in disbelief. We can't be sure there aren't any villagers in there. Your snakes could have missed M. Yes, that's why I said we go and get the info first. This is insane. Idate said, rubbing his neck, trying to work this out. Admittedly, she had a point, but if they just killed the Shirnin, then they could recapture the village. Scorching the earth meant turning the village and surrounding area to an uninhabitable wasteland, not something one did when you could help it. This is war, of course it's insane. Anko returned sharply. Nothing about war is sane. It's a violent, bloody, brutal mess. Entirely different than anything you have ever experienced. Idate remained silent. How could he respond to that? His conscience said this to be a bad decision, his rational mind as well, but he had a job to do, and it was a war. Idate had killed before, numerous times, as well as done things that would break normal ninja. So he could do this, but just because he could did not mean Idate had to like it. Sensing his surrender, she pressed on firmly, so this is how it'll go down. We move in, you take out the groups of Shirnin, remember instant kill techniques only, and I go looking for information and any villagers that might be around. Ahu, and why do I have to fight the Shirnin? Idate asked dryly, sensing something fishy going on. We're going to be using your Rengoku Hiramiki no Jutsu to seal the deal, Anko explained, fishing out a scroll, and it takes time to set that up. So I figure you kill M, set it up, then get to a safe distance. Then when I give the signal, you'll know it when you see it, use this scroll and summon me like with the Chunin exam proctors when you made Chunin. Idate managed, taking the scroll and pocketing it carefully. Of course she would have a logical argument, but he still felt there had to be something fishy going on with the decision. Oh, and, I've been meaning to ask, Anko said as she stood, how hot exactly does that Rengoku Hiramiki burn? 2,200 degrees, that's instant incineration. Idate answered, standing as well, giving her a strange look. That's why it's listed as the strongest of the Keton element, Jutsu. Good to know. Anko muttered, let's go, come in from the west side. I'm going to enter near the governmental section of the village. Right. Idate said, with a fraction of a nod, before they both set out to the village in a few shunshuns. Reaching the edge of the village they separated, as planned. Now that he had objectives, he could focus on that and place his personal feelings on the scorched earth concept aside. Avoiding the main street, the most obvious entrance route, he instead chose an alley and slinked into the village. Senses honed through numerous life or death struggles were kicking into overdrive, as did his mind as considered his options. He had to strike quick, however. The only instant kill technique he had would both do as much damage to him as his enemies and require a substantial amount of chakra. He'd have to keep his Shirori high use to a minimum, 2 times at most, which left him with 8 he had to kill without it. Combined with the knowledge of what failure meant and what exactly these Shirnin were supposed to be, he felt growing frustration. If he had to do this, then he would definitely need the high ground and jumping. 1 foot touched the rim of a garbage can to push off. In mid-leap, however, something crashed into him. He hit the wall with a thud, then the ground, grappling with his attacker. Shoulders and back throbbing, he lashed out, hammering away at the thing's ribs. That quickly stopped when the first punishing punch hammered down on his mask with a deep cracking sound. Fuck. Idate shouted. Umbu masks were designed to withstand some serious punishment. Cracking it with a punch did not bode well. Strong or not, the freak didn't seem to understand the concept of ground fighting. Rearing back for another punch, he unbalanced himself and Idate quickly countered, hands grabbing the shirt and heaved as his hips bucked, tossing the bastard off at an angle. Free, Idate scrambled back to his feet and spun kunai sailing from his hand in the same motion. His attacker regained its feet awkwardly, even as kunai thudded into its back. Turning, it took several more in a ragged line, from stomach to chest. Grinning as the thing charged, Idate raised his finger and muttered a single word: ignite. The various explosive notes made short work of the monster, though it left Idate with ringing ears and dots in front of his eyes. His moment of satisfaction evaporated as his peripheral vision caught a hint of movement from the left. Idate moved on instinct, sidestepping the attack and then countering with a quick kick to the back of the Shinin's right knee, sending the thing tumbling forward. As the thing recovered, Idate began forming the hand seals needed for his Shiroi high. Grasping his left wrist, felt the heat beginning to build, and then suddenly the flame ignited with a brilliant whiteness, spreading up his arm to the elbow. The Shirnin lunged a second later. Apparently they really were mindless, and Idate shoved his hand forward, catching it in the chest. In seconds, the white flame seared through flesh and melted bone and incinerated the heart. After that the flame spread and he pulled his hand free as he spun, flinging the smoldering corpse aside. Flames guttering and then dying, he swore, that were one used down, but at least it had worked, and be rank or not, it definitely did the job of mimicking the Hokage's infamous technique. Setting off, he nearly ran right into another pair of Shirnin, apparently drawn by the sound of the explosions. Obviously these things had an instinctive attraction to loud noises. He'd file that away for later. Dodging back, he connected with a round kick to the nearest Shinin's head, sending it stumbling into its partner. He got a tight chuckle out of that. They might not feel pain, but momentum and speed could still affect them. Dodging back as they regrouped, he took one out with an explosive kunai to the face, not that its partner seemed to notice or care. It merely shoved the tumbling body aside and charged fists swinging with blinding speed. Naruto had either been understating how fast these damn things were, or he didn't realize how freaking fast he had to be moving. It was all Idate could to keep up with the damn thing. It should have been impossible to attain this sort of speed. Hands coming up as he dodged, the Umbu rapidly formed the seals and ignited the white flames once more. A second later he reversed motions, ducking a punch and darting forward so that he came up on the inside of its guard. Searing flames met throat and the body hit the ground with little more than a smoldering stump in place of a head. Panting, the flames guttering and dying, he felt revulsion roll through him for no discernible reason. At 650 degrees rocks start melting, at 212 degrees water and human blood boil. He repeated softly, the ritual he used to get his mind off any revulsion he ever felt. The Shiroi hide burns at roughly 510 degrees, and sustained use can melt Umbu forearm protectors. Speaking of which, he glanced at the forearm protector, the edges already starting to lose form. Well, steel did melt at 1370 degrees, and he'd subjected it to 1,000-some-odd degrees just now. Which mean he'd have to probably get the long sleeve under it surgically removed from his arm. Bah, I've still got 6 more of these damn things to take out. Idate muttered, pushing on, wanting to finish up the fighting so he could get to the complicated part of the mission. Anko pressed her lips into a thin line, studying the walled-up building with a wary eye. Finding the place hadn't been hard, Snake and Kage Bunshin were excellent for that sort of thing. The problem laid with the door, or more accurately the complex seal on the door that she hadn't seen for a very long time, not since she had helped Orochimaru apply it to one of his labs in Konoha. The seal was designed to keep things inside. It'd be easy for her, otherwise it'd take a master like Jiraiya to break through the seal and open the waiting door. The problem Anko faced though was if she should risk unleashing whatever happened to be waiting just beyond it. Why bind the door with a seal, unless whatever lay on the other side happened to be extremely dangerous or beyond your control? Careful consideration, there was a real chance that whatever waited beyond the door would be much worse than a Shirnin, went out the window for her when the first influx of information came in. Her various Kage Bunshin had been patrolling the village, and apparently they'd found several groups of Shirnin inside a couple of the surrounding business. Apparently, the Kage Bunshin tripped something, because those Shirnin were now starting to move out of their buildings. Biting her thumb, Anko applied the counter seal, and kicked the door open with a loud crack. Rushing inside, trench coat fluttering, she only hoped that Idate had finished the preparations for his jutsu and could pull her out when ready. Moving down the hallway at a clipped pace, she noted a few doors that branched off, but upon trying them discovered they were locked. Hurrying further down the dark hallway, she reached another door, which swung open to reveal a claustrophobic and barren room. More importantly, the room held a balding middle-aged man, who seemed genuinely startled by her presence. "Why, you're not supposed to be here." "I get that a lot," Anko said, giving the room a once-over, then hurrying toward the man, who backed away quickly. Hey, don't you know you can't be here? There are 2 things I'm sure about right now. One is that this village is going to be vaporized." Anko smiled sweetly, as his back touched the wall, and 2 that, unless you tell me what the fuck I want to know, you'll be going with it. "I'm not going to irk." He managed as one hand grasped his neck like a vice, and the blade of a kunai slipped a fraction of an inch into his side. "I want you to think carefully about what you say," Anko hissed, face moving close to his, her grin almost sexual. "I enjoy killing. So tell me what I want to know, or... well, go on, ask me." "Oh, or what?" he choked out, staring at her in terror. "I slipped this kunai into you a little more. It's right beneath the 10th rib, which means..." Anko breathed, pausing for dramatic effect. "It'll deflate your lung. You'll suffocate with all the air in the world available." "Why you well," he started, then yelped as she twisted the handle slightly. "Okay. Good boy," Anko said, easing her face back, but her smile never slipping. "Now then, tell me about the Shirnin." Which ones?" he asked, a hint of panic in his tone. "What do you mean, which ones?" "There's just one kind." Anko trailed off, mind racing as she realized that to be a foolish assumption. "No," the scientist said, shaking his head, "these Shirnin are only the first phase. They can't mold chakra, they don't and can't last long in high-stress combat situations. All they have are heightened parts of the central nervous and endocrine systems, along with increased output from key adrenal glands. This means they are designed for brief fights. Prolonged combat burns them out. The scientist said, just like the first one Geor-sama created. You mean that little Kansakura? Anko asked, gaze darkening. A real reason to kill that pink-haired bitch springing to mind. Anko could have forgiven following Sasuke, but to actively help Orochimaru? That, in Anko's opinion, was unforgivable. Why yes, Kabuto-sama had abandoned the project, but Orochimaru-sama allowed her to take over. How do they work? Anko asked, pressing the kunai firmly against his ribs. The process is simple. We locate subjects and inject them with a chemical we call neokame. It does most of the work, shutting down key areas of the brain and within the body, while heightening others. It slows the decomposition rate. The only problem is that the bodies are rendered inert, they can't move without the seal. Seal? It's the key to the Shurnin, he said, almost panicked. Nobody understands how it works, just that it does. And you said these are just the first phase? Anko asked, filing the information away for future reference. What does that involve? Why yes, the second phase. It involves creating Shurnin capable of molding chakra. Here he paused and gulped. Phase 3 is geared toward the eventual use of captured enemy ninja. What stage are you at now? Asked Anko, dread filling her at the staggering implications. First phase here, there are 3 labs starting phase 2. Damn, Anko sighed, so much for just wiping out the village and solving the problem. Not that the village wasn't going to be eradicated, but well, now things were getting complicated. She hated it when that happened. Still no point in hanging around any longer. Releasing his throat and stepping back, grabbed his arm roughly. Right, time to go. Okay? He managed before stumbling after as she ran back the way she came, bursting through the shattered lab door and out to the street. Yanking him around, a quick shot to the neck knocked him unconscious, and she began fishing in her coat pockets. Shuriken, kunai, needles, and thumbtacks. Come on, she had them in there somewhere. Fingers finding the thin handle, she grinned, pulling the large kunai bound by special explosive notes. Nothing that would do real damage, but still impressive. Chakra surging to her muscles, she coiled back and then released it high overhead, the weapon moving at a decent pace. Stooping down, she grabbed the expert and hefted him up in Dead Man's Lift, while overhead the notes went off with a brilliant display of fireworks, signaling her desire to get the hell out of Dodge. The sudden jerk of the summoning scroll almost startled her, but she had suffered such things before and adjusted. The world turned dark, then red, and then finally she had her feet on the ground, once more remaining unmoving like the old expert she was. Dropping the scientist like a sack of potatoes, she turned in time to see the real fireworks begin. Standing on the hill, at just within the safe range of the coming assault and the outer limits of the scroll, she watched as the Rengoku Hiramiki no Jutsu exploded to life. The massive pillar of blue and white flames turned night to day, then with a roar and rush, flashed outward, vaporizing the countryside for a mile around the village in each direction. The white and blue flames swirled and danced, crackling and spreading like a living thing. Damn, that just gets better each time I see it. Anko whispered, gleefully.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.